This is Audible.
The Cult. Written by Penelope Sky. Narrated by Michael Ferriolo and Ramona Master.
Prologue. Constance. Backstage, I sat in front of my vanity and wiped away the makeup that was pounded into my flesh. My eyes were heavy from the fake eyelashes and mascara. Too tired to take my time, I grabbed the corners of both eyelashes and ripped them off at once. My ballet slippers came next, carefully unwrapped and removed. My bruised feet were visible underneath, dried and cracked. I dug my fingers into the beaten areas and massaged the aches away. Ballet came at a price. I would continue to pay that price until I went broke. A man's voice came from behind me, talking to one of the dancers. "Have you seen them?" I lifted my gaze and looked into my vanity mirror, seeing the conversation take place behind me. A tall man stood in front of Allison and held up his phone, showing her a picture of someone. His long-sleeved shirt was tied around the muscles of his forearms and the array of muscles of his upper arm. He had short blonde hair, cords visible down his neck. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he looked strong enough to rip a tree straight out of the ground. I watched Allison glance at his phone for a moment before she lifted her gaze and looked at him once more. "Sorry, I haven't." She tried to step away. "I need to get going." He shifted with her. "She's a dancer here. Are you sure?" She looked again, but her answer was the same, a shake of her head. He lowered his phone and turned around, exposing his face to me for the first time. With bright blue eyes and a face tight with tension, he looked around the area for the next person to question. His large body was tight with unease, and even though he didn't look outwardly panicked, there was a sea of trouble behind his eyes. After a scan of the area, he locked his eyes on mine in the reflection of the mirror. My hands were still on one of my feet, digging into the muscle in the arch of my foot. My fingers paused when he looked at me like that, when hope shone in his eyes, like perhaps I would have the information he wanted. He came over, his hand still holding up the phone. When he reached me, he put the screen in my face. "Have you seen them?" My eyes didn't look at the phone because I continued to look at him, hear his deep voice reverberate in my mind like a chamber with an echo. He didn't need to fall to his knees and sob to wear his pain on his sleeve. It was audible just in his voice. He pushed the phone in my face. "Do you recognize the woman? She danced here." He was all business, desperate for answers. I looked at the phone and saw a beautiful brunette woman standing with her arm around a young girl who looked to be maybe 7. The woman was gorgeous. A slender figure, nice smile, kind eyes. No. "Are you sure?" He raised his voice as his blue eyes burned into mine. I released my foot and rose so we could be level with each other. But he still towered over me, so our eyes were nowhere near each other. I took the phone from him to take a closer look. "What's her name?" "Beatrice," he barked. "She's gone missing. She had a show here a while ago. I'm trying to figure out if anyone knows anything since the police are fucking worthless." I stared at her a little harder. "I'm sorry. Your wife must be with another company. We've probably crossed each other backstage, but I can't place her." "She's not my wife." He took the phone back. "Have you seen the girl?" I looked at the phone again, seeing a cute little girl with long blonde hair. She smiled through large gaps in her teeth. And she had the same eyes that he did. "Is your daughter missing too?" He dropped his gaze and looked at the phone in his hand, his hostility and desperation quickly gone, replaced by a deep sadness that seemed to shake him to the core. His fingers relaxed on the phone and he nearly dropped it. "Yes." He relaxed his arm to his side and didn't shove the screen in my face anymore. Her name is Claire. It was almost too hard to look at him, to see a father grieve like that, to look weak when he was so fit and strong. His shoulders fell, and he kept his gaze averted, like he was reliving something in his mind. I'm so sorry. I wish I could help you. He lifted his gaze and looked at me again, his expression distant, like he wasn't really looking at me at all. Yeah. He stepped away and went to the next vanity to ask Charlotte the same questions he asked me. His phone was in her face, and he interrogated her, like his life depended on finding the truth. The angel wings were sewn into my white leotard, sprinkled with glitter, and even though they added pounds to my shoulder, I never danced better. The dancers struck their poses and remained still as I took center stage, kicking my leg high, spinning around in an elegant twirl, pointing my toes and flicking my wrists. I became the angelic character I was honored to play. I was the angel they worshipped. I spun around slowly, then strutted to the front of the stage, my hands angled outward so I could show off my wings. The audience was dark because the lights hit my face and obscured almost everything before me. But I could make out something. A man dressed in all black stood in front of his seat, dead center of the theater, absolutely motionless. He didn't shift down the row to use the bathroom. He remained there, blocking the people behind him, his arms resting at his sides with deliberate stillness. His dark eyes reflected the light from the show, open and wide, unblinking. He had a large mouth, and it was pulled back into the widest grin I'd ever seen, showing all his teeth, his mouth taking up a larger proportion of his face than the average person. The grin was practically maniacal. And he stared right at me. My mind, body, and soul had been so absorbed in the performance just moments ago, but now everything was dead inside me. The music turned into a blur of sounds because I couldn't focus. I missed my next cue over and over again because I couldn't take my eyes off the man who stared right at me. The adrenaline made my heart race, and my instincts told me I was in danger. It was an innate warning, my psyche reading the scene as disturbing and terrifying. It was like a nightmare that wouldn't go away even after you woke up. It was fucking creepy. His smile didn't change. His eyes didn't blink. His body didn't move at all. And his creepy effect was felt by everyone around him, because no one dared to ask him to return to his seat. And the creepiest thing of all was that the stare was intentional. He wanted me to know. The fear cut me to the bone. I told security about the freak in the audience, but they didn't take my warning seriously. When I asked the girls if they'd noticed him, they all said no. When I told them I was scared, they said I was overreacting, and he was just an admirer, plain and simple. But it was more than that. I could feel it. No one could change my mind about it. No one could gaslight me into believing that reality didn't happen. A few days passed, and when my next performance came, I almost stepped aside and allowed my understudy to take over. The experience had only lasted a few minutes, but it had traumatized me deeply, left a scar that I tried to show people, but I was the only one who could see it. But I found the courage to do my job. He wasn't there. I was so convinced that he would be standing there in the same seat with the same grin. I started to question what I actually saw. If it was just a trick of the stage lights. If my mind allowed the shadows to manipulate my reality. Did it happen at all? It did. Right? I returned to my apartment just a few blocks from the theater. The Eiffel Tower was far away in the distance, lit up like a beacon of hope and pride for all the Parisians who worshipped it with their eyes. My purse and keys were tossed onto the kitchen island. My scarf was pulled from around my neck and set on top. Fall had arrived, and it was slightly chilly, but there was still a hint of summer at the warmest time of the day. I walked to the large window in the living room where the parted curtains rested. The lights from the city were so bright, they illuminated my apartment even in the deepest night, and it became hard to sleep. I liked to sleep in after a performance, and the bright sunlight could easily sabotage that. I grabbed each side of the curtains and started to pull them to the center. But my eyes moved to the building across the street, as if I already knew something was there before I even looked. It was instinct, as if someone else commanded me to look and I obeyed. There he was, standing in the window dressed in black, staring at me from across the street, the same grin on his face, pulled back as wide as possible, showing his molars to the very back. His dark eyes were open and staring, taking me in like an experiment rather than a human being. My hands gripped the curtains as the tremors took over. I was terrified, but couldn't look away. My chest rose and fell quickly as my eyes began to smart. The man was nowhere near me, but it felt as if he were right in front of me, his breath falling on my face, his teeth even whiter now that they were close up. He didn't shift his body, he didn't blink, he didn't make any movement at all. Like he wasn't real. I yanked the curtains closed as quickly as possible, blocking the light and the city, putting a structure between us so I wouldn't have to stare at the fucking psychopath who drilled through my flesh and organs directly to my spine. I hyperventilated in front of the window, feeling him staring at me through the glass and curtains. I'd been mugged on the street and fought to get my purse back. I'd been groped on the bus and broke his balls. I lived my life alone without fear, but this was different. This was bigger than me. This was so dark, so twisted, that I knew it couldn't be defeated with a simple punch. I sprinted to my purse and quickly pulled out my phone with shaking hands. I dialed the number and listened to it ring once before the operator answered. "Police, what is your emergency?" The police sent 2 officers to investigate my claim. When they opened the curtains and looked through the window, they saw an empty window across the street. He was there. He stood right there and stared me down. He was at the ballet, and now he knows where I live. He was smiling at me. It was fucking creepy. I stood with my arms crossed over my chest, still shaken to the bone even when I was with officers with guns. The first officer looked for a while before he turned to me. "If he was smiling at you, why is that creepy? That's friendly." "No," I snapped. "Trust me, it was creepy. He was at the theater a few nights ago, and now he's here. I've seen my neighbors across the street before. It's a young couple, and the guy looks nothing like that." The officer looked again before he turned to his partner. "We'll go across the street and see if there's been a break-in." He nodded, and they headed to the door. I was hot on their tail. "I'm coming too." "You'll need to stay here," the first officer said, "in case—" "I'm not staying in this apartment by myself until he's caught." They let me have my way because I was so shaken up, and we crossed the street and entered the building. After taking several flights of stairs, we approached the front door. I stood in the rear, letting them do their work. With one hand on his gun, he knocked. No response. He knocked again. "Police, open up!" He grabbed the handle and checked to see if it was locked. Then he turned to me. "Go in there." I threw my arms down. "He's in there." He exchanged a look with his partner before he turned back to me. "We can't just enter people's apartments without cause." The door opened and a man stood there. But not the man I'd seen. It was the husband I'd seen before. his eyes shifting back and forth between the officers. "Can I help you with something?" "What? Did you just get home?" The officers turned to me, wearing looks of annoyance. "No." He glanced at the officers before he turned back to me. "Just got out of the shower." I turned to the first officer. That means he could be in there. He could have been in there when he was in the shower. I knew what I'd seen. I didn't make it up. I wasn't crazy. I'd put my hand on the fucking Bible and swear on my dead parents. "Wait, who?" the guy asked. "What's she talking about?" "Nothing," the first officer said. "We're sorry to disturb you." "Wait," I rushed forward. "Can we do a quick search of your apartment? Please?" The officer placed his hand on my shoulder. "Constance, the door was locked." "So?" I snapped. "He broke in and locked the door on his way out?" the officer asked incredulously. He was there. I knew he was there. He was in this fucking apartment, taunting me. He could have gotten in through a window. "Constance." The officer squeezed my shoulder in an attempt to calm me. "There's no fire escape. So, unless he jumped out the window and fell 3 stories, there's no way in or out of this apartment. I saw him. He was there." I pushed his arm off. "He was at the theater, and then he was here." Tears started to stream from my eyes because this was all bullshit. I looked like a fucking crazy person when I was the sanest woman alive. The officer dismissed the tenant in the apartment, then directed me down the hallway. "Sometimes immense stress can make us see things that aren't really there. Are you having financial difficulties or—" "I'm not making it up." I had to lower my voice and steady myself so I wouldn't scream at the officers, who were just doing their jobs. I was infuriated that they didn't believe me. But I also understood why they didn't. Because I had no evidence. "Please, you have to believe me." I pressed my palms together and rested my hands against my lips, silently praying for someone to help me. The officer exchanged another look with his partner. "Look, I'll give you my personal cell number. Call me if it happens again. But if you call me and there's nothing, don't call me again." I didn't sleep for 2 days. I put cameras outside my apartment door and also across the street. That way, if the freak returned, I would have evidence. It had happened. It fucking happened. I got myself a knife that I carried on me at all times. I wasn't using pepper spray if that guy got close to me. I would stab him in the heart and go to jail for it. I'd rather spend a life sentence in jail for murder than let him touch me. I had my performance on Friday night, so I had to get some sleep. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to remember the dance moves. I considered letting my understudy take over, but if I didn't dance, I didn't get paid. And I'd already spent a lot of my savings on the camera system. But I had a feeling something would happen tonight. I just knew it. And if it did, I would call the police. I sat at my vanity and waited for the show to go on, looking in the mirror at my pale and sunken face. Bags hung under my eyes, and there was a lifeless look to my entire appearance. My sleepless nights were spent in anxiety, and my slumber was filled with nightmares. I stared at myself and suddenly remembered the man who had been here a week ago, asking about a woman and his daughter. She was a dancer. I'm a dancer. She's missing. And the police are of no help. I lifted my gaze and looked at my face in the mirror, staring at my own expression of disbelief. I gazed at my pained and disturbed expression, seeing all the emotions written on my face like words of a horror story. I had to find the man with the photo. Who was he? What was his name? Had he told me that? Why didn't I ask more questions? I left the vanity and turned to my stage manager. Mark, you remember that guy who was asking about a missing woman and child? He spoke into his headset, then flipped the mic up. What? The guy asking about his missing daughter. He was tall, blonde, attractive. Do you know his name? He still looked confused by the question. Do you realize we're about to go on in less than a minute, Constance? Can we talk about this later? Do you know his name or not? I snapped. Just answer the question. Now he truly looked irritated. Can you do this or not, Constance? Because I need to tell Lily to get her wings on if she's taking your place. The girls have told me you've been off lately. There's a guy who's been stalking me. I'm not off. I'm fucking afraid. Why didn't anyone take this seriously? I was an intelligent and pragmatic person whom people respected. But the second I voiced my concerns, people considered me unstable. A guy just came here looking for other girls who are missing. You don't find that to be a coincidence? He pulled the mic down and spoke to the technical team. Jim, give me a second. He flipped it up again. We'll talk about this later, all right? We have literally 30 seconds. We can track down this guy and do whatever the fuck you want. But I need your ass on that stage right now. Can you do that? I got what I wanted, so I finally let it go. I'm on it. He didn't appear during my solo. Now that Mark would help me track down the guy, I felt less terrified. All I had to do was find him. We'd head to the police, and then they would take me more seriously. One woman and her daughter were gone, and I'd be next if we didn't find a solution. The music halted as we finished the show, everyone taking their final poses, waiting for the applause to erupt. I stared into the sea of people, keeping my smile and my stance, my chest aching every time I breathed because the costume was tight, and I sucked in big breaths. Before the applause began, men stood up from their seats, all positioned on the aisles, all dressed in black, all standing out from the rest of the audience that remained seated. Because they wore cattle skulls on their heads. My smile immediately dropped, and so did my pose. Their arms were by their sides, rigid and still. And since the audience was focused on us, no one noticed the terrifying moment happening right in front of them. And the man with the smile was there too. Dead center. The rest of the audience rose to their feet and began to clap, whistling and cheering us on. The men in the cattle skulls walked off and headed to the exits, disappearing before anyone noticed. The man in the center remained, grinning widely at me, everyone around him applauding. His eyes on me. His smile was bigger than it had ever been. Look, right fucking there. I pointed at the cameras in the security room in the lobby of the ballet. What the fuck is this shit? Wearing animal skulls and then just ducking out? You're telling me this isn't messed up? The officer watched the playback a couple times, silently processing the information. You believe me now, huh? I pressed. I call this evidence. He played the feed over and over again, checking the different cameras and angles. There was never a good shot of the guy in the center of the theater, one that actually showed his face. I hate to break it to you, but guys wearing skulls doesn't give us a lot to go on. And the guy in the center can't make anything out. He changed the cameras. There are no recordings of these guys leaving through the entrances, so they must have slipped out a back way, where there are no cameras. But now people actually believe me. I wasn't overreacting. I wasn't making anything up in my head. There was some seriously disturbing shit going on, and it was aimed at me. What should I do now? Do you guys have a protective agency or someplace where I can hide? I took a seat and watched him click through the cameras again. He shook his head. I'm sorry, we don't. Maybe a couple officers who can accompany me wherever I go? I asked hopefully. He turned in his chair and looked at me. Not to be insensitive, but we aren't a private security company. Our job is to investigate crimes and solve them. Right now, there's no crime to solve. We have no idea what these guys want. Well, I doubt they want to give me a high five. I suggest you hire a private company if that will make you feel better. Oh, with what money? I asked incredulously. I'm a dancer. I barely make rent every month. Then stay with someone, he argued. And put them at risk? I snapped. You could leave the country, the other officer said. And go where? I asked. I've got barely 2,000 euros in my savings account. The first officer shrugged and looked through the feed. I'm sorry, Constance. Really, I am. I'd finally gotten these guys on the radar, but I was no closer to sleeping well at night. I had a couple friends, but there was no way they'd let me crash on their couch with this going on. And I wouldn't be able to live with myself if something happened to anyone because of me. Do you have that guy's name? The one with the missing woman and child? He was the only lifeline I had right now. He might be able to tell me something about how they disappeared. Or at least I could tell him that these weird-ass bull skulls were probably responsible for what happened. We could use each other to get what we wanted. The officer pulled out his notebook and ripped off the top sheet. Benton Marseille. He handed it to me. I looked at his name and flipped the paper over, looking for a number or an address. That's it? I can't hand out his personal information, he said. A name is all I can give you. A name was better than nothing. I could track him down with determination, perseverance, and the internet. Thanks. I didn't go home. Fuck that. Now that there was evidence and people believed I was being stalked by, I didn't even know what they were, a cult? I was even more terrified than I was before. This was real, 100% real, and not a Stephen King novel. This was my life. It was late, but I went to a coffee shop that was open 24 hours and used their Wi-Fi to do some digging on my phone. Benton Marseille didn't have a social media presence at all. The guy was off the map. I couldn't find him anywhere until I remembered his daughter's name. I looked up Claire Marseille and found information about her disappearance. There was a small article in the local newspaper with her picture. The contact information listed was for the police, but there was an email address listed for Benton. It seemed to be his work email, and he owned a construction company. After digging a bit more, I got an address. This guy did not want to be found, clearly, but he didn't hesitate to put out his information when it came to any leads for his missing daughter. I entered the address into Google Maps and left the coffee shop to go straight to his front door. I didn't care that it was 2 a.m. He wouldn't be angry when I told him everything. Together, we would find Claire and get these motherfuckers. I stepped outside and felt the cold air hit me in the face. My scarf kept my neck warm, but my eyes immediately smarted at the unexpected bite of the cold. I glanced up and down the street, but there were no cabs nearby, barely anyone on the road at all. With my eyes on my phone, I headed down the sidewalk, walking since his place was only a few blocks away. He lived in a nice area of Paris, so he must do really well with his construction company. I kept my eyes focused on my phone, so I didn't notice the person passing me. I accidentally bumped into their shoulder. Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I stepped to the side and felt the soreness in my shoulder because I'd hit them so hard. I turned to look at the guy I'd run into. He didn't have a face. He towered over me with a cattle skull on his head, covering his face completely except for his eyes. The light from the street reflected in his eyes, showing an expression devoid of all empathy. I jumped back, and the phone slipped from my hand, landing on the concrete with a distinguishable crack. "Get the fuck away from me, you fucking freak!" My back hit the wall behind me, and I pushed off it to run. But there were 2 more men walking toward me, both in skulls. They walked slowly, in no hurry whatsoever, like there was nowhere for me to go. There were 2 others on the sidewalk across the street, standing there and staring. One was on each corner. I was completely surrounded. I did the only thing I could do. I screamed, "Help! Help!" I sprinted into the road, trying to maneuver around them, away from the sidewalks, running into the night, screaming for my life. They moved toward me, all walking. And then I was surrounded. Someone had to hear me. "Help! Somebody fucking help me!" They came closer and closer, and I pulled the knife from my pocket. "Touch me, and I'll..." An arm wrapped around my neck and immediately choked me out. All I could see was the dark color of his sleeve, and his body was muscular underneath, hard as steel. The rest of the men slowly moved in as I gasped for breath, as I was forced to my knees in the middle of the road. My nails clawed through his sleeve and drew blood, but he didn't react to the cuts. He maintained his hold, didn't make a sound, and forced me farther down, making my vision blur because there was no oxygen to my brain. The last thing I saw was the circle of cattle skulls looking down at me, dark eyes peering at me, watching me with unblinking stares. Still as statues and silent like the night, they watched me fade away.
Chapter 1. Benton. I sat in the armchair in front of the fireplace, the cold night pressing up against the window that showed the rest of Paris in the distance. The fire released an occasional pop when the wood became too hot, and the sound was like a snap right next to my ear. With hooded eyes and an exhausted soul, I sat there, with emptiness inside my chest, Scotch, my only true company, even if I wasn't alone. My phone rang and vibrated next to my glass. Over and over it hummed, shifting slightly on the wood. I didn't answer. I didn't even look. "Shouldn't you get that?" Blue sat in the other armchair, shifting his chin away from the fire to look at me. Until he spoke, I'd forgotten he was there. The tone of his voice conveyed everything he never explicitly expressed in words. His pity. It rang again. I still didn't look at it. Blue kept his eyes on me, pausing, in the hope that I would reach for the phone and take the call. "It could be for Claire." I snatched the phone and threw it hard against the large mantel over the fireplace. It thudded hard, then landed on the floor, the screen cracking straight down the center. But the motherfucker continued to ring. "Cut the shit. She's gone. She's fucking gone, and we both know it. And we both know it." I launched myself out of the armchair and walked to the fire, staring at the flames that were identical to the ones that burned in my soul. My heart, body, and soul had descended to the pits of hell. My skin had been seared, and all that was left of me were my brittle bones. My hands gripped the mantel, and I leaned forward slightly, feeling the heat burn through my shirt and jeans. Blue kept his mouth shut this time. Grief lived in many different forms. In the beginning it emerged as wet tears, as heavy sobs that racked my chest and ribs. Then it turned into hope, because nothing in this world would stop me from getting my daughter back, not even Satan himself. Then it manifested into a lot of other things, mainly potent rage. "Are you certain this has nothing to do with the chasseurs?" I stared at the flames for a few more seconds, watching the way they moved inexplicably. Nothing but the combination of energy and mass. My hands left the mantel, and I turned around to look at Blue. "No. This wasn't a normal kidnapping. I've been out of the game for 7 years, Blue. I said goodbye to that life the second I knew about Claire. I didn't even know they were missing for days after their disappearance. Beatrice was supposed to drop off our daughter so I would have her for the weekend. She didn't show, and when that happened, I knew there was no chance. If a kidnapping wasn't solved within the first 3 days, it would never be solved. Blue bowed his head and rubbed his hands together. Then what's your solution, Benton? To give up? My eyes narrowed on his face, wanting to rip off his head and throw it into the flames. Never. I reported it to the police, walked the streets, and asked strangers if they recognized either one of them. I did all the detective work when the police failed to do it themselves. I asked old contacts if they knew anything about a serial kidnapper in the city, and none of them did. Every time I found a new leaf to turn over, there was nothing underneath. And every time I felt a little hope that I might find my little girl, it was short-lived. My hope was repeatedly smashed with a sledgehammer, and every time I tried to regain hope, it was weaker and weaker. They might know something. I didn't leave on good terms. Does it matter? I held his gaze and felt the hope in my heart once more, which was a dangerous thing to feel, especially for me, when my daughter was my whole life. I'd sell my soul to the devil for eternity to get her back. There was nothing I wouldn't give for her, nothing, not a goddamn thing. No. The catacombs of Paris possessed a dark history. In the 18th century, the cemeteries overflowed, so the dead were compacted in the network of tunnels that stretched over 2 miles deep underground. Parisians walking directly overhead without knowledge. The Parisian government turned it into a tourist attraction until the chasseurs bought it. Now it belonged to one of the most ruthless criminal organizations in Paris. The government lined their pockets with cash and looked the other way. I entered the catacombs through the secret tunnel Parisians were oblivious to, and made my way through the graveyard of 6 million people. Crosses made of stone were in the walls, an arrangement of skulls permanently lining the pathways. Torches lit the way in the dark, casting shadows in the deepest crevices. Iron gates were still erected from where prisoners were kept, and the ceiling expanded over large rooms before they became confined once more. It was cold and drafty, the sun never piercing these deep caves. Voices grew louder and louder as I approached, entering the large underground cavern that once held concerts long ago. It was the pinnacle of the catacombs, the grand finale for the journey. Tables were placed in the room where the men sat and drank. Some held weapons while others held drugs. At the front of the room were 2 large thrones, made of skulls taken from the dead. The men turned to look at me. Some recognized me, some didn't. One of the thrones was occupied while the other was empty. With his knees apart, one elbow on the armrest, and his fingers resting against his jawline, he stared me down. His brown eyes stuck on me like a scope of a sniper. He was still, like the dead that made up his throne. Conversation slowly died away, as the tone of the room changed, as their leader wordlessly commanded silence. My footfalls echoed in the cavern because it was too quiet. I moved past the tables and stopped a respectable distance from the man I'd once known as a brother, Bartholomew. He kept his position, regarding me with steady eyes. His dark hair perfectly styled like he could attend a dinner party at a moment's notice. His long-sleeved black shirt was tight on his muscular body, his black jeans the same. Military-style black boots were on his feet, one ankle resting on the opposite knee. His eyes were just as dark as the rest of him, steady on my face, interrogating me with his look. Then a slow smile crept onto his lips. Gradually, more of his teeth emerged, and his lips curled. A look of mirth came into his gaze, appreciating this moment because of how savory it was. Benton, this is a pleasure, truly. I had no pride, not anymore. Not for me. His grin widened. Yes, I surmised. He rested both arms down on the armrests and gripped the skulls at the very ends, his fingers stretching over the face that had once been a person. He owned the dead in these catacombs, and now he owned me. Make your request, Just know that it comes at a price. I didn't ask for the price because it didn't matter what he wanted in return. If he could help me. Claire was taken 2 weeks ago. No leads. He cocked his head slightly as he listened to my plea, his brown eyes absorbing everything I said and didn't say. Ironic. You turn your back on us for your daughter, but you lose her anyway. I inhaled a deep breath and steadied the impulse to launch myself and snap his neck with a single twist of my hands. Please. His grin was gone, and now his coldness remained. The seasons changed in an instant, the summer heat turning into frost-bitten winter. I allowed you to break your commitment and keep your life. Haven't I done enough? His tone deepened into an icy threat, echoing my betrayal as a reminder to me, as if I'd forgotten, and the men who listened in attentive silence. My arms were still by my sides, my breath even, my heart running at a steady pace, because there was no threat that could frighten me in this state of mind. The only reason I wanted to live was so I could find my daughter. Get Claire back. My life will be payment for your generosity. Bartholomew let the silence linger for a long time, my offer floating in the air between us. He disappeared into the throne, becoming one with the stone, dead, like the 6 million souls that lived in these walls, but simultaneously alive. And if she's already dead? I dropped my chin instantly, wincing in pain at the assumption that I never allowed myself to consider. My heart struggled through every beat. My lungs struggled to draw breath. My eyes watered at the image of my little girl in my head. My whole fucking world. Then take my life. Because I don't want to live anyway.
Chapter 2. Constance. When I opened my eyes, I sucked in a deep breath. So deep that it felt like the first one I'd taken since the last time I was conscious. I died and came back to life. But I wasn't sure if I wanted to be alive. My body jolted upright, and I looked down at the bed that supported me. A soft comforter was underneath my fingertips, pure white, fluffy, and clean. My chin lifted, and I looked at the head of the bed, where there was a display of white pillows on a gray headboard. A string of white lights was on the wall above it, looking like Christmas lights. Where the fuck am I? I stood up and felt the furry white rug underneath my feet, the tufts sliding between my toes. I took a look around and saw a golden harp in the corner, along with a stool next to it. The windows showed a forest outside, brown earth with patches of grass and weeds. It was quiet, just the sound of my breathing keeping me company. There was an opening that led to another bedroom, another white bed, another harp. I moved around the foot of the bed I'd been in and approached the bookshelf that was full of books, not a single space left open on the shelves. I scanned the titles. Holiness, The Path to Absolution. Redemption, A Spiritual Road for Sinners. Divinity, The Way of the Angels. What is this? I turned to look at the nightstand and saw the Bible sitting there. The room had hardwood floors and light-colored furniture, and when I opened the dresser, I saw women's clothing, all in white. Inside the closet, I found white dresses on hangers, with white angel wings attached to each garment. Oh. This is bad. This is really bad. A quiet whisper came from behind me. Mom, she's awake. I turned on the spot and saw a young girl standing in the archway that separated my bedroom from the others. She had long blonde hair, blue eyes, and large gaps between her teeth. I recognized her immediately. Claire. The girl stiffened immediately, her eyes wide when I guessed correctly. Are you really an angel? An angel? That was when I noticed she was wearing all white. White pants and a long-sleeved white shirt. No. My name is Constance. Mom? She went into the other room and disappeared from my sight. This lady knows my name. She must be an angel. What the fuck was happening right now? I stayed in my place near the bookshelf and didn't go after her. For the first time in my life, I had no idea what to do. The world around me was a false reality, and my brain simply couldn't process what I was experiencing. It couldn't form connections or patterns. It couldn't logically explain any of it. Footsteps sounded, and then a woman stepped into my room, wearing white jeans and a white shirt, her brown hair in curls down one shoulder, a slight hint of glitter in the fabric of her clothes. Her eyelashes were thick with makeup, and there was a touch of glitter to her cheeks. She had an ethereal glow because she was a stunning woman. I recognized her too. Beatrice. She stilled when she heard her own name. Her eyes narrowed, and her beauty faded as the consternation took up residence in her face. Claire came up behind her and peeked around her body to look at me. After a few breaths, she spoke. How do you know our names? Benton is looking for you. Beatrice drew a deep breath when she heard that name. How do you know Benton? She inched closer to me but kept her guard up, as if she didn't understand her reality either. Seeing this woman somehow brought me comfort, when it should only bring me fear. I was in the same situation as they were, and I would probably never get out. But knowing she was real, that she and Claire were in the same room with me right now, made me feel less alone. She wasn't covered in bruises and scars. She didn't have a cattle skull on her head. He's looking for both of you. I'm a ballet dancer, and he came backstage after a performance and asked everyone if we'd seen you. Daddy is looking for us? Claire stepped out from behind her mother. Beatrice's arm moved around her daughter's shoulders. I looked into her eyes and saw the hope, the beautiful brightness of her gaze, the innocence of a child. Yeah, he is. Claire looked up at her mother. He'll find us, Mom. Daddy is the smartest person in the world. I know he'll find us. She rubbed her daughter's back and gave a nod, but she didn't have the same hope in her eyes that her daughter did. She still looked pained, her beautiful features washed away by her fear. But she said what her daughter wanted her to hear. I'm sure he will, honey. What is this place? I didn't fire off my questions right away, not when Claire was around. The bedroom might be beautiful and the girls looked healthy, but I wasn't stupid enough to believe we'd truly stepped into heaven. Beatrice sat on the bed beside me, her hair falling down her chest to her stomach because it was so long. She glanced into the other room to see Claire sitting up in bed with a book in her lap. She watched the girl for a moment before she turned back to me and whispered her answer. I have no idea. Have you been outside? No, but we're in the middle of a forest or something. I have no idea what our location is. Not even sure if we're still in France. How long did it take you to get here? I was knocked out cold. Claire too? No, they didn't drug her. But she can't really give me any descriptions either. I didn't remember a single aspect of my journey here. I'd collapsed in the street, and that was the last thing I remembered. I had no recollection of how I arrived, or if it was by car or plane. They must have injected me with something strong to keep me under so deeply. So what did they want with us? I feared the worst. That we would be raped, beaten, and possibly sold to someone elsewhere. I honestly don't know. She kept her eyes on the floor, the stress visible in the corners of her eyes and the purse of her lips. We got here maybe 2 weeks ago. but I don't know how much time has passed, so it might be more like a week. They bring us food, and they kind of just leave us alone in here. I haven't been outdoors yet. All I've seen is the view outside the windows. So, they haven't... My eyes glanced at Claire. They haven't touched her. Either of us, actually. While that made me feel better, I wasn't naive to assume the conditions would stay that way. What do they want with us? I turned to look at my open closet, where the white garments hung with the wings attached. What's with all the white? The books on the shelf? Your daughter asked if I was an angel. Why? I turned back to her. Her eyes stayed down, as if she were already lifeless when our fight hadn't even begun. They think we're angels. I stared at her blankly, not understanding the words coming out of her mouth. What? She lifted her chin and looked at me. Like actual angels? She nodded. Like from heaven? I asked incredulously. Yes. The new show my ballet company performed was about angels, an angel expelled from heaven to live a normal life on earth. I was the star angel because I was the best dancer, and I had those heavy wings attached to me every night of the show. But that was all just a production. Was that why this happened? They watched me on stage and assumed it was real? They took me because of the show. Me too. She glanced at her daughter again, making sure she was busy reading before she turned back to me. So if they think we're angels, real angels, what do they want from us? Her arms gently crossed over her chest, and she stared at the floor once again, her beautiful face tight in sadness. She rubbed one of her arms as if she was cold. Forgiveness. They want us to forgive them. For their sins. There was no knock before the door opened. A woman stepped inside my room with a tray in her hands, holding herself with a posture so rigid she didn't seem real. I'd been sitting on the bed when she barged into my quarters. There were books around me because I wanted to understand why they'd left them in my room. To learn more about these strange people who thought I was literally from heaven. I jerked slightly at the sight of her and gripped one of the books in my hand, ready to slam it down on her skull if she came too close to me. She was roughly my age, a blonde woman with green eyes. There was a table against the wall with 2 chairs, so she set the wooden tray on the surface. She looked normal, a petite woman who didn't cover her face with a skull. But if she were normal, she wouldn't be in a place like this, whatever the fuck this place was. She straightened, then turned to me, her hands clasped in front of her waist. She stared for several seconds, regarding me with an absorbent gaze, taking in my features. She was in black jeans and a long-sleeved black shirt, dressed the way the rest of the men were. The longer she looked at me, the colder her stare became, her mouth even pressing together in a distinctive frown. Without asking me a single question or even hearing my voice, she'd decided she hated me. Loathed me. You aren't in white. I glanced down at my clothes, seeing the denim jeans and the long-sleeved purple sweater I'd been wearing when I was taken. There had also been a scarf, but that had disappeared. I had just been relieved to see I was still clothed when I woke up, that someone hadn't touched me without my consent. Her anger intensified. Change. I looked at her again, my skin prickling at the command. She took a step closer to me, her eyes fierce. Discard your earthly form and embrace your ethereal truth. Total nut job. You don't need to hide your identity here. We know exactly who you are. Her voice lowered, and not once in this standoff did she blink. As if she'd put numbing medication in her eyes. She didn't need to close her eyes to fight the dryness. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid? I knew I should hold my tongue because I was at the mercy of this situation, and it wasn't smart to provoke anyone or anything. But her statement was absolutely ludicrous. You've taken me from my home and locked me up in here. Your home is heaven, which you left willingly. Psycho. And you aren't locked in here. The door is unlocked. Always. I hadn't even checked. My head turned to the door, the slab of wood that no longer confined me to this place. Did Beatrice know the door was unlocked? Then I can just leave? Yes. What was I missing? So I can just head back to where I came from? Theoretically. There was a catch here. I just didn't know what it was. Your immortality allows you to do things the rest of us can't. None of us can leave and survive. Yep, there was a catch. Put on your wings. She moved to the divide in the room that led to Beatrice's. Her hand slipped inside the wall, and she pulled 2 solid pieces of wood toward the middle and locked the door in place. She slipped the key into her pocket, then turned back to me. Why? I continued to grip the book in my hand so I could knock her out if she came too close. Because an angel needs her wings. Bitch, I'm not an angel. I'm just a person that you kidnapped. That stiff expression never relaxed, her fingers interlocking firmly, her skin stretching because she gripped herself so tightly. Don't make me retrieve them. You won't like what they will do to you. It hurts us all to hurt an angel, but sometimes we must. Who's them? She stepped closer to me, her shoulders back and her head held high, like she was some kind of royalty in this godforsaken place. The malevolent. I pictured the men with the cattle skulls on their heads, faceless beings that did the grunt work for the man who grinned at me. They weren't figments of my imagination, but real nightmares that crawled out of the darkness underneath your bed and grabbed you by the ankle. These monsters were real. Their slowness and their silence disturbed me. They didn't seem to be from this world, and that terrified me. The threat was enough to quiet my fight. She seemed to realize that. He's ready to see you. Now my heart pounded harder. The sound of drums in my ears, the weakness emerging in both of my hands. Flashbacks hit me all at once. His face across the street, standing right up against the window with that smile. His eyes reflected the stage lights as he stood in the middle of the auditorium. His evil presence silencing the protests of the people in the neighboring seats. Who's he? I asked the question without needing the answer. His face was permanently ingrained in my mind, and even if I'd never been taken, he would still be the star of my nightmares. She stared down at me for a long time, her lips pressing harder together until they were just a thin line on her face. Your demon. Her body was so rigid it didn't seem like she needed to take a breath, like she was a living statue that had no bodily necessities. Fornius. Chapter 3. Constance. The cold hit me in the face the second I stepped outside and into the elements. It was dark, moonlight shining down through the branches of the trees overhead. Stars blanketed the sky, so visible and brilliant that I had to be hundreds of miles away from Paris. The only sounds I could distinguish were the crackling flames from the fires lit throughout the area. Small wooden buildings were spaced throughout the clearing, small cabins nestled in the privacy of the forest. A slight breeze moved through my hair and kept it behind my shoulders. The fabric of my white dress was light and soft to the touch, made of high-quality cashmere. It was tight around my waist and flared out toward the bottom, and the same happened with the sleeves. I was barefoot, and there had been no shoes in my closet. The fabric of the dress dragged behind me as I took the steps down to the earth at the bottom. My feet immediately felt the coldness of the ground. The dress was light, but the wings were heavy. They stretched out far behind me, rising above my height and then curving back down again. They were made of a combination of silk and goose feathers, so intricate that they had to have been made by hand. It wasn't a cheap Halloween costume that you bought at a party store to go trick-or-treating. This was the real deal. The woman led the way, her hands clamped together as she glided across the earth. It was a lot to take in at once. In the center of the clearing was a large stone statue of a woman dressed the same way I was, with the wings on her back, with her head held high in grace. Beneath her were demons, all reaching their hands up to touch her. They were disfigured monsters with claws and tails, all depicted as pained and vicious creatures. There was a circle of torches around it to illuminate it as the centerpiece of this place. Goosebumps formed on my arms as we drew near and saw the details up close. The angel was clearly revered, and the monsters wanted her. I stopped on the path to stare, even though I wished I'd never seen it in the first place. The demons were different sizes, some small like a child, while others could perch on her shoulder. The woman stopped when she realized I was no longer behind her, even though she didn't turn around to look at me. "Beautiful, isn't it?" She turned her head slightly, her cheek partially visible. I turned back to her, my eyes incredulous. "That's an interesting way to describe it." We continued through the clearing and reached a cobblestone path. There was too much to take in all at once, and there was no sign to give me any indication of where I was. I was just nowhere. My eyes turned to scan the darkness, and that was when I noticed them. The men in the skulls. The malevolent. They were posted in front of the buildings and at the edge of the clearing, standing so still they looked like statues. And that was why I hadn't noticed them before. Dressed in all black with the skulls covering their faces, they remained motionless, only turning their heads to watch us go. She approached a post that had a torch in one of the slots, so she took it and raised it high as she continued to guide me, bringing me farther into the trees and the buildings, passing more statues that were illuminated by flames. It was a long walk, one that never seemed to end. In the distance to the left, I could make out gravestones under the light from distant torches. Slabs were in the earth, in a line, marking where their dead lay. Were they demons? Or angels? She halted in front of a building larger than the others, several stories tall, with a domed roof. There were no windows, unlike the traditionally built cabins sprinkled throughout the woods. The place had a different energy than the rest of the clearing, a gentle hum that seemed inaudible and in my head, but real nonetheless. She slid the torch into the post outside, the flames feeding off the gasoline soaked into the tip. She stepped to the side of the main double doors, then raised her hand to direct me to go inside. I stared at her, watched the flames dance across her face. "Who are you?" She didn't wear a skull like the others, and the malevolent seemed to be exclusively men based on their height. But I couldn't confirm that completely without actually seeing their faces. She wasn't an angel. So what was her purpose in a place like this? "Rebecca." "Okay. Then what are you?" I'd never asked another person a question like that because a distinction had never been required. People were people, with no variation. But in this world, there seemed to be a difference, a hierarchy. I wasn't sure where angels fit on that hierarchy, but I hoped it wasn't at the bottom. Her clasped hands dropped to her waist, and her green eyes were bright like the fire that burned overhead. I'm a humble servant to hell. Hell. That's what this place is called. Our home. Oh. Fuck. Why? She raised her hand and indicated to the door. Don't keep Fornius waiting. What does he want with me? She held her silence with her hand raised. Is he going to hurt me? Nothing. Rebecca, why are you doing this? Don't tempt the beast inside him. He's like you, looking like a mortal on this plane of existence, but underneath, his true form resides. It is a sin to hurt an angel, but if provoked, he will commit those sins, and the beast will grow. I wanted to turn around and sprint through the trees, screaming at the top of my lungs until someone found me. But I didn't believe it would be that simple. I believed the malevolent were there to hunt us if we ran. What other reason would they have for being there? With no shoes and no plan, I had no options. I had to go inside and face my demons, literally. The darkness was pierced by hundreds of white candles. They illuminated the rows of seats that faced the rear of the building. A large statue stood in the back, various angels surrounded by a cacophony of demons, reaching for them, but always too far away. There was a white throne in the center of the room, far too large for an average person. Beside it was a black throne, made of reflective iron and with jagged edges. They faced each other, a table covered with candles between them. An iron chandelier above that contained glimmering candles as well. I didn't take a step forward because my senses were overwhelmed by the aesthetics. The row of seats reminded me of a church, but the black iron made me feel as if I were in an archaic place, in a different time. There was a bad energy that absorbed into my skin, made me feel the terror all the way up to my throat. A man stood in front of a statue dressed in all black, his back to me. I hadn't noticed him before. It was as if he appeared out of nowhere, but that wasn't possible. I knew what his face looked like. I knew when he turned around, he would give me that eerie smile. I knew it would shake me down to my soul. I decided that I would rather run deep into the woods than face this psychopath. So I turned back to the door and grabbed the knob. It wouldn't turn. That bitch had locked me in there. I put all my weight down on the knob and tried to turn it before slamming my body into the wood. Careful. He didn't raise his voice, but it somehow traveled across the room and reached my ears. Your wings. He pronounced every syllable unnecessarily, making his pattern of speech just as bizarre as his face. He also seemed to make a hiss with his S's, as if he was trying to mimic the sound of a snake. I rested my cheek against the wood and breathed through a mixture of exhaustion and terror. When I saw him in the audience at my show, I should have just used my credit card and bought a plane ticket to anywhere. Even Antarctica would be just fine. Why was I stupid enough to believe that the police would be a match for these psychopaths? I should have followed my instincts and left Paris. Angel. Come here. I pushed off the door, then looked down the aisle where he continued to stand. I'm not an angel. And you aren't a demon. There was a long stretch of silence, his body rigid and still just like Rebecca's. I disagree. He turned around and faced me, looking at me for the first time without that smile plastered on his face. His eyes were serious and haunted, and without his smile, he looked deeply disturbed, as if he was on the verge of a breakdown. He raised his hand and indicated to the white throne. "Please, join me." He moved to the black throne and slowly lowered himself into the chair, his knees apart, his hands gripping the jagged edges. His head was turned my way, and he kept that dark stare pinned on me. I discreetly scanned the room for a weapon, like an iron bar. Something I could wield to smack him down and crack his head on the stone statue behind him. Death wasn't something I should have the right to grant anyone, but even without knowing anything real about this guy, I knew he deserved to be buried in the graveyard I'd seen on the way here. His stare remained. I moved down the aisle between the rows of chairs, my dress dragging behind me, my wings shifting slightly with my movements. The chandelier above cast a glow on top of the thrones. I stopped several feet away from him, getting a better look at his face. He had deep brown hair, a cleanly shaven jawline, brown eyes, and a powerful build that told me I had no chance against him in hand-to-hand combat. I would need a weapon to defeat him. The oddest thing about him was his attractiveness. He was a handsome man when he didn't wear that strange smile and when he didn't speak. Why would a good-looking young man be out here, in the middle of nowhere, claiming to be a demon, when he could join the rest of society and enjoy his youth? I looked at the white throne, which seemed to be made of birchwood, a pale, smooth color with occasional dark striations, like slices on your forearm from an old cut. The flames from the candles were silent. There was no draft of any kind, and the air felt old, like it had been trapped inside since the place had been built, along with all the disturbing shit that happened here. His eyes watched my movements, blinking only on the rarest of occasions. His look was deep, like his eyes were a dry sponge and I was a basin full of water. He absorbed me more the closer I came, but he was never saturated with my appearance. He constantly needed more. I gripped the armrests and lowered myself into the chair. The large wings behind me made it impossible to lean back. And now I understood why the chair was so large. Because it was made for an angel. There didn't seem to be any imminent danger, but that didn't slow my frantically beating heart. It was like a hummingbird trapped in my chest, working hard to fly out of my body and to the sky. I looked at the interior of the room from a new perspective, imagining the malevolent sitting in the rows staring at the thrones, faces hidden behind their skulls. I stared at everything but him, afraid to look at his face once more. A part of me was convinced this entire experience was a dream, except for the fact that I never woke up. He straightened in the chair and leaned forward slightly, his elbows moving to the edges of the armrests, his hands coming together. His eyes were on me, and slowly that grin stretched on his face. "You are beautiful." If this chair weren't so heavy, I would have picked it up and slammed it on his head. I redirected my gaze and didn't look at him because that smile was so fucking creepy. It was creepier than this room, than the thrones, than the statue. Touch me and I'll kill you. Touch you. His voice turned low, only speaking loud enough for me to barely hear what he said. Angel. All I want is your forgiveness. All I want is to confess my sins and exhume my soul. All I want is a chance to be human. My eyes shifted back to him, relieved that the smile was gone, replaced by his serious expression once more, which was far less terrifying. He looked human again. You are human. His smile was demonic and his soul was evil, but he was human. I used to be. I am no longer. He bowed his head, large hands interlocked, taking a moment of quiet, as if to silently cast his regret. I felt like a priest in a confessional, but his sins would never be absolved. Not just because I wasn't a qualified priest, but because this wasn't religion. There was no God here. This was a fucking cult. They'd paid for the buildings and the statues with money, and they had to earn that money somehow. They were criminals, and not just because they were kidnappers and committing crimes against humanity, but because they had to be selling something to finance this freak show. I held my silence because I was utterly powerless. He wasn't snatching my purse on the street and would go down with a swift kick to the groin. I couldn't scream for help and people would come running. This was much bigger than me, and I had to do whatever was necessary to survive until I figured out a plan. I've waited a long time for you. He lifted his chin again and looked at me. I've waited a long time for a path to redemption. I need the grace of an angel to take me back to the light and make me into a man again.
Chapter 4. Benton. I grabbed the bottle and refilled my glass, hearing the tap of the decanter against the crystal. The brown liquid swirled around before it went still, like a black pool of death. The decanter returned to the table, nearly empty because I used scotch as a pain medication for my soul. Opioids for the heart. Should you contact him? He left his chair and grabbed the decanter from the coffee table. He carried it into the kitchen and emptied it down the sink before leaving it empty on the counter. I stayed on the couch and stared at the fire. You think that'll stop me? The only thing that mattered to me had been taken, and now I had nothing left, except scotch. No. Blue came back into the living room. But I can. I released a painful chuckle because it was so false that no amount of truth was needed to deny it. There was no reason to keep my mind sharp like a tack, my body ready for a demolition, because I'd explored every thread of hope to endless dead ends. What was the purpose of being ready for a battle that I couldn't find? Blue sat down again. Should we go back to the chasseurs? No. It's been a few days. I'd be suspicious if it took less than a few days. This isn't a restaurant where you call to see if your order is ready for pickup. If Bartholomew has something to say, he'll say it. I tipped the glass and took another drink, my eyes irritated because they were dry from constantly being open and staring, looking at the fire and feeling the heat burn the moisture away. Blue turned quiet, shifting his gaze to the fire, his hands clasped. What did they want in return? I stared down into my glass and gave it a gentle shake, seeing the colors change as it swirled. moving from a deep black to slightly brown. Money. I lifted my glass once more, letting the coolness touch my bottom lip before the liquid came. My eyes returned to the fire, the only company I really had since Claire had disappeared. Blue turned back to me, his eyes slightly narrowed, slightly suspicious, but he didn't dare challenge me. I wasn't in the mood for it. His gaze lasted a while before it shifted forward, looking toward the kitchen and the dining room. When his shoulders tightened and he cleared his throat, I knew we weren't alone. He rose to his feet and silently excused himself. His footsteps moved across the hardwood floor, across the house, and then out the front door. His exit was audible, but Bartholomew's entrance was silent. The glass returned to the table, and I rose to my feet to look at the man to whom I'd once pledged my eternity. Through the dark streets, through the knife fights, through the endless battles, we stood shoulder to shoulder. Trust took a lifetime to earn, but a second to lose. His dark eyes were fixed on my face, dressed in black, with a black leather jacket on top. His military-style boots shone in the light coming from the hearth, and his dark eyes did the same. His stare was steady and unreadable, because he kept every thought encased in his cold exterior. The only way for someone to know what he was thinking was if he chose to tell you, and that happened rarely. I pulled the air into my lungs and felt my chest expand, but I felt winded at the same time, like I never really had a full breath. The grief had destroyed my body. It wasn't visible on the surface to anyone who looked at me, but my heart was about to give out from the chronic pain. My lungs could never fully expand to give me what I needed, and my brain was fried from the nightmares. I didn't ask how he'd found me. I didn't ask how he got into my impenetrable apartment without making a sound. None of that mattered, because the only thing that did matter was whatever he was about to tell me. The silence lasted an eternity, because he spent more time thinking about his words than actually expressing them. I found her. I took my first true breath since I'd realized my daughter was gone. My hand clutched my chest, and I couldn't hide my reaction from him. I couldn't keep it inside. Relief hit me, knowing there was hope, that I would get my girl back. Nothing would stand in my way. Where? Bartholomew had no reaction to my emotional response. Tell me. It's complicated. Tell me. I stepped toward him, my hands tightening into fists and making my knuckles ache from all the old injuries I'd sustained at his side. He didn't flinch at my outburst, didn't even blink. Hell took her. My chest started to rise and fall harder, processing those words without meaning. When Fender left the game, he abandoned that camp out there near the Alps. Shortly afterward, it was claimed by a new group, Hell. When I left the chasseurs, I became a contractor. I started my own company and adopted a quiet life for Claire. The world had changed since I'd left, and now I was in the dark. I had no idea who Hell was. Who are they? A cult, basically. Fuck. They believe angels walk among us, and there's a path to their redemption. They take women they believe to be divine. They believe to have invisible wings, who are so beautiful they're ethereal. That's all I know. They must have spotted Beatrice in her ballet and took her. My daughter was with her, and they decided to take her too. My little girl was stuck in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of psychopaths that had no grip on reality. Tell me the way. I'd ride on horseback or take a chopper and find Hell, get Beatrice and Claire, and burn it to the ground. Bartholomew continued his hard stare. Well, that's where it gets complicated. It's not complicated to me. They're a large group. At the camp alone, there must be hundreds. They're heavily armed, and they've got allies. I'm not asking for your help, Bartholomew. I would get my girl back on my own. A bunch of psychopaths wasn't going to stop me. They could be heavily armed, but it wouldn't make a difference, because I was fucking bulletproof. Then you'll die. And she'll die too. I sucked in a breath through my clenched teeth and winced in pain, dropping my chin to stare at the floor, needing a moment to push the image out of my head, of her lifeless eyes. I refused to bury my daughter. I refused to outlive her. I refused to let anything happen to her. They're a bunch of freaks, but they are smart freaks. We negotiate first. No, I will kill them all. They deal LSD. They've got friends in high places. No pun intended. We've managed to coexist peacefully up until this point. Not going to disturb that for a kid. I huffed and puffed in immediate anger, wanting to dismantle his frame piece by piece, arms and legs, fingers and toes, until there was nothing but a spine left behind. She's not a kid, she's my daughter. With no sympathy whatsoever, he stared at me. You shouldn't have had her in the first place. You had a way out, and you didn't take it. None of this would be happening right now if you just let Beatrice get that abortion. Fuck. My entire body clenched, my teeth grinding hard together before they opened again and let the spit fly out. You... My clenched hand slammed down through the air and failed to hit a target because he was the one person I couldn't strike. He was the only lifeline I had right now. Don't you ever fucking say that to me again. I'm sorry that I broke my vow, but I'm not sorry that I had Claire. I'll never be sorry for that. Ever.
Chapter 5. Constance. I sat on the bed with the book open in my hands. The Tale of Demons. I looked through the table of contents and saw a name that stuck out to me. Fornius. I flipped through the pages until I found that chapter in the center of the book. The books were printed and bound in a traditional fashion, but there was no publisher information, no ISBN, nothing. Did they write these themselves? I read through the information. Fornius, the great Marquis of Hell, is loved by both his friends and his foes. A member of the Order of Thrones, and once a member of the Angels. Fornius is the expert in rhetoric and languages. And his name is derived from oven, because he embodies the heat of the flames of hell. He has 29 legions of demons under his rule, and is the ruler of the malevolent, granting elevation of man to demon to those who earn it. I've got to get out of here. The door opened and Rebecca stepped inside, dressed in black like Fornius and the Malevolent. She glided forward and stopped several feet away from me. You're conducting your studies. Good. My studies? I'm just trying to figure out how fucking crazy all of you are. Her lips pressed tightly together, and her eyes seemed to burn with flames. You're immortal. You're the light. You're the way. Appreciate the gift you've been given by God. I'm not an angel. I slammed the book shut. I'm just a person that you stole. I was living my life like a normal person until you freaks decided to take me. You took my life when it wasn't yours. What the fuck is wrong with you? Rebecca was still, turning ice cold, her eyes widening, curling her bottom lip into her mouth to chew. You have no idea how lucky you are. You have no idea the gift that's been bestowed upon you. You have no idea the sacrifice someone would make to have the divinity you have. I suggest you appreciate it. I didn't even bother refuting her insanity anymore. This woman was more than brainwashed. It was as if she'd had a brain transplant. She walked to the bookcase and pulled out a book before handing it to me. I didn't take it. Her eyes turned steely at my disobedience before she set the book on the bedspread beside me. You will practice the harp every night and prepare for Fornius. Prepare what for Fornius? And what is his real name? Music. She never answered the second question. I glanced at the harp before I looked at her again. I have no idea how to play the harp. Then learn. She stepped back and approached the door. "I'm here to guide you to worship." She raised her hand and gestured to the door, moving with forced elegance that was just ominous. "I don't worship Satan. Nor do we." I hadn't left my room since my interaction with Fornius. All we'd had was a conversation, but it disturbed me so greatly that I didn't want to leave my quarters. The door to Beatrice's room had stayed locked, so I hadn't seen her. I shuffled between two different feelings, fear and bravery. Sometimes I found the strength to speak my mind, but at other times, I was too scared to move an inch. I knew this place wasn't really hell, but sometimes my mind actually believed it was because it was so traumatic. "Allow me to guide you to worship." I didn't want to go anywhere with this bitch. "I'm good." "You need to pray with the other angels." Other angels? All I'd seen was Beatrice and Claire. There were others? Women like me? Yes, angels. That was tempting. All right. I set the book aside and moved to the door. She didn't move. "Your wings." I stilled and stared her down. "You can't enter the church without your wings." I was eager to see the others, so I didn't make a fuss. I put them on and followed her at a distance. It was daylight now, but that didn't make the place any less menacing. Now I could see the thick trees all around us, hear the silence of isolation. There were statues everywhere, torches that burned even in the daylight. I looked through the trees to see the distant landscape, the flatness that continued on forever, the far-off view of the mountains hundreds of miles away. The malevolent were there, posted in the same places as that night. They watched me, slowly turning their heads the farther I went. So fucking ghoulish I couldn't even describe it. We moved down the cobblestone path and between the different cabins that showed no occupants inside. There were sculptures and statues along the way, crosses made of wood and leaves posted outside the buildings. Now that it was midday, I could make out the area better. It was expansive, and the farther we moved into the tree line, the more it rose slightly, leading us to a higher elevation. I could see the church where Fornius met me nights ago, a building with no windows. Rebecca turned down a different path and took me closer to the graveyard. There was a white building there, this one with windows, a cross mounted at the top. As we came closer, I looked at the headstones that had nothing etched into the surfaces, but the rise in the earth told me there were bodies buried there. Who's in the graves? Rebecca stopped several feet away from the main entrance and turned to face me. "Angels are the only ones permitted inside this church. It's a place of worship and prayer. It's the place where angels can ask the Lord for forgiveness for your demon." Forgiveness? Huh. I'd get right on that. "Fornius can't come in here?" "No." "You can't come in here?" Subtle irritation moved into her gaze. "No." The first sign of good news. Not the malevolent? This time she ignored the question and walked away, moving past me and back down the cobblestone pathway to the main part of the camp. After I watched her go, I turned back to the door. Then I jumped several feet into the air because the malevolent appeared. They hadn't been there a moment ago, but now they stood a few feet away from the building, wearing their cattle skulls. My eyes shifted as I looked at each one of them, and they looked back at me, watching me from a distance of 20 feet, reminding me that they were always there, even if I couldn't see them. One of them could have been responsible for taking me from Paris. Or maybe all of them. Fucking freaks. I flipped them the bird before I opened the door and stepped inside, feeling brave since they couldn't follow me in there. I stepped inside the church, which reminded me of my bedroom because the rows of seats were white and made of birchwood. The chandeliers were elegant and ornate, lit by electricity rather than candles. The windows allowed the natural light to come inside and brighten the room, making it feel like a haven compared to the rest of the place. Except for the faces in the windows. The malevolent stood there and stared inside, still, just watching me. You couldn't make this shit up. I stared back at them for a while, hoping my hostility would break their eye contact. It didn't. I looked forward again and started to move down the aisle toward the front. There were 2 women there, dressed like me, on their knees before the large cross at the front of the room. With their palms together, they looked like they were truly praying. One woman sat alone in the row, facing straight ahead, her wings flattened against the chair behind her, because she didn't bend them first so she could sit. She clearly didn't give a damn. My kind of girl. I moved down the aisle and took a seat beside her. Can you believe this shit? She turned her head toward me, long brown hair like mine. Her eyes slightly lifeless, like Beatrice's. No. Her eyes shifted past me and looked out the windows. I followed her stare and looked at the skull heads pressed to the glass to watch us. I turned back to her with my eyes wide with incredulity. You get used to it. She extended her hand to me. Laura. I shook her hand. Constance. She turned her head to look at the front. I watched her watch the women at the front. So what the fuck is going on? They're praying for forgiveness for their demons. What? I hissed. They buy into this? Some. Others put on a show. Why would anyone put on a show for these sickos? She turns back to me, her lips painted cherry red with smoky makeup around her eyes. To stay alive. Fear flooded my veins when I heard her words, heard the crestfallen tone to her voice. Fornius said it's a sin to hurt an angel. It is. But what happens when they find out you aren't one? Now my heart pounded harder than it ever had. I was terrified just the way I'd been at the theater, in my apartment, on the street. My life was in danger, and those fight or flight instincts kicked in. The graveyard is... She nodded. The graveyard of fallen angels is what they call it. Oh, Jesus. So I suggest you put on an act and make them believe. Because your life depends on it. The sun moved in the sky to mark the time. There were no clocks here, so that was the only way to distinguish anything in this place. I had no idea what day of the week it was, and without a phone to display the date, it was hard to keep track of the amount of time I'd been there. I had no idea how many nights I'd slept there. Maybe a week? Maybe 2? The shadows changed, but the malevolent remained at the windows, remained watchful as if their lives depended on it. Some would leave only to be replaced by others. We were animals in a cage, and they were visiting a zoo. It was just a stare, but it was still a huge invasion into my personal space, and the longer their stares continued, the more uncomfortable I became. There's got to be a way out of here. Laura ignored them much better than I did. Her hands rested in her lap, and she continued to stare at the cross at the front, watching the other girls light candles and say their prayers. There's one. Death. I don't accept that. I've been here for 2 years, and I've never figured it out. Have you tried to run? Run? She turned back to me, her light-colored eyes small in accusation. Run where, exactly? Have you looked around? We're near the Alps, which means we're in the middle of nowhere in France. The closest village has to be 100 miles. You expect me to run 100 miles in the heat? The snow? We're in a first-world country. There has to be a town nearby. She shook her head. The only coming and going is done through horses and wagons, so I really don't think so. Sometimes the occasional chopper. Then we fight. She gave me another incredulous look. Do you know how to fight? Well, no. Then that sounds like a terrible plan. They probably have weapons around here somewhere. I never see them carry anything but daggers. But how would they fight off an enemy? An enemy? She asked. We aren't in the 18th century. It sure feels like it. It felt like I wasn't in reality at all. We're in a cult, plain and simple. All we can do is keep surviving. Keep surviving? I looked forward at the girls, then turned back to her. Maybe we have different definitions of living, but this isn't it. We can't do nothing, because at some point, they're going to realize none of us are angels, and we're all going to die. I'm surprised you've made it this long. She gave a sarcastic chuckle. I'm quite the actress. Well, I'm not. I can't be what these freaks want me to be. We work together and figure out a plan. She shook her head slightly. Girl, it's hopeless. Nothing is hopeless. I had to believe there was a chance out of this place, because if I didn't allow myself to have a little bit of hope, then I wouldn't be able to go on. Laura, you've been here a long time, so I can't even begin to imagine how disheartened you must feel. But we can't give up. How many women are here? 12. Oh, that's it? I'm glad there aren't more because no one deserves this. I'd assume there would be more, based on how big the organization seemed to be. But it was probably difficult to keep stealing women without arousing too much suspicion. Or it was difficult to find the right women that they truly believed to be angels. No one does. I started to feel defeated once again, knowing we were outnumbered, and running without direction would probably be pointless. Especially if there would be consequences for that. Whatever they were. Who's your demon? Rom. What's he like? She took a long time to answer the question, her eyes studying the malevolent in the windows, their darkness blocking out the light from the sun. Living here for so long has taught me to change my perspective. I could be angry that I'm here at all, but I've come to appreciate Rom because he's better than the others. He's not cruel and vicious like the other demons. I give him what he needs and he doesn't hurt me. Fornius said it's a sin to hurt an angel. But demons are sinners. She made the statement simply, like that was all the explanation I needed. Her eyes eventually turned back to me. Rules are meant to be broken, vows shattered, sins committed. Don't assume you're safe because they say you're safe. There is no truth to this place, not when you're in hell. The stares of the malevolent became more intense, burning into my cheek like they could hear every word we shared. My heart fluttered in my chest, and not in that cute butterfly way, but in that irregular arrhythmia way. All the more reason for us to find a way out of here. I couldn't continue this existence in a living nightmare, where reality was the same whether I was asleep or awake. If you come up with a viable plan, I'm in. But I don't expect you will. She wasn't a pessimistic person just beaten down by the painful existence, mentally exhausted, broken. A single moment in this place felt like a year, so years must have felt like centuries. I didn't judge her whatsoever. Desperate people do desperate things. And I was pretty desperate to get the hell out of this place. She faced forward again, her eyes dropping and looking at the bench in front of her, her hands together in her lap. The entryway doors opened and closed, and we were joined by others. Beatrice and Claire. Beatrice stood there in her dress and her wings, holding her daughter's hand. Claire had on a dress as well, wearing her own wings. They stood together and scanned the church, taking in the space, going through the exact motions I'd gone through when I stepped inside. Claire looked at the windows where the malevolence stared and inched closer to her mother. Laura turned her head to look at them. A child? Mom? Claire looked up at her mom. Can we get rid of them? Beatrice stared at the skulls in the window, then turned away, looking helpless. They don't bother us. Don't worry about them. They don't normally have kids? I asked Laura, watching Beatrice and Claire move to a bench together and sit a few rows in front of us, watching the other girls in the front. I've never seen one, Laura said. I know these guys are motherfuckers, but this crosses a line. Beatrice said they haven't tried to touch her, I whispered. And it better stay that way. I looked ahead and saw Claire pull her knees to her chest and try to hide behind her mom, so the malevolent couldn't see her through the windows on one side of the church, even though they were also on the other. I was a grown-ass woman, and I was unnerved by them. I couldn't even imagine how a child would feel. There were closets at the front of the room, so I left my seat and moved to the aisle so I could join the girls at the front. They both turned to look at me as if they expected me to worship. I opened one of the closets and found candle holders, Bibles, random textbooks, art books that depicted angels and sketches, all kinds of weird stuff. And I found tape. Perfect. I carried everything out of the closet and dropped it on the nearest bench. Now everyone stared at me, wondering what I was doing. I opened the large book with angel illustrations and ripped out the pages before applying strips of tape to the corners. The malevolence stared at me just the way the girls stared, like no one had any idea what my plan was. I walked over to the window, right up to one of the malevolent, and slammed the picture onto the window. The picture of the angel facing outward so he could stare at that instead of us. I pressed my palms into the pieces of tape and made sure it stuck nicely. Look at that, asshole. I turned back to the supplies on the bench and ripped out more pages, adding the tape, and slamming it down on the glass to block their faces. The more of the windows I covered, the more they crowded into the remaining space, trying to keep us in view so they could continue to stare at us. In silence I worked, the girls staring in surprise, the malevolence squeezing into less and less space. When the whole window was completed, all that could be seen were their slight shadows when they moved. They remained there even though they couldn't see anything anymore. Then they departed and left. I carried everything to the windows on the opposite side of the church and continued my work, seeing the malevolent that were once on the other side now joining the others. They crowded together, their faces occupying every single space in the window so they could get a glimpse inside. I ripped the tape and plastered the pictures over the window, repeating the same steps until it was completely covered. Now all that remained were the shadows. But another layer of pictures should completely hide them. It was much darker in the church now, but there was still enough sun from the windows that we didn't need to turn on all the lights. I turned around and faced the girls again. Laura looked incredulous, as if she couldn't believe I'd just done that. Beatrice had the same fearful look, as if she expected consequences for this. The two girls at the front stopped their worship and now just stared at me. But Claire smiled. I don't like those things. Claire sat beside me on the bench, looking at the blocked-out windows before turning back to me. I don't like this place. I want to go home. She had light-colored hair like her father, similar blue eyes, and had such a beautiful innocence that it broke my heart that she was there. None of us deserved to be there, but her most of all. I want to go home, too. But we'll leave, eventually. Because my dad will save us? She turned back to me, searching my gaze for hope, like I somehow knew her father well enough to make that assumption. Yes, and even if he doesn't, we'll figure it out. You promise? Her voice dropped like she was still afraid. like she needed some kind of reassurance. I wasn't her mother, and it felt wrong to make a promise I couldn't keep, especially to a child. But I did. And I meant it. Yes. She nodded, more to herself than anything else. I was getting all of us out of this place. We were outnumbered and far away from civilization, but I believed every problem had a solution. It just took a long time to find that solution sometimes. Laura and Beatrice talked quietly as they sat together a few feet away, keeping their voices low. I was alone, and I was scared. But I couldn't imagine how scared Beatrice was since she wasn't alone. She had to keep not just herself alive, but a whole other person. That was a difficult hand to be dealt. "So you know my dad?" Claire's blonde hair was in a braid down one shoulder, and her wings were crumpled behind her. "No, I just met him the one time. But I could tell how much he loves you." I gave her a gentle smile. "Yeah, we're best friends." "I'm sure you are." All I knew about him was that he was a contractor, so I doubted there was any chance he would find us. I doubted even the police would find us. We couldn't wait around for someone to come save us. We needed to make a plan to get ourselves out of here alive. But I let her believe that her father was a hero, because I was sure he was a hero to her heart. "I found some crayons and colored pencils. You want to color?" "You did?" she asked in excitement. "Yeah, I'll get it for you." I went to the closet and grabbed the items, along with the book of sketches. There were no demons inside, just angels floating in the clouds or lounging by a lake. It seemed harmless for her to look at it, and it would also keep her mind occupied, so she wouldn't think about the terror that existed outside these walls. When I returned, Laura had left. I gave Claire everything, and she turned to the first page to see an elegant woman dressed the way she was. She pulled out a pink-colored pencil and started to add the color. I looked at Beatrice, who sat alone, her expression so forlorn it looked as if she might burst into tears. Claire was occupied with her coloring, so I slid over and came close to her. "You okay?" She didn't react to my words, as if she didn't hear me. I assumed Laura had just told her everything she'd told me, and Beatrice was a bit stung by it all. "We're going to figure out a way out of here, all right?" She slowly turned to look at me, her features undeniably pretty like the rest of the women here. Some of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen in my life. She had big round eyes and sculpted cheekbones, but when she was devastated, her beauty was diminished. "The malevolent follow our every move, and we have no idea where we are." Come on. I was scared too. I was hopeless too. But giving up right off the bat couldn't be the decision. Look, I'm scared too. I've never been so scared in my entire life. I'm not ashamed to say that. Anyone else would feel the exact same way. But we can't just give up. We can't just accept what has happened to us. It won't happen overnight, but in time, we'll figure it out. I had to keep telling myself that. Had to focus on some ideal, because if I didn't, I would lose my mind. And if I lost my mind, I would lose my body too. We're in this together. She faced forward again, her eyes glossing over like she didn't take a single word to heart. Just think of Claire. A mother's strength was unparalleled. They would do anything for their child, take any risk to give them a better life. She was just disturbed right now. But that instinctual fight would hit her. And your boyfriend. I don't have a boyfriend. I didn't want to ask her about their complicated relationship because it was none of my business. Claire's father. You've got to get back to him. She shook her head slightly. We aren't close. Oh. She turned back to me. We hooked up a couple times, got pregnant, and then we turned into parents. We just hand her back and forth. But he has her most of the time. Well, he asked about you, so I know he cares about you. It was the first time she wore a slight smile, but it was deeply sarcastic. She released a cold chuckle. That man only cares about one woman, Claire. She's the only woman he'll ever love. The rest of us mean nothing to him. Now I didn't know what to say, and I felt like I'd crossed a boundary I shouldn't have. You have a sweet, beautiful daughter, so it's still a blessing. Having a family hadn't been on my list of priorities because I was a struggling dancer who went through men like a deck of cards. I never found an ace. But when that happened, if I ever got out of here, I would want a family. Yeah. I turned quiet, unsure if I should continue to talk to her, because she seemed closed off and withdrawn. I wanted us to be friends and allies since we were neighbors, but she still seemed to be in shock about the whole thing. So you're a dancer too? I was. She turned back to me, tucking her long hair behind her ear. Benton is our only chance to get out of here, and if he can't make it happen, then there's no hope. With every passing day, my hope grows weaker and weaker. Why is he our only chance? She rolled her bottom lip into her mouth as she considered how to answer the question. He's got connections. He was never part of something like this. But he used to be part of this world. Part of this world? I whispered. What does that mean? I don't know a lot about it, she said. Only what I've forced out of him. He used to be an underworld criminal, basically. He never wanted to have kids, and whatever he was mixed up in forbade him from having kids. So when we found out about Claire, he was furious. He said it compromised his commitment, his eternal pledge of fidelity to his brothers. We were total strangers, and after a couple passionate nights, we were both thrust into lives we didn't want. Did you use protection? Yes. He accused me of tricking him, but I reminded him he was the one who supplied the condom. It was just a fluke, that 1% chance, and then it happened. Not to mention, I've never wanted to have kids. I'm just not the motherly type. She looked past me and stared at Claire at the edge of the bench, oblivious to our conversation as she colored. So he had to leave that life behind, which was the last thing he wanted. If neither of you wanted her, then I couldn't bring myself to actually ask the question because it was so inappropriate. I hardly knew her, but the conversation went deeper and deeper as she shared her life with me. She pulled her gaze away from Claire. I know you'll judge me, but I just don't care anymore. Not when we're in this place. Not when we'll die in this place. I suggested we take that road, but he said no. I don't judge you, Beatrice. My hand moved to hers because I could see her suffering, her self-loathing. She's here, so it doesn't matter what your decision would have been otherwise. She dropped her gaze. He's been out of the game since she was born, and I've never been certain of what he actually did. But he might know people who can get us out of here. If he stayed in contact. Then let's continue to hope, Beatrice. Maybe he'll come. Maybe he'll save us. If I hadn't seen him in the flesh, I would take no solace in her words. But he was a strong man with big shoulders and a height that towered over me. His arms were ripped like he picked up trucks for fun, veins running down the surface of his skin. He carried himself like he was somebody, not just a random person nobody would remember. And the look in his eyes showed the depth of his love for his daughter. Without hearing him say more than a few words, I could feel that deep and unconditional love he had for her. That eternal and never-ending love that would send him to the ends of the earth just to get her back. He would never stop searching. He would keep looking, keep asking, keep trying. Until he took his last breath.
Chapter 6. Benton. I sat at the dining table in my apartment, the cold air pressing up against the window, creating a gentle frost in the corners because fall was accelerating into winter far quicker than usual. My empty plate sat in front of me, crumbs left behind from a dinner I forced myself to eat instead of to savor and enjoy. Claire used to help me cook. She would stand in front of the stove and push the veggies around while I took care of other things. Now, when I cooked, I lost my appetite because her memory haunted me. But I had to eat, I had to stay strong. I had to be ready at a moment's notice. The glass of wine only had a few drops at the bottom, having a slight shine from the chandelier up above. The house was quiet because I never watched TV or listened to music. Claire's bedroom was untouched because I couldn't bring myself to walk in there and absorb the warm energy she'd left behind. I didn't take jobs and ignored calls for work because I chose to spend my time in solitude, drinking by the fire, or listening to my brother try to make me feel better, even though that was fucking pointless. My eyes were down until I heard the chair across from me slide over the rug. My senses weren't what they used to be because my mind had weakened, but even if they had been, I still might not have heard Bartholomew enter my apartment, however he managed to do it. I lifted my chin and looked at him. He sat still, his hands out of sight, his dark eyes on me. I stared back at him, waiting for him to tell me the next step. "I've made a deal." I closed my eyes and felt the breath rush out of my lungs and make my nostrils flare. My hands came together and rested against my lips, picturing Claire's beautiful face in my head. My little girl. My everything. She must have already been through so much. Must have been so scared, but also so brave. Let's go. I opened my eyes and dropped my hands, pushing away my emotional impulse because I had a job to do. He didn't rise from his seat. "I have conditions. You can kill me after. I wouldn't surrender until I knew she and Beatrice were safe. Claire could spend her life with her mother and inherit everything I had in a trust she could claim when she became an adult. She would be taken care of, and I knew she would remember me even decades after I was gone. Different conditions." I brought my hands back to my lips and stared. "No retaliation. We take them and leave. Period." I inhaled a deep breath and felt the anger consume me. I was engulfed in flames, and no amount of water would put out this rage. Even if they didn't touch a hair on her head, I wanted to execute them, bend them over a tree trunk and slice their head from their shoulders. "Whatever happens, we leave." I pressed my fingers hard against my lips, my shoulders so tight it hurt. "We have an understanding." I had to focus on what mattered, getting my daughter back. I had to let go of my anger, I had to let go of my revenge. I had to spend my time helping Claire rehabilitate after the shit she experienced. I had to be grateful to have her in my arms again, and let the rest go. Yes. The ride in the chopper took an hour. This place was truly in the wilderness, truly in the middle of nowhere. A sea of trees visible through the windows, deep green because the rain had fallen hard this season. The Alps became larger the farther we traveled, already covered in snow because winter was early this year. Bartholomew sat across from me, his headset on, his eyes out the window most of the time, wearing his black combat boots and a long-sleeved black shirt, the ink of his tattoos barely visible at the edge of his sleeve. My heart had never beat this hard in my life. We started to touch down, landing in a wide-open field. There were 3 other chasseurs with us, armed with AK-47s, even though it was supposed to be a peaceful transfer. "What did you promise in return?" He switched his gaze from the window to me, the 2 of us on a private channel so the rest of the crew couldn't hear. "Contacts. For the LSD operation. All I could offer was money, and that wasn't what they wanted. Without Bartholomew, I would have nothing to bargain with. I was just a contractor in Paris, a nobody. I'd left the chasseurs to keep my daughter safe, but in the end, it was that connection that would get her back. Ironic. We touched down on the ground and waited until the propellers went idle. We were in the middle of a large plain at the edge of a forest. When I stepped out of the chopper and looked into the trees, I could distinguish the signs of civilization, of cabins and buildings, of men walking around in cattle skulls. My heart started to pound harder, disgusted that my daughter was there with these fucking freaks. The pilot remained in the chopper, and the 5 of us walked the long stretch across the plain to the forest. The camp became more distinct as we approached, and I could see the men dressed in black with the skulls scattered through the establishment, still and gruesome. I felt sick. We came closer and closer, seeing a man waiting for us at the very edge, the only one who didn't cover his face. The sun was descending over the horizon, splashing the sky with the colors of a spectacular sunset. Torches lit throughout the camp were visible, illuminating the statues of angels and demons. The man stood with his hands together in front of his waist, surrounded by the men who wore the skulls, all evenly spaced out in formation. When we came close, he smiled, and it was the most disturbing smile I'd ever seen. It was wide and stretched, like he used every muscle in his face and neck to pull his lips back, showing every single white tooth that looked as clean as fresh bones. He was motionless like the men around him, not blinking, not reacting. We stopped several feet back, our guards keeping their guns pointed to the ground. Imminent danger never raised my heart rate, never made me take an extra breath. But this was different because I was there for Claire, but I couldn't see her. She wasn't there waiting for me. Neither was Beatrice. Bartholomew had wanted to handle this deal alone, but I refused to sit at home and wait. I wanted my daughter in my arms as quickly as possible, to wrap her in my protectiveness so she wouldn't feel scared ever again. My hands were squeezed tightly into fists, and my jaw was clenched until my teeth ground together. I wanted to pull my dagger out of my pocket and cut that fucking smile off his face, burn it. I wanted to make my demands, but I was told to stay silent because I wasn't a chasseur anymore. I had no right to speak or represent the organization any longer, so I had to just stand there and wait. Bartholomew stepped forward. You have your contacts for expanded distribution. I've facilitated those relationships successfully. Now it's your turn to fulfill your word, Phornius. He stood in the lead, one foot planted forward with his arms by his sides. But Phornius continued to stare at me, absorbing my look with that smile on his face. Seconds passed until half a minute came and went. The smile slowly faded, and he turned his attention to Bartholomew. Yes, your delivery was spectacular. The second I heard his voice, my hatred increased to maximum heights. It was a bloodlust that couldn't be tamed, and my hand ached to grab the dagger in my pocket and shove the blade in his throat, up through his face and into his skull. Phornius gave a slight nod to the men behind him. One departed and entered a nearby cabin. I couldn't keep my breathing controlled because I was so anxious. I wanted to grab them both and get them out of this place, get them out of hell. My heart was incapable of feeling almost anything. But the moment I'd held Claire, that was the moment I'd started to feel. Love came naturally. It was deep, potent, and beautiful. It made me afraid to die, not because of the darkness, but because I wouldn't be there for her anymore. I wanted to live, for her. The man emerged from the cabin and approached us, carrying a black duffel bag. My body couldn't remain calm, and I started to breathe deep and hard, my eyes filling with wetness because my brain came to the conclusion even when my heart refused to believe it. My shoulders dropped and a flood of pure despair washed over me, a tide that pulled me deep under the surface. I couldn't react in any other way because the trauma forbade me from doing anything other than breathing. The man dropped the bag in front of us and returned to his position. Phornius gave Bartholomew a nod, like the deal was done. Bartholomew was stoic, like always. What is this? Phornius shifted his gaze to me, like he wanted to see my reaction as he crushed me. They're bones, Even surrounded by a group of men, all enemies, I couldn't keep my expression together. My entire body shook in both despair and rage, tears breaking past the rim and dripping down my cheeks. My arms rocked with tremors, my knees wanting to buckle so I could fall to the earth. Bartholomew took another step. That wasn't the deal. When my horrified reaction was sufficient for his twisted amusement, Fornius looked at Bartholomew again.
You said you wanted them back, but never stated the condition of their return.
The dagger was drawn from my pocket, and I rushed him with nostrils flared. I aimed for his neck, going for the kill so there was no coming back. My body exploded in a rage, and there was nothing that could stop me from taking this motherfucker to the grave. Bartholomew anticipated my action and grabbed my wrist with trained interception, using every muscle in his body to keep me back, keep that dagger steady before it swiped across Fornius's neck. The armed men grabbed me by the waist and yanked me back so I couldn't burst past Bartholomew and land the strike. He looked me in the face, calm and indifferent to my pain. No retaliation, no matter what happens. He gave me a shove and forced me back. They got the dagger free from my hands and placed their bodies in front of mine. I pulled out the gun from the back of my jeans and took my shot before it was too late. Fornius had no reaction to the assault, never flinching when the dagger was aimed at his neck, and he didn't flinch now. The only movement he made was plastering that fucking grin on his face. One of the guys pushed my gun up as I pulled the trigger, and the gunshot rang out loud in the silence, echoing in the trees. The gun was yanked from my grasp, and I was shoved back, more, being pulled farther away from Fornius and his men. Bartholomew grabbed me by the arm and forced me forward while one of the men grabbed the bag that contained Beatrice and my daughter, and we departed. I tried to fight his hold and turn back, seeing glimpses of Fornius standing there and sneering, enjoying every second of this. Fornius spoke.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I pushed at Bartholomew to break free. Motherfucker! I'm coming for you! Bartholomew slugged me hard in the stomach, so the wind left my lungs, and I couldn't speak. She's gone, Benton. Nothing can be done. Now, shut your mouth and move.
Chapter 7. Constance. Most of the time I was left alone. I spent my time in my bedroom, then went to the church to see the other angels. I'd only crossed paths with half of them, and Laura was almost always there, sitting in a row and staring blankly ahead. Beatrice would come and bring Claire with her, and she and I would color so Beatrice could have her time to be by herself. The sun rose and fell, but nothing changed. I walked up the hill at sunset, heading to the church to spend my evening with whoever was there. On the way, I passed members of the Malevolent, because they were always around. Keeping their distance, they followed me with their eyes as I passed, taking in my features with the same interest, even though they saw me every day. I stopped and stared at one who stood outside of a cabin. When he felt my stare, he stilled further, meeting my gaze without blinking, his arms by his sides. Everything about him infuriated me. That stupid skull, his open eyes, his existence entirely. They were less scary here, either because I was used to them or because they seemed to have no intention of harming me. But in the streets of Paris and at the theater, they were so out of place that it was innately terrifying. It made my soul scream, but here? They belonged here. I continued to stare at him, feeling so much anger toward every single person here, capturing us, and believing we were angels just because we were beautiful. I took a step toward him, moving off the path and onto the dirt. He immediately stepped back, mirroring my actions. I stopped, surprised that he moved away. You afraid of me? Silence. I took another step toward him. He moved back again. I asked you a question. Nothing. You just stand here all day and night with that stupid skull on your head? What's the point? You don't have anything better to do with your time? All I received was a blank stare, his eyes visible between the bones of the eye sockets. You're pathetic, you know that? I turned back to the path and continued on my way. This time, he followed me. I stopped and looked at him over my shoulder. He stilled. My eyes narrowed. Don't follow me. I moved forward again. His footsteps were audible on the cobblestones. I turned back around. Did you hear what I said? He slowly cocked his head sideways, like a dog trying to understand its owner. And there was something so weird about that. Furious, I marched to him with my palms out, ready to shove him back and down the hill. But he ran, getting away from me as fast as he could. That's what I thought, bitch. I moved toward the church again. But he followed me again. I didn't bother trying to chase him away. They were a dime a dozen, and there was no escape. At least the most intrusive thing about them was their stares. I wasn't afraid that they would grab me or hurt me. If they intended to do that, it probably would have happened by now. I made it to the church, the lawn out front containing the graveyard of the women who would never escape this place. The demons realized they weren't true angels, and the women paid with their lives. I stopped when I noticed something out of place. One of the graves had been dug up. The headstone was still there, and a pile of dirt was beside it, like someone had grabbed a shovel and dug 6 feet until the remains of some poor soul had been found. It hadn't been that way just yesterday. I remembered because I looked at them every single day, thinking about the women who had come before me, who had suffered at the hands of these freaks. Then I heard the sound of an engine. Something approaching in the sky, the noise faint but quickly elevating. I ignored the grave and looked up, expecting to see a plane flying overhead. It was a helicopter. It was the first airborne thing I'd seen in the sky since I got here. Planes didn't seem to fly above this space. Even in the far distance, I'd never seen exhaust from a plane. The sky was always totally open. Until now. When it crossed the sky, the sound was deafening, audible to everyone in the camp. It flew past the trees and then started to descend. Oh my God! It was landing, here. I resisted the urge to run and draw attention to myself, so I walked slowly down the path, aware of the malevolent who never pulled their gazes from my face. I lifted the hem of my dress and made the trip back to my cabin, my heart pounding in my throat. Freedom at my fingertips. It was probably an ally who had come to deliver something, but I would investigate every detail I could find. By the time I made it down toward the bottom of the camp near the field, I could see the 5 men facing Fornius and the Malevolent. A duffel bag was dropped in front of them, and the guy in the front didn't lower his gaze to look at what was delivered. But I recognized the blonde man slightly behind him. With those blue eyes, those shoulders, the wetness in his gaze. He was here for Beatrice and Claire. I moved quicker, ignoring the Malevolent that quickly started to descend on me like they knew I was about to run for it. If this was my only chance, I was going to take it. Benton's expression was indescribable, like he didn't know if he should sob or scream. I didn't understand what was going on, until it dawned on me. Benton lunged for Fornius, pulling out a knife from nowhere. The man in black pushed him back. Then, Benton pulled out a gun and fired, but his arm was pushed to the sky, so the bullet missed its target. One of the men grabbed the bag and left with the group. I started to run as fast as I could. "Motherfucker!" Benton screamed so loud it sounded like he was right beside me. "I'm coming for you!" Ignoring the Malevolent who rushed me, I kept running. I watched Benton and his crew leave the camp and return to the chopper parked yards away. The bag containing the bones of someone else. Ben! A hand was clasped over my mouth, and his name died on my tongue. An arm crossed over my throat, and I was immediately choked. And just like the moment when I was captured, I was slowly pulled to the earth, the height of the trees surrounding me, my mind fading into oblivion. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my bed, on top of the covers with my wings below me. The Christmas lights glowed above my bed, and the darkness from the window told me several hours had passed. And then Claire's face came into my sight. "Constance, are you okay?" Her sweet voice entered my mind, made waking up in this hell much easier. "Mom, her eyes are open." Beatrice's face appeared next. "You okay?" "The malevolent put you in here. We didn't know what happened." I blinked a couple of times before I sat up, everything coming back to me like it was a dream I was trying to hold on to. "Yeah, I'm fine." My fingers moved through my hair, and I felt the weight at my back from the wings. The helicopter. I turned to Beatrice, remembering the scene clearly. "I heard a helicopter." "Yes, I heard it too." She sat beside me on the bed and placed her hand against my back, finding the hidden zipper and pulling it down so the material fell from my shoulders. She knew better than anyone how heavy those wings could be, and the first thing we wanted to do when we were in our cabins was take them off. Flashbacks moved across my mind. Benton trying to kill Fornius, the bag that was taken with him when he departed. The rest was a blur because I had been taken down, a heavy arm pressed into my throat, so all I could do was collapse. Once the vision left, I looked at Beatrice, stared at her with a fresh mind. She seemed to understand me telepathically because she turned to Claire. "Baby, could you give us a minute?" "But is she okay?" Claire asked, still looking at me like my well-being was all that mattered to her. I forced a smile as I stared at her, seeing those same blue eyes that Benton had, that same blonde hair. The rest of her features were from Beatrice, but she definitely had a lot from her father. It broke my heart, seeing the way her father had been dragged away, heartbroken. "I'm fine, sweetheart, don't worry about me." When she heard it from my mouth, she returned to their bedroom and disappeared from view. Beatrice turned back to me and immediately cut to the chase. What happened? She was in white jeans and a matching top, making the contrast of her dark hair even deeper. Every woman held as a prisoner in this camp had brown hair, except Claire. I saw Benton. Her reaction was instinctual, sucking in her breath and widening her eyes. He's here? He was. He's gone now. What happened? He landed in that chopper with a crew. They talked to Fornius for a while. He was given a bag, and then he tried to kill Fornius. I think he came for you guys, and then Fornius lied and said you were already dead. Why do you think that? Her reaction started to dim again, her eyes slowly returning to their normal size, defeat snaking into her veins and her bones. Did you hear what they said? No. But Benton's expression made it pretty clear that he was devastated. I had seen the shine of tears even through the distance that had separated us. I'd seen grief in its purest form, watched a man go through each of the stages in a microsecond, and then lunge to get his revenge. I'd gone to the graveyard just before, and one of the graves had been dug up. She started to breathe harder, her eyes filling with tears. No. My own eyes started to water, imagining the painful lie that Benton had to carry. He thinks we're dead. She faced forward and let her head fall into her palms, breathing hard as she had a silent breakdown. As she closed herself off from the world because reality was too traumatic to process. I knew our hopes for rescue had been destroyed. But I considered my situation preferable to his. He thought that bag contained his daughter's remains. that unspeakable things had been done to her, and he took too long to get here. He had to go back to his life with that burden on his chest, knowing his daughter was dead, and her spirit was in a place he couldn't follow. I was in hell, but he was somewhere worse. When she dropped her palms, there were drops on her cheeks from her tears, rivers of black mascara smeared against her skin. He's not coming back. No one is coming back for us. We're stuck here, and we'll die here. I turned back to her, seeing the raw defeat, seeing the way she'd given up before she'd even tried. We aren't going to die here, Beatrice. We'll find a way out, all right? It might take a while, but we will. Don't give up hope. Come on. She sniffled and looked at me. The only way we're getting out of here is if we try. My hands moved to hers and I gripped it. When everyone panicked, it somehow made me calmer. When everyone gave up, it made me try harder. I was never the leader in any scenario, but once that position was permanently vacant, I had to fill it, because no one else would. We must try, Beatrice. Each of us is fighting the clock, because they'll eventually figure out we aren't really angels, and they'll replace us with another batch. So we need to work together and find a solution. I understand you feel hopeless because I feel hopeless too. But think of Claire. She's got 2 parents. Benton did his best. And now it's your turn. I was guided through the dark by Rebecca, who led the way with a torch, taking me through the camp where the malevolent watched me from their shadows. Wearing the wings regularly caused my shoulders to be sore. It was like wearing a backpack stuffed with textbooks all the time. I made it to the building with no windows, the dark church where Fornius awaited my arrival. The malevolent didn't scare me as much as they had before because they were clearly bottom feeders here, just henchmen with a mindless purpose. But Fornius did scare me, because he was clearly insane. The door was locked behind me, like last time. The room was lit with hundreds of candles, and the place smelled like decades of melted wax and dust. He sat on his iron throne, his hands gripping the jagged edges, his eyes down on the floor, and his sinister smile gone. I lowered myself into my white throne and clutched the edges, forcing my body to relax despite the anxiety in my chest. Laura warns me that their rules were easily broken. And just because they said you were safe didn't mean you actually were. Now I was more timid, my guard as high as it could go. I'd told Rebecca that I wasn't an angel, and now I feared that might get me killed. The best way to survive this place was to be whatever they wanted, even though it made me sick to my stomach to play out their twisted fantasy. It was submission, and I didn't want to submit to these demons and monsters. But I had to survive. His gaze remained on the floor, deep in thought, as if he wasn't aware that I had joined him at all. I didn't dare speak. We could sit here in silence all night. Fine by me. Angel. He lifted his gaze and directed his brown eyes on me, a plea in his gaze. I repent. I ask for forgiveness. I vow to be different, but then I go back to my old ways. I want to walk with the angels, but I simply don't know how. What the fuck was I supposed to say to that? What would Laura say? How had she done this for 2 years? I'd skimmed a lot of the books on my shelf, not to understand the material, but to understand what I was dealing with. I used it to my advantage. To be alive is to sin. To be divine is to ask for forgiveness. Any man who walks this earth will live his life this way, but repentance will open the gates at the end of this journey. His eyes narrowed slightly on my face, as if those words caused an evocative reaction in his mind. His stare continued for seconds, and those seconds turned into minutes. The light from the flames cast slight shadows across his face, highlighting his high cheekbones.
Then I ask for forgiveness once more.
What was your sin, Fornius? He seemed to be the man in charge of this place. And the more I learned about him, the more information I would have to get free.
I bore false witness.
I wondered if he was referring to Benton. He took his time before he continued.
I told a man that his lover and daughter were dead, and that was a lie.
He bent one arm so he could rest his closed knuckles against his cheek, looking defeated, as if he actually felt guilty for what he'd done, even though he would do it again if given the chance. Why? I dropped my angel persona because I needed to know this information, to understand exactly what had happened yesterday. Why did you lie to him?
So he wouldn't return.
His pattern of speech abruptly changed without warning. His mood was the same, but something inside him was different.
I'll never let them go. So it's easier this way. Easier for him to move on.
I gripped the edges of the chair and felt the rage pound in my ears. I wanted to rush him for hurting Benton that way, for separating a family due to his own cruelty. I'd only spoken to Benton once, but I felt like I knew him, like I'd known him my whole life. What will you do with the girl? I hadn't seen any signs of interest toward Claire. They seemed to leave her alone, leave all of us alone. But I wasn't stupid enough to believe it would always stay that way. Just the thought of them looking at her made me so angry that I thought I might break off the edges of my throne. He looked across the room, his eyes lidded.
The divine.
That didn't answer my question at all, but I couldn't press him. I had to inch my way around the conversation without provoking him. If it felt like an interrogation, he would grow suspicious, and that suspicion would get me killed.
This is the first time we've had the divine here. She will grow into the most powerful angel we've ever had.
Did he just make this shit up?
She'll save us all. We just have to wait.
I stared into his eyes and saw everything beneath the surface. I saw the darkness of his corrupted mind, of his demonic soul, of the pure insanity that couldn't be remotely understood. This man was beyond help. He held my gaze in return like he was searching for my own truth.
You blocked the windows in the church. Why?
I was careful with my answer. Angels need privacy to do their work. He seemed to accept that answer because he was quiet. The silence stretched again, as if he expected me to say something, to lead this strange confessional. What are your other sins, Fornius? How else can I help you redeem yourself? What were his other crimes? What else did he do at this camp? I knew there was far more to this place than met the eye. He looked away, his eyes darting to the sea of candles displayed around the aisle.
My last angel was unable to absolve me of my crimes. For years, I searched for her replacement. Someone with the light and grace to truly elevate me. Then I saw you gliding across the stage with your wings so graceful. That was the first hope I've felt in a long time, a very very long time.
He turned back to me.
Because I've done horrible things. Things I can't control. The demon comes forth and takes over, and I lose control. My mother was so good to me, but I killed her. Father grieved, hated me for what I'd done. So I killed him too. I've killed every family member I've ever had.
He looked into my eyes with a reflective expression, but he didn't look apologetic about the heinous admission.
My family lineage shouldn't continue. I need to be the last of my kind. For humanity.
Oh, Jesus. He was a serial killer. He killed his last angel when she didn't meet his expectations. I would be next. At some point. A table was beside him with a jar on top of it, so he opened the lid and pulled out 2 tablets.
We must ascend now.
Ascend? I had no idea what he was talking about. He leaned forward with the small capsule between his fingertips and waited for me to take it. What is it?
Medicine.
He was immobile, stone-like, still holding the capsule for me to take. I didn't see any way to get out of this. The door was locked, and if I defied him, he might lose his temper and kill me.
Angel.
I didn't want to put that stupid pill in my mouth, but I had no choice. It was probably drugs, and I'd never taken drugs, not even smoked marijuana. But it would pass through my system, and then it would be over. I took the pill and placed it in my mouth. He continued to study me, like he knew I wouldn't swallow it. His eyes pierced my skin, as if he could see the inside of my throat and the pill tucked into the side of my cheek. He grabbed a second pill and held it up, as if he were waiting for me to swallow before he took his. I forced it down my throat with a swallow, hating myself for participating in this nightmare. He popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it dry. Then he relaxed into the chair, dropping his stiff posture and sinking into the iron, crossing one ankle and resting it on the opposite knee. That sinister smile came back onto his face, and he focused his stare on my face. Watching me without blinking, his mirth palpable in the air around us. Palpable in my own heart. Run. I tripped and landed hard on the ground. The malevolence surrounded me, their faces pressed down against mine just inches away, their open stares drilling deep into my bones. They crowded me, surrounded me, created a solid barrier around me. The earth was cold, and my warm breaths bounced off the cobblestones beneath me and hit me in the face, the humidity disappearing into the sky like smoke. Leave me alone. I pushed off the cobblestones and got to my feet, shifting forward and almost losing my footing because I was weak and confused. The darkness and the shadows blending together into one. It's not real. It will pass. Just stay calm. You've got this. I kept going, seeing the malevolent right beside me every step of the way, following me in a herd like cattle. Fornius's voice came from the sky, the ground, my mind.
Let our angel guide us.
I started to run harder, moving to the tree line and into the darkness, my bare feet slicing on the rocks and branches beneath me. The pain was distant, but I knew I was injured. There was no cobblestone pathway anymore. Now there were just stars between the branches of the trees, the moonlight giving the dark sky a slight glow. It turned quiet, and it felt like I was alone. alone in the middle of nowhere, with nowhere to go. But I kept going. Branches scratched my face as I passed through the trees. An owl screeched, and I tripped and fell to the ground once more. The monsters in the dark pressed around me, and they were worse than the malevolent. Yellow eyes stared at me in the darkness, the wolves and the bears coming to see the intruder in their forest. Help me. I pushed my palms to the earth and raised my body, reminding myself that none of this was real, that I could conquer my mind. I rose to my feet once more, but I stayed on the spot, seeing the woodland animals surrounding me, the malevolent. And then I saw Fornius in his true form, his demon form. Like the statue spread throughout the camp, he had large, jagged teeth, horns on his head, several arms and several legs, and a long tail that had thorns as sharp as a knife at the end. His grin was there, grinning at my suffering, grinning at my demise. But I closed my eyes and blocked it out. It's not real. If I told myself that enough times, I would believe it. I forced out the sounds of the grunts, of the screams, of the heavy footfalls that surrounded me, descended to capture me and drag me away. It's not real. I focused, conquering the drug in my system, blocking out the sound. And then it was silent. All I could hear was my deep and uneven breathing. All I could hear was the wind through the trees. And then I heard the sound of a river. My eyes opened and focused ahead, drilling through the darkness to see a glimmer of the moonlight on water. This was real. My breathing suddenly slowed. My heart rate settled back to its steady beat, and I embraced the gift the forest had given me. I stepped forward and moved across the ground, using the light of the moon to avoid the rocks and the branches. A clear night had given me the gift of the stars, and I looked ahead to study them, to remember what I was looking at and where I was. I saw the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper, and the North Star. Remember this. Remember. I kept walking until I reached the river. It was wide across, the water loud against the rocks on the edges. I couldn't cross it, the stream was too strong, and it was too broad. But I kneeled at the edge and pressed my hand into the water. It was ice cold. It was real. I placed both of my hands into it and relished the coldness. I bent over and pressed my face to the earth, letting the water trickle past my cold hands. My lifeline out of there. I thanked God for guiding me here, for showing me the path out of this hellhole once he could touch me. God didn't exist in that place, but he existed in me.
Chapter 8. Benton. My daughter was gone. My life, my everything, my whole reason for existing. Gone. Just like that. I couldn't sleep because of the nightmares. I couldn't stay awake because my thoughts were worse than the nightmares. What did they do to her? How did they kill her? Why would anyone do something like that? To a child? To my little girl? When Beatrice had told me she was pregnant, my reaction was despicable. Claire was an inconvenience, a destruction of the life I wanted, and I was furious that I had to walk away from everything I dedicated myself to, so I could dedicate myself to her instead. I didn't want her, and as she grew in Beatrice's stomach and became larger, I resented her. I wanted nothing to do with her. But then she came, and everything changed. She was the single best thing that ever happened to me, and I was ashamed of ever feeling otherwise. The sacrifices I made for her suddenly felt easy. My life became simple, but she filled that simplicity with her laugh and curiosity. For the first time, I felt love for this little person. But now she was gone, and if she was gone, so was I. Time had passed, but I had no way of measuring the passage, Nights were days, days were nights. Blue was there sometimes, talking me through my insanity, but I blocked out almost everything he said. I knew I had to bury my daughter, but I just couldn't do it. No father should ever have to bury his daughter. I'd failed as a father, so I failed as a man. I failed as a fucking human being. One moment he wasn't there, and then he was. My mind was somewhere else, drowned out by scotch, constantly watered down to basic human functionality. I sat on the couch with the glass between my hands, and then he was in the armchair across from me, sitting in front of the fire where he positioned the chair without making a sound. I looked into his brown eyes and saw no sign of pity. Nothing. I bowed my head and looked into my glass again. I can't let it go, Bartholomew. I'll never let it go. I tipped the glass and swallowed the liquid. I felt it burn my throat all the way down before it splashed into the bowl of scotch that already sat in my stomach. When the glass was empty, I set it on the end table beside me. I have to go back. He opened his knees wide apart, with elbows resting on the fabric of the armrests, staring me down with his dark as chocolate eyes. He was a stoic person, taking his poker face to untouchable heights. No. My eyes glistened with tears that derived from anger. They weren't from sorrow or despair. It was pure frustration that made them build with a snap of a finger. You expect me to just let it go? After what they did to... I couldn't continue the thought. I don't care if I die in the attempt. I need to kill Fornius and any other motherfucker that crosses my path in the process. He never mirrored my reaction, keeping his hard-ass gaze. No. What if this was you? It's not me. Because I wasn't stupid enough to bring a child into this fucked-up world. He didn't raise his voice, but his coldness was like a blade into my stomach. I can't go back on my terms. That's not who I am. Those are not the values I represent. People continue to do business with me because I don't break my rules. I will never break those rules for anything, not even a child. I dropped my gaze. I'm sorry for your loss, Benton. I lifted my chin because I'd never heard him say anything like that. Truly, I am. The fire burned around him, his eyes still carrying his ruthlessness. But I did what I could to bring your daughter back. Be grateful that you won't spend your life wondering where she is, or if she's still alive. 2 tears crested the lower lids of my eyes and dripped down my cheeks. I should be grateful. I closed my eyes and steadied the emotion before I looked at him again, unashamed to break down in front of someone who was more of an enemy than a friend. You have no idea how I feel right now. And be fucking grateful that you don't. His stoicism lingered, watching me with eyes that hardly blinked. I grabbed the gun sitting on the table beside me and tossed it onto the coffee table between us. It clapped loudly against the hardwood and scratched the surface as it slid toward him. Just do it and leave. Bartholomew didn't reach for the gun or even look at it. If you've got something to say, just say it. If I couldn't go back and avenge my daughter, then there was no reason for me to be alive anymore. I wanted to be buried beside her in the graveyard, together in death. He stared at me for a long time before he broke the silence. You'd be more useful to me alive. We made a deal. Your help in exchange for my death. I stared him down, not the least bit grateful to have another option. What happened to your rules, Bartholomew? You deliver what you promised. A long silence passed, his eyes never straying to the rest of the room as he considered his response. I held up my end of the bargain. I got your daughter back. This is your payment. I'm simply asking for a change in currency. The answer is no. His eyes narrowed. Kill me. I wanted to be gone. I wanted the darkness to descend. I wanted to go wherever my daughter was. I wanted your death for revenge, but clearly being alive is a greater suffering. I clenched my jaw and shook my head. You fucking bastard. Don't take this away from me. If you want it so bad, do it yourself. He flattened his palms against the armrests and pushed himself to his feet. his boots audible against the rug now that he didn't bother to stay quiet. Or you can return to the chasseurs, have a purpose, and uphold your vow. That's all you care about, isn't it? Angry tremors flickered throughout my extremities. I lost my daughter and all you care about is business. What did you expect? It was the first time he'd raised his voice, the first time he let his anger get to him. You owe me, Benton. We both fucking know it. You deserted us, and you have no idea what it cost. I'm giving you another chance to redeem yourself, and all you care about is taking the easy way out and being a coward. You can't help your daughter. The moment your heart stops beating, you're going to hell. And she's somewhere else. He stared me down as he towered over me, one boot in front of the other. When you showed your face at the catacombs, I could have killed you where you stood. But I granted you mercy, again. I put my neck out there and helped you. I've been nothing short of generous, and all I should be hearing from you is a loud fucking yes, but fine. Bury your daughter, and then pull the trigger. No one will miss you anyway. I listened to him walk away, listened to him leave my house for the last time. Bartholomew? He stopped and looked at me over his shoulder, not fully turning his body to face me. If I come back, will you take down the cult with me? I stared at him, felt my heart beat a little harder in hope that perhaps he would have a heart for once and do the right thing, regardless of the cost. I didn't know where the camp was, but I could ask around until I got to the bottom of it. But alone, I couldn't make a dent in that place. I needed men, I needed guns, I needed an army to burn that place down until there was nothing but hot cinders behind. He gave his answer in silence, by walking out the door.
Chapter 9. Constance. Before I opened my eyes, I felt the cool cloth on my forehead. Drops of water dripped down the sides of my head and into my hair. The coldness became more apparent, reminding me of the cold water from the river. The numbness it brought to my fingertips. My eyes opened, and I looked at the face above mine. Beautiful blue eyes stared down at me, long strands of blonde hair falling into my face. "Mom, she's awake." She dabbed the cold rag on my forehead, her lips pressed tightly together in concern. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I think so." It was a nice way to wake up, to see this sweet little girl taking care of me. It was a welcome reprieve from the demons and monsters that plagued me the night before. It was like pure sunshine on my face. "Thanks for the rag. That feels nice. My dad does it when I don't feel good." The thought of him made me sad, knowing he was carrying a level of heartbreak no one else would understand, unless they'd experienced the same kind of pain. And no one should ever know that kind of pain. He sounds like a good dad. "He's the best." What happened? Beatrice's voice came next, her body making the mattress dip when she sat down. "They carried you in here and dropped you on the bed, and you've been asleep for a day now. That explains the migraine and the stomach pains." I slowly sat up, letting the rag fall off my forehead. Claire grabbed the rag, then crossed the room to where the food tray sat. She carried it over and placed it in front of me. "It's been sitting there a while, so it's probably not very good." "I don't care." I took the tray from her and set it in my lap before I started to inhale the food. Beatrice placed 2 pills on the tray. "Should help with the headache." I grabbed the bottle of water and swallowed them without hesitation, even though I was reminded of the last pill I'd taken. The experience had been so much worse than I'd ever imagined it would be. I'd completely lost my mind. "Thanks." Claire continued to stand in front of me and watch me eat. "Do you feel better?" Yes. It didn't matter how terrible I felt. I could always feel a smile on my lips when I looked at her. She was so thoughtful and kind, thinking about others instead of herself. "The food is helping." "Good. I have some cookies," she said. "Do you want some?" "Absolutely," I said. "Thanks, Claire." She returned to their quarters on the opposite side. Beatrice watched her go before she turned back to me. What happened? I stopped eating so I could get everything out before Claire returned. Fornius forced me to take something and I hallucinated. I'm not sure what happened after that. I somehow made it into the woods and saw some things. "Did he do anything to you?" she whispered. "No, I don't think so." I felt my cheeks, still feeling the sting of the branches. When I looked at my feet, I could see the cuts from my trek in the middle of the forest. Everything is self-inflicted. Jeez. What did he make you take? I don't know. But whatever it was serious shit. The capsule was small, and I was totally out of it for a long time. Must be LSD or something. Yeah. I stared down at my food because I didn't even realize what I was eating. I just started to stuff my face because I was malnourished and dehydrated. But I saw something in the forest. I saw a way out. "What are you talking about?" she asked, lowering her voice as her eyebrows furrowed. "A way out." "A river." I remembered the way the moonlight gleamed on the surface, remembered the way the smooth water felt against my skin. It became clearer and clearer until the sound of the passing water was audible in my mind once again. It was wide and deep, fast. Beatrice's confused expression deepened. "What does that mean?" "All rivers lead to the ocean. We take the river out of here." "Like swim?" she asked incredulously. "No, we build boats." She studied me harder, giving me that look that indicated she thought I was crazy. "Eat up. You'll feel better when those pills kick in. I'm serious. We build boats and take the river. We'll be moving so fast, they won't be able to catch up with us on foot. All they can do is shoot us, which is fine. I'd rather die trying to escape than have to go through that again." She placed her hand on my arm and rubbed me gently. "Where are we going to build boats?" "The church. They can't see what we're doing in there." "But I don't think any of us know how to build a boat. It just needs to float. We can figure the details out later." Beatrice still looked incredulous. "It's a great plan." "And how are we going to carry these boats to the river when we're surrounded?" "I don't know." I hadn't thought that far ahead just yet. "We'll create a distraction or something. They have torches, so we can set a building on fire. We have options. We can figure this out." Her expression didn't change regardless of what I said. "You'll see." That experience was divine. The first moment of spirituality I'd experienced in this place. I knew it was real. I knew it was a sign. I knew it was the universe's way of trying to get us out of there. And be free. Even days later, I wasn't quite the same. My body felt different. Weak, fatigued. It had nothing to do with sprinting through the forest and cutting my skin on everything in my way. It was internal, like my muscles and cells didn't work properly. And my mind wasn't the same either. Static, fuzz, a hint of confusion. My first experience with drugs had been a profound one, and the last thing I wanted was to repeat it. Why would anyone do that voluntarily? The experience was so intense, I was surprised I'd survived. Would I survive it again? I donned my white gown with the wings, my back immediately aching from carrying the 20 pounds behind me, and left the cabin to head to the church. My feet were calloused over in a million different layers because I hadn't had shoes since I arrived here. My feet were practically made of asphalt at this point. Without knowing the date, I could only mark the passage of time by the change in temperature. With every passing day, it was getting colder, my breath coming out as a distinct cloud of vapor regardless of the time of day. I moved down the path, then up the hill. walking to the small chapel. Stones of different sizes marked the path, and there were stone sculptures in places, angels with an arm missing, demons with a broken-off tail. They were scattered in the area, feeling like a graveyard in every single spot. Fucking nightmarish. And, of course, the malevolent. Everywhere. They emerged silently from behind the other cabins and buildings, peering at me through the large skulls that sat atop their heads. Their eyes were open and unblinking, watching me as if I were really an angel that fell from heaven. I stopped and stared at them the way they stared at me. I had to remind myself who they really were underneath the skull and clothes, underneath their stillness. They were men. What kind of men would do this? Were they all on the same ship Fornius forced me to take? If they were, they controlled it a lot better. I moved farther up the hill, past the graveyard, and approached the double doors that led to the inside of the church. They followed. Others were already at the blocked-out windows, like seeing our shadows move was enough entertainment for them. I let myself inside, the daylight that reflected off the clouds overhead disappearing and releasing the strain from my eyes. Now it was dark, the candles lighting the room. Angels were there, two at the front, on their knees praying for forgiveness for their demons. I looked down the row and found Laura there. Her wings were crumpled behind her, the bottoms marked with stains from the dirt because she didn't care in the least. My kind of girl. I took the seat beside her, looking at the outlines of the malevolent's heads in the window behind her. I stared for a while before I looked at Laura. "Has Rom forced you to take anything?" She slowly turned to me, her lips sunk in a permanent frown, her eyes forever indifferent. She was beautiful, like the other women here, but her somberness dulled the beauty of her features. Fornius and the other demons ruined our bodies, our minds, and our souls. "A couple times." "Do you get used to it?" She dropped her gaze for a moment before she looked straight ahead. "Yes. But that doesn't matter." "Why?" "Because they just give you more." Jeez. "Why do they make us do it?" "They believe that's how we connect to God to pardon their sins." Okay, there's no way they actually believe any of that shit, right? Sure seems like it. It must be a power trip, getting off on imprisoning us, putting us through this bullshit. Maybe. Laura continued to feign indifference like none of this mattered. Like she didn't even matter. It's been a couple days, and I still don't feel like myself. I want to say you get used to it, but you never do. I'm sure we'll all have heart attacks at young ages. If we live that long. I wasn't a lab rat. I wouldn't take their drugs and run on their stupid hamster wheel. I wouldn't play their games and fulfill their fantasies. I was getting the fuck out of here. I have an idea how we can get out of here. She turned back to me, her eyes empty of any sign of life. My words didn't give her hope, barely gave her amusement. When I was, whatever I was, I ran into the forest and found a river. Wasn't sure if it was real or not, but the water was so cold. I memorized the stars so I could find it again. I looked around at the long rows, seeing tons of wood to work with. We build boats and ride the river to wherever it goes. She gave me a blank stare, as if she expected me to say more. Well, what do you think? What do I think? She asked incredulously. I think it's a suicide mission. The water is freezing. We won't make it that far. And we have to build boats. I don't even know how to change the oil in a car, let alone build something. It just needs to float. But if we get wet, we'll die from hypothermia. I get you've been here a long time and you're totally demoralized. Don't blame you. But we're never going to get out of here with that attitude. We need to try. And when that fails, we try again. Because sitting around and waiting to have heart attacks or be murdered is not an option. It can't be an option for you either. She stared for a while, releasing a slow breath, her features tightening. I know it's hard to believe, but I used to be like you. Just gave up at some point. I'd searched for exits but never found any. I realized it was easier to stop caring. Not once did I think she was weak, just heartbroken. I understand. She faced forward again. But I don't think your plan is a good one. Why? How far away is the river? I'm not sure. I can't remember. How are we going to get there in the first place? Running as we carry boats to a river that we might not find? I've never left my cabin and seen a blanket of darkness. The malevolent are always there, always watching. Then we set a building on fire and distract them. Then that means someone will have to make that sacrifice so the rest of us can get away. They won't survive, and the demons will skin her alive for her betrayal. And then they'll do the same to us, if we don't make it. Someone would have to stay behind. And I couldn't ask anyone to do that. If this doesn't work, we'll all be compromised. My mind worked furiously to find a solution, to solve the puzzle with pieces that didn't fit. She continued to stare, her eyes shifting back and forth to regard me, to show a hint of hope that I might say something she wanted to hear. Do you know where all the demons sleep? Yes, I think so. Why? Couldn't we just set them all on fire and hope they burn alive? The malevolent are a bunch of stupid cattle, so maybe that was more practical than the boats. We barricade the front door, and they won't be able to get out. The malevolent will stop us long before we make it that far. There are so many of them. Unless we make them follow us somewhere and trap them. Where? I don't know yet. My mind started to rev like a race car, my thoughts moving at the speed of the vehicles on the Autobahn. But I'll figure it out. We take out the demons, trap the malevolent, and then we get the hell out of here. Chapter 10. Constance. Beatrice's room was identical to mine, except she had more amenities for Claire. They had a TV so she could watch cartoons and other kid programs, boxes of snacks, and other toys for her to play with. It was strange that demons could be so hospitable. I sat on the bed with Beatrice, Claire on the floor in front of the TV playing with plastic horses. Beatrice always possessed a lifelessness to her, the way Laura did, as if it grew on the walls like mold and infected the lungs. It took down one woman and then the next, filling them all with hopelessness. I wanted to put up a facade for Claire, pretend everything was just fine. But she was almost always in the room, and I couldn't wait for her to doze off or take a bath every time. I've been talking to Laura about finding a way out of here. I need to do some research, but I'll find something. Beatrice stared ahead blankly, as if she didn't hear me at all. What are you going to do when we get out of here? She slowly turned to me, looking at me like I was a gnat in her face. I needed to instill hope in the women if we had any chance of getting out of here. Talking about their hopes and dreams might help. Not her, obviously. Okay. What would you do if you were out of here? I'd be at the ballet, I suppose. I'm pretty sure today is Saturday. I'd lost track of time long ago. Do you enjoy ballet? I used to. I'm getting a little old for it now. You aren't old. What are you talking about? Say that to my feet. They look mangled, even after being here for a couple weeks. I guess that's one nice thing about being here. No toe shoes. The doors to my room opened and footsteps sounded. All three of us stopped what we were doing and looked. Rebecca emerged into my view, her hands behind her back, displeased that the two of us were socializing. "Fornius calls for you." "You mean the freak?" She raised her hand and gestured to the closet. "Your wings." I wanted to shove those wings up her ass, but I didn't put up a fight and left the bed. "See you later." Claire watched me go, afraid that I'd end up incapacitated like last time. I crossed into the other room, and Rebecca immediately shut the barrier between us. I donned the white gown and wings, imagining what Fornius had in store for me tonight. If he offered that pill again, I'd refuse. It'd only been a week since the last time I took it, and I'd been so high out of my mind that I could have drowned myself without being aware of it happening. Rebecca watched me, the constant look of displeasure on her face. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and her eyes were cloaked daggers. She wanted to stab me in the back the second I turned around. I followed her out of the room and onto the grounds. It was almost sunset, so the torches were lit, the light reflecting off the stone statues placed among the cabins. I looked at the surroundings differently now, gleaning as much information as possible. Up the hill we went, moving farther into the settlement, past the cabins that had lights on in the windows, past the statues that grew more grotesque as we moved. The one to my left nearly made me stop. A demon had an angel in its clutches, and his sharp teeth were bloody from the bite he'd taken out of her shoulder. Like a vampire, but worse. I halted and stared for a few seconds before I continued to my fate. We reached the dark church where I always met Fornius, the building without windows. "Is this where the malevolent worship?" Rebecca turned to me, her hands held together at her waist in a pose. "You aren't going to answer, are you?" "Your demon awaits." Yeah, whatever. I opened the door and entered the darkness, my eyes needing 30 seconds before they could adjust to the low light from the sea of candles that were everywhere. What would happen if I knocked a bunch of them over? It would catch fire, and he might burn to death. But so would I. He sat in his high-backed dark throne, arms gripping the armrests that supported his hands. He didn't look at me, his eyes focused on the chair where my destiny waited. I moved down the aisle, my dress dragging across the floor, the tips of my wings doing the same. He turned to watch me, his eyes narrowing as he took me in. His eyes showed their intensity. The way my appearance provoked him emotionally made his mind race. Slowly, that smile spread on his face, that exaggerated grin that could make anyone run for the hills. I thought I would be used to it by now. Nope. I lowered myself into the chair, a slow breath filling my lungs, exhaling the dread on the way out. I'd punched a couple jerks in bars. I'd dismissed some men who didn't deserve the time of day. But I'd never met anyone who was legitimately crazy, someone who lived in an alternate reality. If he weren't built like a brick house, I'd try some hand-to-hand combat. But I had no chance of success. The way he filled out his clothes suggested just how strong he was, that he had a gym somewhere on the grounds, unless he picked up tree trunks in the forest. The thoughts made me wonder if he ever left. He must, right? His stare was infinite, and despite the stretch of his face, the smile was too. He had unlimited energy to be able to do that, to put himself through that discomfort, to make every muscle of his face scream in pain. I wanted to be fearless and hold his gaze, but it was too hard, too disturbing. I was a tough bitch who didn't quit, but this demon, this place, made me realize my skin wasn't as thick as I thought. And I didn't judge myself for it. Physical scars healed, but mental ones didn't. Even if I got out of here, I would be fucked up for the rest of my life. He stared for minutes, that smile plastered on his face. I wanted to launch question after question. But you couldn't have a reasonable conversation with an unreasonable person. You had to play their games and win. Confess. In slow motion, his smile faded, like the sun fading from the sky. I'm your angel, and you should confess. If I played the part well, it would keep me alive and perhaps allow me to manipulate him. I want to forgive you, Fornius. I want you to ascend. He seemed to take the bait, because he shifted his body, leaned forward, his hands moving to his knees, his eyes on the stone below us.
I confess that you're the most beautiful angel I've ever seen. That the other angels don't glow the way you do. A warning filled my heart. He lifted his chin and looked at me, studying me. Your divinity is undeniable. You've brought a glow to this ordinary dark place. Cast a light in the shadows. Have given me the sight to see.
That's not me. That's him. Where he walks, I walk. And you need to confess if you want to walk with him too. I was making this shit up as I went along, but he seemed to go along with it every step of the way. He rubbed his hands together and gave a nod.
I killed a man. An innocent man.
Why?
Because he saw something he wasn't supposed to see.
He lifted his chin and looked me in the eye.
But the dead don't tell secrets.
I hated it when he spoke that way, never got used to it. It was like he had a stutter, but a purposeful one, and it was freaky.
I repent for what I've done, and ask for your forgiveness.
He deserved none, but I gave it anyway. He suddenly rose to his feet. Were we already done? He extended his hand to me. I never wanted to touch that hand. The hand that claimed the lives of innocents, that plucked me from my life like feathers on a goose. But I forced myself to extend my fingers forward and rest them on his palm. His fingers wrapped around mine tightly, like bars to a cage, and he stared at our hands. So fucking creepy. Then he gave me a gentle tug.
Come with me.
In the back of my mind, I always had the fear. The fear that he would take me into a dark bedroom, rip off my dress, and force himself on me against my will. The other angels hadn't mentioned such horrors, but this man, or demon, was unpredictable. With my hand in his, we walked together away from his house of worship, like a bride and groom walking down the aisle. My dress dragged along the ground, and my feet were numb from the frozen crystals in the earth. When it snowed, would I still be denied shoes? Forced to have frostbite in my extremities? I wanted to ask questions, but he seemed to like me more because I didn't ask questions. If I gave him what he wanted, perhaps he would share information with me, tell me some minute detail that would get me the hell out of here. We moved farther back, going deeper into the settlement than I'd ever been before. We crested a hill. Then I saw the gathering below. I halted against my will, seeing a sea of malevolent gathered there, all sitting on the stone slabs that circled the dais in the center, where a large bonfire burned. Fornius turned to me. What in the fucking hell? As one, the malevolent turned to stare, their cattle horns turning with the movement. All my bravery went out the window. I was scared, fucking scared. Fornius moved down the stone steps, guiding me forward, oblivious to the panic that had taken up residence in every part of me. My lungs couldn't expand fully anymore, stunted in their movements. My heart pounded against my ribcage like a speaker with the volume too loud. It was a freezing night, but I felt our joined palms become slick with my sweat. We reached the bottom and moved through the sea of malevolent to the dais. I stared straight ahead, seeing the large cross erected there, the leather ties in the places where wrists and feet would go. Oh, fuck. He left me on one side of the fire and moved to the other. Was I about to be crucified right now? Did he know I was conspiring to escape? I subtly searched for a rock or a branch, something to use to knock him into the fire so he could burn to ash. There was nothing, just the sea of dark eyes and dead skulls. Fornius moved across the fire and stared at me through the flames. The flames felt like an inferno, made my skin slick with sweat, made my body overheat with this ridiculously bulky gown on top of me. I'd never been so scared in my life. He held out his palm and withdrew a dagger. Angel and demon. We are one. He held the blade to his palm and sliced himself. Batshit crazy, man. He held out his palm, the blood dripping into the fire, making it spit when it hit the grates. He held out the dagger next, as if he expected me to do the same. I should take it and stab it right into his heart. But a single dagger wouldn't protect me from the 100 malevolents sitting there. Yes, 100. How did he get 100 men to go along with this insanity? I took a breath and grabbed the dagger, feeling the heat underneath, and pulled it close. My fingers loosened and revealed my palm, the untarnished flesh about to be scarred. He watched across the fire, his dark eyes demonic, his energy terrifying. I had no choice, so I did it. I didn't wince in pain. I didn't react at all, out of pure stubbornness. I extended my palm over the fire and let the drops hit the flames. The cruel smile returned as he moved his palm over the blaze to grab mine. I tucked the dagger under the sleeve of my dress and wiped it against the material so the blood would stain underneath and not give away its presence. Hopefully, Fornius was so absorbed in this moment that the weapon was forgotten. My palm fit into his. He squeezed our hands together, our blood dripping together into the fire, the flames dimming before coming back stronger than before. The heat burned my hand, but he kept it there, his eyes drilling into my face, our blood mixing together, his soul devouring mine. My hand was bandaged, and we left the gathering of malevolent and returned over the hill. I hoped that would be the end of it, that I could go back to my cabin and suffer the nightmares that were bound to come tonight. But of course it wasn't. He stayed at my side, walking with me to my cabin like a boy walking a girl home after a first date. The dagger was still in my sleeve. Hopefully he'd forgotten. We approached my door, the nighttime air eerily silent. Winter was coming, so the crickets that would provide the backdrop to a summer night were absent. It was just cold, really cold. The fog descending from the clouds. I wanted to ask what the ceremony meant, but it didn't matter. He would give some bullshit explanation that was based nowhere in reality. He was a freak. And I shouldn't hold my breath expecting anything less than a freak's answer. I stopped outside the door expecting to hear a good night, which was ridiculous. He continued inside. I stayed outside, preferring the cold on my lungs, not just because it tempered my inflamed hand, but because it was better than being alone with that monster, no pun intended. Angel. Join me. The dagger was tucked under my dress. There were no malevolent around. I could take my shot. But what would his death accomplish? Dead men could tell no secrets, like the way out of here. But if he tried to force himself on top of me, I was aiming for the jugular. I stepped inside the cabin, the white Christmas lights on above my bed. He was seated in the chair at the bedside, in the same position as when he sat in his high-backed throne. I'd been alone with him before, but it was a lot more unnerving when it was in my bedroom. The doors were closed, blocking Beatrice and Claire from sight. Not that they could help me if it came to that anyway. I shut the door behind me and approached the bed, unsure what to do. He moved the chair right up next to my bed, like a therapist that expected a patient to lie down and share their pain. I was frozen in place, afraid to lie down, afraid to put myself in a compromising position. He watched me, the lights reflecting on the surface of his eyes, as if there were a Christmas tree in the room. "What do you want from me?" I pierced the silence with the question, afraid of the answer. "Sleep." Sleep? He expected me to lie there and just doze off while he sat there? This guy really was psycho. "I want to watch my angel sleep." Not gonna happen. He gestured to the bed. I was sick of playing along with this ridiculous game. I wanted to say no, to have my rights, to say that he was a freak that deserved to burn in hell. But I had to placate him, give in over and over because my life was always on the line. So I sucked it up and lay there on my side, my wings behind me, my face toward him. He settled comfortably in the chair and stared. Even if I closed my eyes, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep until he was out of the room and far away from me. Chapter 11. Constance. Rebecca stepped into the room, but not mine. "Your demon awaits!" I looked through the open doorway to see Beatrice sitting on the bed, her daughter on the floor playing with her toys. Beatrice shifted her eyes to me, like she didn't know what to do. Rebecca followed her gaze, and when her sight settled on me, she instantly looked furious. She closed the panels between us, an audible lock clicking into place. "Grab your wings, Angel." There was a silent shuffling as Beatrice got dressed. "Mom, where are you going?" The fact that there was a child here made this place so much more horrific. They shouldn't have taken her. "I'll be back in a little bit," Beatrice said. I moved to the closed panel. "I'll be right here, Claire. Just keep playing with your toys and your mom will be back before you know it." The footsteps sounded as they left the room. The door shut. I sat at the edge of the bed and released a sigh, knowing what was in store for Beatrice. She would see her demon, and he was probably just as fucked up as mine. Laura told me some of the demons were worse than others, and she had a good one. I hoped Beatrice had a good one too. I guess Fornius would be classified as good, relatively good. A couple minutes later, I heard the door open, but it wasn't my door. My ears strained, listening for every little sound on the other side. There were footsteps, slow footsteps. Claire was silent. I launched myself out of the bed and moved to the closed panel. "Claire, who's there?" She was quiet.
I pressed my ear to the door, listening. More footsteps. Claire, answer me. A monster! Her sweet little voice was strained with silent tears, like she was too scared to even cry. Malevolent. I shoved my shoulder against the panel, trying to break it down, but it barely vibrated under the force of the collision. Get away from her, you motherfucker! I slammed into it again, and when that didn't work, I tried to yank the panels apart. Swear to fucking God! Claire's voice grew weaker. Leave me alone. Ugh! I slammed my fists into the wood, the adrenaline kicking in. I dashed to my mattress and pulled out the dagger hidden underneath. My eyes moved to the front door. The doors are always unlocked. You're free to come and go as you please. I sprinted out the door and into the other room, seeing the malevolent on one knee in front of her, holding a pill in his hand. He held it out like candy, pushing it toward her as she crawled away, sobbing silently. I moved at a full sprint. When he heard me, he looked at me over his shoulder through the holes in the skull so I could see the terror flash when he saw the dagger. His fingers immediately closed over the pill, and he lunged at me. I didn't think. It was all instinct. I had to protect her. Nothing else mattered. I took the hit without an ounce of pain, felt the air punched from my lungs, but I felt like I didn't miss a breath. My hands went to his antlers and dragged them down, slamming him to the floor so hard that it felt like the cabin would crack right down the middle. Claire screamed as she ran to the corner, sobbing. I dragged him across the floor and out the door, twisting and turning the cattle skull to snap his neck. He was too strong, fighting me the whole way, throwing up his arm to grab my leg and yank it so I'd trip. On the cold ground, unaware of the malevolent that probably swarmed me from all sides, I dropped my knees to his chest, pushed the breath out of his lungs, and stabbed him right in the stomach, again and again. He immediately gasped, his hands going limp by his sides, the air leaving his exposed intestines. Ugh! I kept stabbing and stabbing, blood spraying everywhere, splashing my face with drops. Death wasn't enough. Not for what he'd just tried to do. Not for the thought that crossed his mind. When he was a gutted animal and blood had pooled on the ground underneath him, I stopped. I breathed. The adrenaline faded because the job was done. I'd murdered someone. And didn't feel an ounce of remorse. I expected to be apprehended, grabbed by the neck and dragged away, but nothing happened. My breaths were pants. My entire body suddenly feeling the fatigue of the fight. I lifted my chin and looked around me. I was surrounded by the malevolent. They did nothing. Only stared. I washed off and changed before I went back to Claire. Because all the blood on my hands, my clothes, my face would just make it worse. She was in the corner where she'd scurried away, her arms around her knees, crying. It's okay. It's okay. I moved into the corner with her, and when I opened my arms to hold her, she rushed into my embrace. Shh. My hand cupped the back of her head, and I rocked her slowly like she was a baby. He's gone. She sobbed into my chest, so upset all she could do was cry and convulse. I won't let them hurt you, okay? I promise. I held her and let her cry it out. Let her cry until the tears stopped. Let her find comfort in my embrace in her own time. It was wrong to tell her not to cry, to buck up and brush it off. I was a grown woman, and even I couldn't process what just happened. Minutes later, she calmed down enough to stop her tears and pull away. Her pretty little face was all puffy and blotchy with redness, and there was still a well of fear behind her eyes. Where's Mommy? Did they get her?
She's fine. She'll be back soon. She was a sweetheart, and knowing her mother was going through whatever she was going through would just break her heart. A mother shouldn't have to go through this with her daughter in tow. And a little girl shouldn't have to go through this and worry about her mom. I want Daddy. My fingers moved through her hair, brushing the strands in an attempt to make her feel better. I know, honey. He'll be here soon. It was hard to lie to a child, knowing that he believed she was dead, was suffering that agony at home. He wasn't coming. No one was coming. But she needed the lie right now, not the truth. Claire, if someone tries to give you something again, don't take it, okay? It's not candy. Then what was it? She would never understand. Something really, really bad. Don't ever take it, okay? If I'm not around and your mom isn't here, just tuck it into your cheek and don't swallow it. Whatever you do, don't swallow it. Why? What will happen? Just don't, okay? I whispered. Promise me. She nodded. I promise. I hugged her close to my side and ran my fingers over her hair, listening to her breaths as they became weaker, further apart, quiet. She eventually knocked out, slumped against me on the floor. Even though she was out, I stroked her hair anyway. I was determined to get out of this place, but now even more so. I had to get this kid out of here. Claire and I slept together on her bed, the two of us under the sheets close together. With Beatrice gone, I didn't want to leave Claire on her own. Not just because I feared the malevolent would return, but because she shouldn't be alone. Not after that. I was asleep, and her voice woke me up. Constance? My eyes opened at the sound of her sweet voice, and I blinked a couple times as I stared at her. My body was exhausted after the fight, after the adrenaline fatigued me, and it took concentration to focus on her face in the dark. What is it, baby? Mom still isn't back yet. There were no clocks, so I didn't know the time. All I could do was gauge the time by the light coming through the windows. It was dark outside with a hint of sunrise. That meant she'd been gone all evening. I already knew what they'd done to her. She'll be back soon. But why is she still gone? I'm not sure, but I wouldn't worry about it. She was beside me on the other pillow, the sheets pulled to her shoulder, the cotton sleeve of her white shirt poking out a bit. Her hands were pulled to her chest underneath the blankets, her knees folded in tight, making herself as small as possible. Do you have any kids? Not yet. And not ever, probably. Are there other kids here? No. Then why am I here? Not sure. Must have been a mistake. I miss my dad. I miss my friends. I miss my room. The amount of suffering I'd endured didn't compare to this. It was just so wrong that a child was there, living in a nightmare that would scar her for life. She spent most of her time in the cabin or at the church with the other angels, so her mind was shielded then. But I suspected that would change if we didn't get out of here. You'll be back soon enough. I hope so. My dad must miss me. Oh, she had no idea. He'll be so happy to have you back. What are you guys going to do first? We go to the movies a lot. That sounds like fun. And we play house with my dolls. I suppressed the smile that wanted to take up my face, because Benton did not look like a man who played house with a little girl, moving dolls around and making them talk. But clearly he was a different man for his little girl. I remember what Beatrice had said. There's only one woman that man will ever love. The rest of us mean nothing to him. But that was how it should be. Can I play with you guys sometime? Sure. Her eyes started to light up with excitement, her thoughts on normal stuff now, not scary men with the skulls. I have a whole collection of dolls. Ruby, Diane, she went on, telling me about all her toys, about her classmates, about her favorite gelato they would get together. I'd tried to dispel her fear by talking about normal things. But she was the one who made me feel better. I could picture the two of them together, sitting in a cafe with their gelatos on cones, a father spending time with his daughter. It was beautiful. The door opened. Claire jerked at the sound. Mom! I got out of bed and grabbed my dagger from the nightstand. The malevolent came in, Beatrice in their arms. They dropped her on the bed, stared at me for a few heartbeats as I gripped the dagger, and then disappeared. Mommy! Claire crawled over to her mom and looked down at her. Beatrice was unresponsive, blinking her eyes a couple times but unable to focus on anything. Her breathing was quick, a direct contradiction to her sleepy appearance. And I knew the drugs were still rampant in her system. What's wrong with my mom? Claire asked. She took the pill I told you not to take. So make sure you never take it. It was hard on our bodies, but on a child? It might kill her. Claire nodded. I pressed my fingers to Beatrice's head, feeling the scorching temperature. Beatrice, it's Constance. I'm right here, all right? Just relax and wait for it to pass. You're in a safe place now. Just relax. I couldn't tell if she heard a word I said. Claire grabbed her mother's hand and held it. Is she gonna be okay? Yes, I said confidently. She just needs a... When I looked down, I noticed a spot of red. It was coming from Beatrice, soaking into the sheets. Claire, come with me. I took her hand and escorted her into my room. Get some sleep. I'm going to take care of your mom, okay? But I don't want to be alone. Just call my name and I'll be here in a few seconds, all right? I helped her into bed and tucked her in, like I would read her a bedtime story and she'd drift right to sleep. Get some sleep. I went back into the other room and turned Beatrice over. Blood. It came from her back. She gave an incoherent moan. I lifted up her shirt and what I saw was horrific. She'd been carved with a knife. Slit over her shoulder blades, where her wings would attach if they were real. Oh, shit. I went into the bathroom and found what I could, trying to stop the bleeding from the flesh. It had mostly stopped already, but I didn't want her to lose too much blood. And even if she didn't, she would get an infection if this wasn't covered. Beatrice, I'm so sorry. I examined her face, seeing the sweat on her forehead, hearing her irregular breathing. She was high and in unimaginable pain. When the drug wore off, she would feel even worse if I didn't get her some pain meds. I was furious. More than furious. There wasn't a word for it. I grabbed my dagger off the nightstand and marched into the darkness. In white jeans and a t-shirt, I stepped into the night. The torches lit with flames. The sculptures still bright in the firelight. The malevolent were there, lurking in the shadows. Fornius! My bare feet stung against the frozen ground, but that pain was disregarded in light of my duress. The sea of faces that stared at me were practically wallpaper. I'd killed one of them, and you bet your ass I'd do it again. Fornius! My scream pierced the night, made an owl hoot in response, echoed back at me against the trees.
If anyone were nearby, they would hear my screams. I turned in a circle, looking at the skull staring at me, waiting for the demon to emerge. When they all turned in one direction, I knew he approached. He came down the stone steps, dressed in sweatpants and nothing else. His bare feet hit the stone just as mine hit the damp soil. His muscular body swayed slightly with his movements, the cuts of muscle visible in the firelight. Demonic eyes were trained on me, his signature smile gone. He reached the earth and slowly approached me, his arms at his sides. My angel. I'd never forget the first time I saw him in that theater, a monster in a Stephen King novel. He looked exactly the same, maniacal and obsessed. But there was a bit more to his look now. Your demon has come. There was possessiveness now, even affection. It was all disturbing. I need bandages, gauze, alcohol, now. His stare was the same, as if I hadn't spoken at all. Please. Are you hurt, Angel? No, but another angel is. His fair and unblemished skin reflected in the firelight, having no sign of bruises or scars, no sign of a hard day's work. He was untouched, while Beatrice was mutilated. I need to help her. Please. Nothing. I came close, getting in his face, unafraid of repercussion. It's a sin to hurt an angel. A demon has committed a sin, and it's your obligation to fix it now. I threw down my arms, desperate to get him moving. He hadn't blinked once since we'd come face to face. I didn't expect anything from him, but he was the one chance I had in this place. Rebecca would ignore me. The malevolent didn't speak. He was the only option I had to help her. He finally gave a nod to one of the malevolent. It actually worked? And pain meds, too. Fornius returned his stare to me, looking at me with the same intensity as before. I didn't know what else to do but stare back and wait. A moment later, a malevolent walked up to him, supplies in hand. Fornius took them while keeping his eyes trained on me, then did the handoff, extending the supplies to me. In shock, I opened my arms and accepted everything. Thank you. I shouldn't feel a morsel of gratitude, not to this man, not in this place. But this could have gone quite differently, and it didn't. He walked away silently and headed back to the stone steps toward the hill. Heal her wings, Angel. I cleaned her wound, wrapped her up nice and tight, and then left the pills on the nightstand so she could take them once she woke up. The sheets were soiled with blood, so I stripped them away and stuffed them into the closet. Her back would hurt the instant she woke up, so I propped her on her side, a pillow between her knees, and waited. Sunrise turned into the morning. The light came into the cabin, blanketing the hardwood floor and making the wood give a pop in the heat. I waited for her to wake up, but I knew she'd be out for a long time. Claire's little voice came through the door. Constance? I'm here, baby. I went into the other room and fetched her, bringing her to the bed where her mother lay. She's still not awake? She lay on the bed beside Beatrice. No, but she'll be awake soon. Beatrice was still now, sleeping hard, the drug finally out of her system so she could sleep soundly. My life felt like a nightmare. Why did Fornius have to lie to Benton? He might have had the means to save us all. Hours passed. Breakfast and lunch were served. Claire and I ate, but left Beatrice's food so she would have something to eat when she woke up. It wasn't until dinner time that her eyes opened. She immediately sucked in a deep breath, wincing in pain, coming to in a fright.
My arm moved around her shoulders, and I helped her sit up. Hey, it's me, Constance. I'm here. We're in your cabin. They're gone. I knew exactly what to say because I knew how it felt to wake up and immediately remember the torture. Only her torture was worse than mine. I ran through a forest and found hope in the form of a river. She was carved like Christmas dinner. She took several deep breaths, her hand moving to her chest, all of her senses igniting. Her eyes took in Claire beside her, staring at her daughter's blue eyes and blonde hair. Claire. Mommy! The child's hand grabbed hers. Just like any mother, she cared about her daughter's well-being more than her own. Are you okay? I'm fine. Constance protected me. Protected you? Protected you from what? Everything's fine, I said. We'll talk about it later. I ran my fingers through her hair just the way I did with Claire. You need to eat something and get these pills down. I helped her to the edge of the bed before I grabbed the tray of food and the pills. Beatrice didn't look at the food on her lap. Her hand explored her back, stilling when she found the bandages under her shirt. She froze, eyes wide, everything coming back to her in a heartbeat. You're safe now, Beatrice. It was impossible to be pragmatic about this, to ignore how traumatic this moment really was, every moment in this place. Watching someone else go through this torture was much worse than going through it myself, and it gave me a sharper lens into the suffering. My eyes moistened, but I kept the tears back, knowing it would just make it harder if someone were to mirror her sorrow back at her. She must have been in really serious pain, because all she cared about were the pills. She swallowed them dry and closed her eyes like she had a migraine. I know you're nauseated right now, but you'll feel better if you eat. They mutilated me. She inhaled a deep breath, digesting the horror of the memory, her mind elsewhere while her body remained behind. They wanted to see my wings and cut my back to find them. She cupped her mouth and broke into sobs, soul-crushing, uncontrollable sobs. I stayed in their room for the night. Claire fell asleep on the couch, her toys around her. Since Beatrice had slept all day and all night, she was wide awake, grimacing in pain from her cuts. She kept popping the pills, but over-the-counter meds weren't enough to subdue the kind of pain she endured. She sat in the chair at her bedside next to the harp, her eyes forever in a daze. She seemed to relive the experience over and over again, even though it was torture. But she had to, in order to make sense of what she'd suffered. But there was no sense to be made of it. I sat at the edge of the bed, wishing there were more I could do. We'll find a way out of here, Beatrice. We just gotta keep our eyes on the prize. Lifeless, she stared at a random spot on the other wall. I still have my dagger. He didn't take it away from me. Nothing. Beatrice. Talk to me. She finally looked at me, her eyes heavy. What happened with Claire? I glanced at the sleeping child, who was out like a light, tired out from the shitty day. A malevolent came in here. Tried to get her to take a pill. A child? She raised her voice and immediately winced in self-punishment. When she spoke again, she was quiet. Jesus Christ, this place. She inhaled a slow breath and dropped her gaze. What happened? I killed him. You killed him? Her voice rose again. Yeah. Everything had happened so fast that I didn't really have a chance to reflect on what had taken place. How? My dagger. They didn't take it away from you. I shook my head. They didn't do anything to you? I shook my head again. They just watched me do it, and that was it. They took the body at some point. And they let you keep a weapon? I nodded.
So they carve me like a pumpkin, but let you keep a knife. She looked away. That makes a lot of sense. Fornius had known that it was in my hand, that I could have stabbed him in the stomach on the spot, but he didn't seem to care. He'd known it was tucked into my sleeve when he watched me lie there, and he still didn't care. He must have thought he was truly immortal, or that I didn't have the balls to do it. Well, I proved today that I did have the balls. Who bandaged me up? She whispered. I did. I cleaned the wound so you wouldn't get an infection. Where did you get the supplies? Fornius. She stared at me, skeptical. He just helped you? I couldn't believe it either. Consider yourself lucky, because Amen, that would never happen. I wanted to ask about her demon, but it felt insensitive right now. Besides, I had all the information I needed to know. He was psychotic. He made my sneering demon look like a fucking clown. Her expression glazed over once again, her eyes lifeless. If he helped you with that, what else would he help you with? I don't know. Haven't considered it. My time spent with Fornius hadn't allowed me to understand him better. I understood him less, if anything. But it was conclusive that he was relatively harmless compared to some of the other demons. Never thought I'd be grateful for that sick, twisted smile. Take my dagger next time. And kill him. I can barely handle a butter knife at dinner time. Just aim for the heart. I could actually give advice on this because I'd done it. It was all instinct, all survival, all vengeance. He's so big. The guy is like 6'4". I didn't stand a chance either. Fornius wasn't lanky and strange like the malevolent I'd killed. And killing that man didn't really change anything anyway. But killing Aemon could stop Beatrice from being carved again. He doesn't believe I'm an angel. Wants me to prove myself. Shit. I was so high that I didn't really understand what he was doing at the time. But he was searching for my wings. Apparently, he goes through his angels pretty quickly. Then we had to get out of there as soon as possible. Her arms crossed over her chest, shadows on her face, her eyes down. I don't think I can do this. Tears started to build. When life gets hard, you take a break. You walk away from that toxic person. Get a babysitter if you need to be alone for a while. Swallow those pills to make that migraine stop, but this... There are no breaks. There's no pause button. I wake up every morning in this stupid fucking cabin and walk out the door to see a sea of monsters staring back at me. The drugs, the cuts, they're terrible. But the mental torture, I think that's the worst part. It was easy to get swept up in her words because truer words had never been spoken. The exact thoughts had passed through my head before, but I wouldn't allow myself to say them aloud, to burden someone else with the realization in case they hadn't already come to the same conclusion. I'm going to be the first one in that graveyard, like all the others. Chapter 12. Constance. With Claire's hand held in mine, we walked up the hill to our church. Just keep your eyes down. Claire looked at the ground, ignoring the malevolent as they stared from their positions around the settlement. The world was so quiet that I could hear the hum of silence. The air was cold and wet, like a fog would thicken over the next few days, so it amplified the sound of nothingness around us. I'd never experienced anything like it, not even the quietest night in Paris. It was the sound of true silence. Why do they stare at us?
Because they're freaks.
Are they animals?
No. They're a bunch of losers who wear costumes on their heads. Nothing to be scared of. Just a bunch of freaks. I wanted her to understand what they really were, so she'd be less scared.
They aren't monsters?
No.
Because they're scary like monsters.
They aren't scary. We stopped halfway up the hill, and I turned to one nearby, standing between two cabins. Watch. I dropped her hand.
Wait, don't go!
Let me show you not to be afraid. I marched up to the malevolent, his eyes widening in his skull when he realized the speed at which I rushed him. He started to back up, tripping on the grass slightly. Come here! I sprinted to him and caught up, giving him a hard shove in the back. He tripped forward and landed, but quickly crawled away until he was back on his feet. He ran faster this time. I turned back to Claire. See? Her eyes shifted from me to the spot where he'd been a moment before, her face pale like the moon. But then the ease slowly started to seep into her face. There was even a hint of a smile in her eyes. I came back to her and grabbed her by the hand. See? Losers. We moved farther up the path and approached the church, passing the graveyard along the way. Unmarked headstones were there, the angels underneath forgotten, used and tossed. These motherfuckers needed to die.
Is Mommy okay?
Yeah, just tired. I opened the door and let her inside first. Once the door shut, the malevolent were hidden outside, the windows covered with another layer of pictures so their shadows were barely visible. You want to color?
Yeah.
I went to the supply closet and pulled everything out, letting her draw on the pages left in the book. There were illustrations of heaven and angels, and in the white space beside them would be a child's illustration of a flower or a unicorn. These drawings are really good.
Thanks. My dad said I could be an artist someday.
That'd be a pretty cool job. She flipped through the pictures, showing me the carousel at the Eiffel Tower, a cafe on a busy street, and a picture of her holding hands with her father. Those are really good, Claire.
I want to take them home to show Daddy.
Good idea. I had no experience with kids, but she ripped my heart out of my body and stuffed it inside herself. So everywhere she went, she took it with her. I had so much empathy for Beatrice, having to suffer in such a horrific place with her daughter in tow. And I had even more for Benton, who believed they were both gone. I'll be back in a little bit. Want to talk to the girls.
Okay.
She stayed on the floor, working on her illustrations. I moved to one of the seats where Laura spoke to Nadine. They were the only ones in the church, but other angels would come since this was the only place where we could socialize together, at least in private. We had the right to travel the grounds and go where we wished. But was it worth it when those weirdos stared at us the entire time? Hey. Laura grabbed my wrist and raised my hand toward her face. What happened to your palm? There was a distinct scar across the skin, a wound that hadn't quite healed properly, a gash that would probably always be visible. I had to cut it for some fucking ceremony with my demon. My life felt like an episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, except I wasn't some kick-ass heroine and there were no hot vampires. So we could come together or some shit like that. That was fast. Laura returned my hand to my thigh. He's already bound himself to you for eternity. He's going to hell and I'm going to heaven, so not eternity. You know what I mean, she said. He's convinced you're the real deal, that you can make him ascend. Ascend. Attain humanity. It was all a bunch of weird-ass shit that I didn't understand. Guess you're a damn good actress. Nadine watched me with her dark eyes, her dark skin beautiful and contrasting against the white gown she wore. The rest of us just looked washed out. What are you saying to him? I shrugged. I honestly make it up as I go along, so I'm not sure. I guess it's easy to speak freak. Nadine nodded to Claire on the other side of the church. Where's Beatrice? Indisposed. I'm looking after her daughter for a while.
Shit, what happened? Laura asked.
She met her demon for the first time the other night. Tripped her out on LSD and wasn't convinced she was a real angel. So he carved into her back, looking for wings. Without saying a word, they showed how appalled they both were. Sometimes an expression could say it all. Yeah, we gotta get the hell out of here.
How is she now?
Laura asked. In a lot of pain. Depressed. She lay in bed, always on her side because it hurt too much to lie directly on her wounds. She's in no state of mind to take care of Claire, so I'm trying to keep her busy. I glanced at Claire across the room, who was both oblivious to us and the shadows in the room. When they took Beatrice, I lowered my voice. The malevolent came inside and tried to feed Claire LSD. Laura released a gasp.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What happened? Nadine blurted. Did she take it? I shook my head. No. I killed him.
Sorry, come again?
Laura asked.
You killed him?
Yeah. I pulled out the dagger, which I had on me at all times now. Stabbed him in the stomach and chest. Laura was in disbelief. Nadine was too, but she recovered quicker. They didn't punish you? I shook my head. The malevolent were there while it happened, and they didn't stop it. Fornius knows I have the dagger, but doesn't seem to care.
What in the actual fuck?
Laura said.
So, we can kill the malevolent? Let's just do that.
I would be the first one to say hell yes, but there's so many of them. I tucked the dagger away into my dress. If we launch a full assault against them, I suspect there would be some kind of retaliation. They're probably given rules they have to obey, but if it's total anarchy, there will probably be repercussions.
What about the boat idea?
Laura said.
Are we still doing that?
I used to go fishing on my dad's boat, Nadine said. I might be able to help, somewhat. I'm not sure, I'm still thinking. It's been getting really cold and the air is getting thick.
As in, it's too cold to run for it?
Laura asked.
We wait until spring?
No, I said quickly. We can't wait around. Beatrice probably won't live that long, so we can't wait. You know those mornings when it's so foggy that you can't see more than a couple of feet in front of you? I'm thinking we wait for that. And just walk out of here. They might not see us, and by the time they realize it and the fog fades, they won't know where to look. That's not bad, Nadine said.
But if we can't see where we're going, we could fall into a lake or walk off a cliff,
Laura said. I shrugged. There's no escape that's not risky. We fight them, that's risky. We run for it, that's risky. We take boats down the river, it's all risky. Honestly, some of us won't get away. Some of us will probably die in the attempt. But staying here isn't an option, so we have to take that risk. I'm not going to sit around any longer than I have to. I have to get Claire the hell out of here. Laura dropped her gaze, releasing a heavy sigh.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
We die if we stay. And we might die if we leave, Nadine said. So we wait for the fog? Yeah, I guess, I said. In the meantime, I'll do some exploring and try to figure out the best way to go.
That won't be suspicious?
Laura asked. I have a dagger on me, and they don't seem to think it's suspicious. We seem to have all the power over the malevolent and Rebecca and the other servants. Even with the demons, to a certain extent. I say we use that to our advantage for as long as we can. Fornius requests his angel. Rebecca stood with the poise of a nun, her hands together in front of her stomach, still looking at me with that stealthed hostility. I know the way. I shut the book I was reading and got out of bed. Don't need to show me every single time. I went to the closet and yanked out my gown with the wings, treating it like a rag instead of an expensive piece of clothing that probably took hours to make by hand. She watched me as if I hadn't said a word. I hated Eamon for what he'd done to Beatrice, but I hated this bitch just as much. The panels separating our rooms were open, Beatrice asleep on the bed, spending all of her time in and out of consciousness, either because she was tired or lost the will to go on. Hold on. I walked past Rebecca into the other room. I said your demon is waiting, and he can wait another 30 seconds. I ignored her and went to Claire, who was on the floor with her toys. She looked past me to Rebecca, knowing exactly what her presence meant. "You're leaving?" I nodded. "I won't be gone for long." "But remember what I told you?" I lowered my voice to a whisper. "If they try to give you that pill?" She nodded. "Good." I hugged her and gave her a kiss on the forehead before I went to Beatrice at her bedside. "I have a feeling I'll be gone until morning." She opened her eyes and looked at me, just as lifeless now as she'd been days ago. The wound couldn't hurt that much anymore, but she'd clearly lost the will to live. "I'm going to leave my dagger under the mattress if you need it, all right?" She only gave a slight nod. I left the girls and joined Rebecca outside, the icy air hitting me with a sting. How long had I been here? Fall had turned into the onset of winter, and every breath was like an ice pack against the lungs. We went up the hill like we usually did. But we didn't go to the Black Church. "Where are we going?" Rebecca kept up the lead and ignored what I said. "Hey, I asked you a question." Silence. Shit. I should have brought the knife. "Do you get paid to work here, or get paid?" Finally, got a reaction out of her. "No, I'm here because it's an honor to serve the angels." "An honor? Really? Because it seems like you hate me just a tad." She finally halted in her tracks. Some of the windows in the cabins glowed from lights and fireplaces, and it was somehow more eerie picturing the malevolent in their cabins, their skulls off, watching TV like regular people, like they weren't freaks. She pivoted and looked at me, her eyes failing to hide her disdain for me. "You're an angel, and you take it for granted. You're ethereal, you're blessed, you're beautiful. And you take it all for granted. Look around you. Does this look like a vacation to you?" My friend had a knife carved into her back. "And I take this shit for granted?" She stared, her eyes narrowed, her anger palpable. I hadn't seen it before, but now I saw it so clearly. "You want to be an angel." She turned around and continued forward. "That's why you're doing this? Because you think they might promote you to angel status? Is this a Victoria's Secret?" She kept walking. "You don't want this, trust me. It sucks." She ignored me for the rest of the walk, stopping in front of a set of large cabins in the rear. I recognized this area was different because the statues were different. Each one was large, bigger than the ones near my cabin, and each depicted an individual demon. I stared at the one in front of the cabin, seeing a monster with gnarly teeth, several sets of arms and legs. Just like in my last hallucination. My heart dropped into my stomach because I'd never seen this statue before, but I saw it in my dreams. Saw it right in front of me as clear as day. "He's waiting." Rebecca stood at the door to the cabin. I pulled my gaze away from the cabin and came close, anxiety flushing my skin, the terror gripping my every muscle. This was his private quarters, and there was only one reason he'd want me in a room with a bed. Rebecca opened the door so I could step inside. Hardwood floors. A roaring fireplace. It was cozy.
but terrifying. Rebecca waited. I'd left my knife behind for Claire, but I had a feeling I was the one who needed it tonight. I sucked in a breath and crossed the threshold. Rebecca shut the door, but she didn't lock it. Fornius was on the couch in front of the firelight in his sweatpants, totally jacked. Rivers of veins were all over his shoulders and arms, up his neck. The muscles were so big and the skin was so tight over the surface. He could probably pick up one of those statues and throw it at me, he was so strong. I stood there, unsure what to do. It was a living room with couches and a rug, a large hearth for the fireplace. There was no TV, just a bookshelf with books that had the same titles as the ones in my bedroom. There was a hallway that probably led to his bedroom and bathroom. It was strange to see him in a setting so normal. Fornius stared at me, the firelight highlighting his face, illuminating every detail of his expression. He was a handsome guy with a sharp jawline, masculine features, intelligent eyes. But instead of enjoying his attractiveness, he decided to start a cult and destroy lives. Shit. I hated that shit. It was like he was speaking parcel tongue from Harry Potter. I didn't want him to say that again, so I sat on the couch across from him, uncomfortable because of the present company, as well as the bulky gown and annoying wings that were always in the way. His stare continued, endless, taking me in like I'd really descended from the heavens to spend this evening with him. My eyes glanced down the hallway, afraid that's where we'd end up. What would I do if that's what he wanted? I'd fight, even if it got me killed. Did you heal the angel? The conversation had never begun that way, with a personal question. It was always some sort of stupid shit about divinity and forgiveness. Yes, she's doing better, for the most part. He leaned against the back cushion of the couch, his hands planted on his thighs, still like the statues outside. Why did you help me? The smile started. It stretched, grew bigger, wider. I hated to look at it. Because you asked me to. What else could I ask him to do? I dropped my gaze because the smile was too grotesque. It wasn't endearing or charming. It practically dislocated the bones in his face. What else can I ask you to do? Anything. My eyes shifted back to him. Why? Because you're my angel. He moved his arms to the back of the couch, spreading them apart, taking up more space on the furniture. His size was immense, like an ox or a stallion. So, would you let me go? His smile remained, every single tooth in his mouth visible, like he was in a dentist's office getting his x-ray taken. You're free to come and go as you please, as I've already said. I was in the middle of nowhere with no reasonable transportation. Having permission to leave was no way to attain freedom. Will you take me back to Paris and let me go? Was it really that easy? Just ask to be released? His smile went in reverse, slowly fading, returning to his cold hardness. Yes. What? Was he lying? You would just do that? Right now? It's dark, cold, dangerous. But if it's what you command, then yes. What I command? Was this a trap? Then I want to leave first thing in the morning. There was no reaction. And I want to take the rest of the angels with me. He stared for a long time, his eyes shifting to different parts of my face,
from my eyes to my cheeks to my lips.
That is something I cannot grant.
You said I could ask you for anything.
And you can, but they aren't my angels. Only you are.
If this wasn't some sick game or a trap, I could get out of here by morning. They would probably drug me again so I wouldn't know the way. But I could go straight to the police and tell them about this insane cult. I could save everyone else. It was the perfect plan. Then take me in the morning.
Yes, angel.
The anxiety was worse now. Because I had to be missing something here. It couldn't be that easy. It just couldn't. Why are you willing to let me go?
Because you'll always be my angel. Wherever you are, I will still worship you. I will still confess my sins to you.
So he'd stalk me again, at my apartment in the street, until I got him locked up for good. That was fine, because I would go straight to Benton, tell him about his daughter, and he would help me get this freak in prison for the rest of his life.
We will have the sacrifice tomorrow evening, after your departure.
Whoa, what now? The sacrifice?
We must return an angel to heaven once you leave us.
Shit. There was a catch, a big one.
There is no other way.
There were plenty of other ways. If you weren't fucking nuts.
We will bind her to the cross and turn her body to ash, so her spirit can return to the sky.
I pictured Laura, then Nadine on that cross. Beatrice, her skin on fire as she screamed in agony. And then I pictured something far worse, Claire. I wanted to flee this place just as much as everyone else. But not under these circumstances. I wouldn't be able to get the police and beat Fornius before he returned to the cult. Not in time. My brief moment of joy was gone within the flick of a light switch. It was devastating. To watch my freedom be snatched away like that in the blink of an eye. I've changed my mind. I wish to stay. With you. I could barely force myself to say the words out loud, even if it was a lie, because it was so disgusting. That smile returned.
An angel needs her demon.
Sure, whatever you say. I ask for something else. His smile remained. Eamon needs to protect his angel, not hurt her. He's hurting her. And it needs to stop. I suspected I knew what his answer was, but I had to try anyway. Do whatever I could to spare her and Claire this horrific pain.
You're my angel, not them.
But they're my fellow angels. You should protect them too.
The relationship between demon and angel is intimate and private. He knows what's best for her.
Fuck. Even if I ran away and got caught, Fornius probably wouldn't do anything. But if they got caught, they would be mercilessly tortured. And if I got away, an angel would be sacrificed. The only way we were getting out of this place was if we all went together. He watched me, his smile gone.
My angel is sad.
I just Wish they had a demon like you.
I knew you were my angel the moment I saw you. Those beautiful wings under those lights, sent from heaven just for me.
Creepy-ass shit, man. But I had to go along with it, because I believed that was the reason he'd taken a liking to me. Because I fulfilled this ridiculous fantasy that wasn't based in any form of reality. I gave him what he wanted, so he gave me what I wanted. He suddenly rose to his feet and extended his hand to me. I stared at it, unsure what to do. He held the posture, patient. I stared at the scar on his hand. The same one I had.
Come with me, Angel. Let's ascend together.
No, not this again. I took his hand and got to my feet. He tried to guide me back into the bedroom. I stayed put, which forced him to turn to look at me. I don't want to ascend. I didn't want to put that pill in my mouth. I didn't want to hallucinate. I didn't want to run in the forest and see yellow eyes. He stared at me for a long time, his hand loosening from mine. I knew I'd said the wrong thing. I could feel it. He was different.
We must ascend together. That's why a demon needs an angel.
If I didn't do this, I had no purpose. I was worthless, replaceable. Of course, I just meant in this room. Let's return to the church. His hand cupped mine once again, accepting my explanation without another thought. He guided me back into the cabin, down the hallway, away from the firelight, and into a dark bedroom. It wasn't dark because the lights were out. It was dark because the walls were painted black. There were statues along the walls, portraits of dark demons. There was no furniture, only a bed. When I turned my gaze back on him, that cruel smile was there, more ominous than it had ever been before. In his hand were 2 pills, one for him and one for me. He grabbed one and put it in his mouth, swallowing it dry. I forced myself to take the other. He lay in the king bed, on his back, his hands together on his lap. I moved to the bed beside him, the 2 of us looking up at the ceiling. His hand reached for mine, and he interlocked our fingers.
Together, we ascend.
Chapter 13. Benton. A father should never have to bury his daughter. A parent should never outlive their child. But that was my reality. I'd never see her blonde hair in the sink in her bathroom. I'd never walk down the hallway and watch her play with her dolls on her bedroom floor. There would never be crayons that fell off the edge of the table and rolled underneath. Now it was me, alone, surrounded by the walls that held on to her echoes. I'd have to sell it and move. Couldn't stay here. I dropped off the remains at the funeral home so they could be placed into coffins and prepared for the funeral. For my final goodbye. I picked out a beautiful rose gold casket for Claire. She'd always loved pink. For Beatrice, I picked white. She wouldn't give a damn what she was buried in. Honestly, neither did I. I was furious that she'd suffered like that she was taken from her life like a carton of milk off the shelf at the grocery store. But my sorrow was reserved for my daughter, the only person I really loved in this world. When we'd had her, it was all diapers and vomit and chaos. But that quickly changed, and she became everything to me. I sat alone in the parlor in my apartment, a glass of scotch always somewhere nearby. Blue coming and going. My days blurred together. Time had no meaning. How could it when my nights were days and my days were nights? This was a kind of grief that would never get easier. If I'd just gone to Bartholomew sooner, she might still be alive. But I cared more about my pride. I was a piece of shit father. My phone rang beside me. It was the number to the funeral home. I recognized it because I'd stared at it for so long before I'd made that first call. It was an out-of-body experience to call a funeral home and make arrangements for your 7-year-old daughter. I took the call but didn't say a word. "Mr. Marseille?" I inhaled a deep breath, then let it out slowly. "Yeah?" "After examining the remains, we've discovered that there are bones for an adult, not a child." My eyes focused on the amber liquid beside me, my heartbeat non-existent. I'd never opened the bag to look inside. I would never do that. Look at her little bones. I don't understand. "We've confirmed the remains of 2 adults, but none from a child." I was on my feet, my eyes immediately turning to the window, my heart beat back, stronger than ever. "Since there are 2 sets of bones, we'll need to go through all the steps to verify the identity." "Do what you have to do." "Can we pull Beatrice's medical records?" "Yes." I hung up and left the house. I ventured to the catacombs, weaving through the narrow tunnels until I entered the grand chamber with the ancient city in the rear. The 2 thrones were there, one vacant and another filled. Bartholomew gave almost no reaction. His closed knuckles were against his jaw, and his ankle was crossed over the opposite knee. The table beside him held his glass of wine. With vacant eyes, he stared, as if he'd been expecting me. I walked straight up to him, oblivious to the men and activities going on around me. "She's alive." He dropped his hand from his jaw as his eyes narrowed on my face. "I sent the bones to the funeral home. They said the remains are of 2 adults. His eyes narrowed farther. "He lied to us. She's still alive." "Doesn't mean he lied. Could have just given you the wrong bones. We're burning that place to the fucking ground, all right? You're coming with me and giving me everything I need to make this happen." He cocked his head and asked in a bored voice. "I am." "Damn right you are." "They say human memory is weak, and clearly it is. Our arrangement hasn't changed. Clearly it has, because you speak like you're the leader, when you're a deserter." I didn't have time for his mind games and power moves. "Just help me get her back." "I have no interest in a provocation, not with these guys. But we will return and investigate the matter." He lied to us. He threw her bones at my feet and smiled as he did it, just to watch my suffering. "He crossed you, and we don't let people cross us. I want them dead. Every single one of them, heads on spikes, bodies hanging from trees, those trees on fire. Understand me?" Bartholomew kept his voice at the same steady level despite my yells of rage. "We do this my way." "Fuck you. Then you do this on your own, Benton." "I will." My voice echoed in the chamber, reverberating off the walls like an earthquake was shaking the world. "Watch me." His stoicism was infuriating because nothing coerced a reaction out of him. He was immune to anger, rage, hurt, everything. He was a fucking sociopath. "I will handle this my way. If it doesn't work, I don't have time to waste." He paused, waiting to make sure I finished my outburst. "Then we'll do it your way. You underestimate these men, and I won't make the same mistake. You're blinded by emotion and rage, whereas I'm thinking rationally. You can take your rational thinking and shove it up your... If your daughter is alive, we'll get her back. Whatever it takes." I finally shut my mouth, hearing what I needed to hear. "And once that happens, I own you. Do you understand me?" I didn't have the capacity for pride. I didn't have the capacity for anything, not right now. All I wanted was Claire, and I could pay whatever that cost later. "Yes, I understand."
Chapter 14. Constance. The heart palpitations lasted for days. There was an arrhythmia to my heartbeat, a drug-induced panic that took longer to dissipate than last time. He'd given me a bigger dose. Or I was just weaker than before. I couldn't recall what happened. There were flashes of demons on the ceiling, maniacal laughter coming from beside me. The gates of hell opened, and I saw a sea of fire rush me. When I woke up, I was in my bed, still in my gown and wings. Nothing looked out of place, and there were no signs that he'd forced himself on me. The first thing I saw when I woke up was Claire's sweet face. It was a nice way to wake up. It was ironic. These guys worshipped angels, and I thought they were crazy. But Claire had become my angel. She was the only light in this very dark place. Claire spoke to her mom in their bedroom, the doors between us open. "Mom, can we go somewhere?" Beatrice sat on the edge of the bed, and despite her physical recovery, her mental state was still in tatters. Whenever Claire spoke, Beatrice ignored her or didn't register her voice at all. "Go somewhere?" A tone of incredulity was in her voice. She turned her head and stared at her daughter, her eyes mean. "Do you not understand?" "I think that's a good idea, Claire. How about you get dressed and we'll go exploring?" I needed to study the terrain of this place anyway. "Really?" She got off the floor, wearing a white dress with her little wings. "Will you make the monsters go away?" I'd forgotten about those freaks. Oh, how could I ever forget? "I'll do my best." Claire went down the hallway into her closet, out of earshot. I turned to Beatrice, her perfect cheekbones, her full lips, all mutilated like her back. Her beauty had been chipped away by her depression, her presence an empty vessel. Like her soul had already passed beyond the veil, and her body remained behind. "I'll take Claire for the day so you can have some time to yourself." "Good." Her arms were crossed over her chest, one shoulder dropped, her figure more svelte than ever before. Her eyes glossed over once more, and that was it. Beatrice was gone. Claire returned in white jeans and a white sweater, ready to go outside and explore the trees, hillsides, and the land. It was the perfect excuse to take a look around unaccompanied. All I had to do was ask Fornius and he would grant my request. "All right, let's go." I took her hand. "Say bye to Mommy." "Bye, Mommy," Claire waved. Beatrice ignored her. We stepped out into the cold, the sky overcast, the chill biting through flesh to bone. The malevolent were there, moving closer, wanting to get a look at the two of us. "Just look at the ground, Claire." "Are you going to get rid of them?" "I will in a bit." We moved to the stone steps and made our way up the hill, past the black stone church where I'd met Fornius before. The cabins loomed in the gray air, no activity noticeable. Farther up we went, making our way to the luxury cabins that seemed to house the demons. There were 12, and there were 12 of us. At least we wouldn't have to worry about another poor girl having to join us. "Where are we going?" Claire whispered, her eyes still down. I went to Fornius's cabin and left her by the wall. "Just keep looking at the ground, okay? I need to talk to someone. I'll be right here." I didn't want Claire to see him, to hear him speak with his weird speech pattern, because he was more frightening than the malevolent in a lot of ways. "How long will you be gone?" "Just a couple minutes. I'll be right back. I promise." She returned her gaze to the ground, her forehead against the wood of the cabin. "Okay." I went to the front door and knocked. The malevolent were all around me, gathered in a half circle, keeping a respectable distance away. I looked over my shoulder, then gave a jerk, like I was about to lunge at them. Like a school of fish, they immediately dispersed, only to move back into place a couple seconds later. Fornius opened the door, dressed all in black, this time wearing a long black coat that reached the tops of his boots. Eyes the texture of stone stared at me, intensive and direct, regarding me like a painting rather than a person just a foot away. He greeted me in silence. "Tell the malevolent to stop following me." His eyes shifted past me, to the men with skulls on their heads.
Why?
Because I want to take Claire to explore and she's afraid of them.
She shouldn't be afraid.
I told you what I wanted, Fornius. Make them stop.
Right on cue, that smile emerged. Of course, Angel.
He looked at the malevolent and gave a subtle wave of his hand. And just like that, they were gone. When he was this close to me, his smile was terrifying, disgusting. Did he have surgery to make his face move like that? It was like a snake that could unhinge its jaw to swallow prey twice its size. I turned away. Thanks. It hurt every time I had to say it. To express gratitude for the basic human right of privacy. To not be stalked.
A demon will do anything for his angel.
He remained at the door and watched me go. I took Claire's hand and guided her back the way we came. She looked up, giving a small gasp when she saw that we were alone. They're gone. Now it's just us, baby. We moved into the forest, surrounded by the tall pines that glistened with moisture. The air was so clean here, like stepping into a row of fresh Christmas trees. The soil was soft with moisture, and the tree trunks cracked the ground to make rivers. If this was just the location of a cabin in the woods, a vacation spot for some friends or family, it would be a beautiful place. But the demons ruined it. Claire was a child again, running around and playing in the dirt, scraping off the bark from the trees, examining the bugs in the soil. She was as she should be. A child that didn't have a care in the world, just living in the moment. I examined everything with a keen eye, searching for clues to get out of here. I'd brought a couple pieces of paper and a pencil so I could construct a map, using the sculptures at the settlement to mark the direction. We moved deeper into the forest, and I did my best to make sure we knew the way back. Our footprints left imprints in the damp soil like breadcrumbs, so all we had to do was follow that trail back. It was impossible to gauge our surroundings because the trees were so close, so dense, so tall. It felt like evening because they blocked out so much of the sun. It was beautiful, but also scary. Though for Claire and me, it wasn't the least bit scary. Not after the shit we'd seen. We kept going, Claire skipping and kicking mud everywhere, her white clothes covered in brown. We eventually reached the edge of the clearing and took in the view. The French Alps stood far in the distance, their tops covered with snow. But soon they would be completely covered in white powder once the winter storms arrived. The rest of the world was flat, with the exception of various mountain terrains and valleys. But there was no signs of civilization. Anywhere. I looked all around, hoping to see a plane pass overhead, a small French village in the distance. Even if I had binoculars, there was nothing to see, no cars, no roads. Just the wilderness. Oh, fuck. What? Claire's voice came from behind me. Shit. She chuckled. Ooh, you said a bad word. A lot of bad words. Sorry about that. It's okay. Daddy does it all the time. It's funny. I looked down at the sketch I'd drawn, just a line and an estimate of the distance. There wasn't anywhere else to go from this point except onward blindly. When I looked at the Alps again, I knew they were the border of Italy. That means we're facing vaguely south. I marked an S on my map. Paris is north-ish, so in the opposite direction. The French Riviera must be southwest. I marked everything on the map. So, which is the closest? I'd say the French Riviera. It wasn't as populated, not until you got to the coast, but there had to be cities in between. So I was probably about 100 miles from the closest place. Even if we went 10 miles a day without being impeded, It would take us 10 days to find help. But if we got a head start, it would be almost impossible to find us. We could cover our tracks for a while so they wouldn't know where to begin. And none of these guys seemed like hunters or trackers. So we'd be untouchable. Then we'd just have to worry about surviving. Kind of a scary thought. Too bad I never took Survival 101. Maybe one of the other girls knew. "Are you coloring?" Claire came to my side and looked at the paper in my hands. "No, drawing a map." "To treasure?" I released a laugh. "I wish." "Then what's it for?" "To find a way out of here." "But what about Daddy? He'll come for us." I folded the paper and returned it to my pocket. "I'm sure he will, baby." My hand went to her shoulders. "But I'm going to give you a life lesson right now, and you better listen." "What?" "Don't ever wait for a man to save you. Save yourself." We returned at sundown. The torches were lit. The malevolent lingered. Then, screams pierced the sky. "Ah!" Claire immediately jumped into my side, gripping onto my arm as she tried to become as small as possible. The malevolent turned their heads away from us, directing their attention to the source of the screams. The screams of a woman. I already knew who it was. I grabbed Claire's hand. "Come on." I tugged her across the clearing, past the torches, past the sculptures. "Ah!" I made it to the cabin and put her inside. "I'll be right back." "Where's Mom?" She ran to the bed, searching for her. "Mom?" She moved down the hallway, her voice breaking because even a 7-year-old could figure it out. "Mom!" I grabbed my dagger from beneath the mattress, ready to carve a demon and put him on a platter. "I'll be right back, all right? Stay here and be quiet." Tears streamed down her face, her eyes squinting, her arms folded over her body. I couldn't console her. Not when those screams were still in my head. "I'll be back." I left her behind and jogged past the stone statues and burning torches, a line of smoke rising to the sky. Her screams came again, screams of agony. I sprinted up the steps, weaved through the cabins, headed to the place where my hand had been sliced as quickly as possible. A sea of malevolence swept across my gaze, white bone, antlers, dead eyes. I made it to the dais. Beatrice was tied to the cross, her back exposed, her demon carving a bloody knife into her back. Oh my fucking God. The other demons were there, sitting together in their black robes, the malevolent on the stone benches behind them. With stoic expressions they watched, as if this horrific act were no different from a commercial you watched without really paying attention. Eamon was in flowing black robes, tall and muscular like Fornius, his bloody knife now at his side. He was brutish, with shaved hair that made his scalp only have a shadow. He had small eyes and a wide face, a big mouth, thick cords down his neck. The dagger was in my hand, but my courage failed me. I was scared. I couldn't pretend that I wasn't. This was the most disturbing shit I'd ever seen. It would haunt me for the rest of my life. Eamon must have finished because he put the dagger on the dais, the blood dripping on the stone. "I will find your wings, Angel." Beatrice collapsed, her body held up by the leather bands. There was nothing I could do. I stayed in the distance by the trees, my dagger still in my hand. Eamon gestured to the malevolent. They moved to the cross and untied her. Her shirt ripped open and in bloody tatters, her chest bare. They grabbed her and carried her, more a corpse than a person. I was in shock, unable to process the brutality. All I could do was breathe. In. Out. Fuck. But it wasn't over. Eamon watched them carry Beatrice away. "Bring the divine!" Claire. No. Fuck no. Oh, Jesus Christ. I took off at a sprint, making myself visible to anyone who looked in my direction, but I didn't care. The cattle heads turned and watched me push my body hard, shove aside the branches that scratched my face on the way, weave between the cabins, and slip on the mud. I got to my feet and took the stairs, missing my step at the bottom and rolling into the dirt. I pushed up and kept going. I wanted to help Beatrice, but I had to get to Claire first. The cabin came into sight, and I sprinted to the door and flung it open. "Claire, come here." Claire moved into my vision, wearing a terrified expression. I held out my hand to her. "Now." She was too scared to move. "Don't make me ask you again." I rushed inside and grabbed her by the wrist, giving a hard tug. She began to cry. "Mommy!" I started to run, dragging her with me, heading into the darkness of the trees. "I need you to run, Claire, now." "Mom!" "Now!" She finally moved, finally stopped crying. I grabbed a torch and sprinted into the tree line. It was dark as shit, and I couldn't see a goddamn thing without it. So I didn't have a choice. Run. 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 Without direction or understanding, we moved. But she slowed me down. She just couldn't keep up with me. I halted and dropped to my knees. "Hold this torch high for me." "What's happening?" "Hold it high." I raised her arm. "Don't drop it, okay?" I picked her up, heavy in my arms. But the adrenaline overcame it, and I moved faster than we had before. The torch gave some light, helped me move through the trees instead of smacking into a trunk. But it also illuminated the malevolent around us. They were everywhere. Fuck. I stopped and changed directions, giving it all my all, even though I knew how this would end. I couldn't save her. I halted when I came into a line of malevolent, their terrible eyes reflecting the lights from the torch, their bodies close together like a wall. I turned around to head the other way, malevolent. Claire cried against me, terrified. "Get the fuck away from me!" I grabbed the torch out of her hand, set her on the ground, and did the only thing that I could. I set the tree on fire. They watched the flames lick the wood before they panicked. Some sprinted back to the camp, but the others moved in. They attacked me for the first time, yanking the torch from my hand. I couldn't overpower them, so I hugged Claire to me, protecting her with my body. "Make them go away," she sobbed into me. "Please, make them go away." I cried. Because I couldn't. They marched us back to the dais, Beatrice's blood all over the stone. Eamon watched us, his eyes on Claire. "No!" I shoved the malevolent off me and held out the dagger, ready to take down any motherfucker that came for us. Claire buried her face into my stomach so she wouldn't have to see. I held out the knife toward Eamon, ready to take on this giant with my little blade. I swear to God. Tears blurred my eyes, angry tears. "Don't you fucking touch her!" Eamon didn't glance at the knife, not the least bit concerned that I had it in the first place. "I must check the wings of the divine. Then I'll check your heart with this knife." Fornius rose to his feet, shirtless and in the same black robe. "Angel." I turned my knife on him. "Stop this." All he did was shake his head. "I command you as your angel to stop this." Fornius stared, and for once he didn't smile. Eamon withdrew a pill, opening his fingers for Claire even though he was several feet away. "Come near her and I'll kill you. I'll kill all you motherfuckers." Eamon gestured to the malevolent. The surge of adrenaline was indescribable. I was fucking Kate Beckinsale in the underworld films. I stabbed the first one right in the neck, then got the other in the stomach, throwing my elbow to the guy behind me and breaking his nose. My arm clutched Claire against me at the same time, my knife held out at the ready. More came. I did my best to fight them off, stabbing mercilessly, leaving a pile of bodies behind. Before they removed Claire without hurting me, like their own lives weren't worth causing me harm. Claire screamed as she was yanked away. "Constance!" The malevolent blocked my path as they took her away. A sea of men that I couldn't push past. "Fornius!" I shoved them as hard as I could, trying to get to Claire. "Fornius!" He just stood there. Eamon extended a pill to Claire. She was frozen in place, shaking, not sure what to do. A surge of strength overcame me, and I shoved the malevolent out of the way. But instead of going to Claire, I went straight to Fornius. I held the knife against my stomach, the tip applying pressure. Fornius stared, a flash of fear moving into his gaze. "Protect her, or I'll do it. I'll ascend without you, and I'll never come back." His jaw tightened, his face tinted, his breaths grew heavy. Eamon kept trying to push the pill on Claire. And I couldn't tell how Fornius felt. He looked angry, so angry that he didn't know how to restrain it. I pulled the knife away and prepared to plunge it into my stomach. "Eamon!" His voice stopped everything, commanded the obedience of every single living thing in that theater. "You hurt your angel, and it hurts mine." I almost fell to my knees and broke down in a wave of tears. My body was weak, my knees wobbly, and the grip on my dagger shaky. Anyone touches her, anyone looks at her. I could barely speak, my breathing was so weak. And I return myself to heaven without you. Do you understand me? Fornius was furious. It was written all over his face. Do you fucking understand me? With his eyes on me, he spoke. "Eamon." The pill was taken away, and Claire was released. Just as I asked, they looked away, turned their backs on her, as if she didn't exist. Claire stood there, surveying the scene around her, the tears gone. It was over. I grabbed Claire by the hand and led her away from that god-awful place. I took her away. Not a single eye on us except those of Fornius. There was no rush, but we ran, getting out of there as fast as we could. Chapter 15. Constance. Just like last time, I took care of Beatrice. It was worse than the time before, but somehow she'd survived. I wrapped her up tightly and let her sleep for as long as she needed. Claire had a lot of questions. What did they want to do to me? I wanted to preserve her innocence as much as possible, to protect her sanity. I don't know, but it doesn't matter, because they'll never look at you ever again. All right? She nodded. You saved me. I promise. Nothing will ever happen to you. It was a powerful promise, but I meant it. I would kill as many men as I had to keep it. I wasn't letting anyone come near her. I shouldn't have to worry about that now, because my life was the most valuable thing to Fornius. I know, she whispered. While her mother slept in her bed, we slept together in mine. Now we were attached at the hip, Claire sticking to me like glue, coming with me everywhere I went, curling into my side during dinner. She did it for comfort. But she was the one comforting me. Without her, I wasn't sure I would have the same drive to get out of this place. I might give up, like Beatrice. When Beatrice woke up days later, she was in unimaginable agony. She took more pain medication than the body could metabolize, but she didn't care. I couldn't stop her. Not when she was delirious with pain. I made sure Claire stayed out of the cabin as much as possible. No child should ever have to watch that kind of suffering. A week later, Beatrice started to feel better. She wasn't popping pills around the clock anymore. But a mist of sorrow covered her from head to toe, and the lifelessness in her eyes only got worse. I told her what had happened with Claire. Didn't intend to worry her, but she needed to know. She also needed to know that they agreed never to touch her again, that Claire was safe, because I could forfeit my life at a moment's notice. She had no reaction. She sat up in bed in the middle of the night and looked out the window. I was wide awake trying to figure out a way out of here, working even harder to crack the code. I left Claire alone in my bed, then sat beside Beatrice. My instinct was to put my hand on her back to comfort her, but I knew better than that. The right words weren't on my lips. There was nothing I could say, nothing to make this easier for her. So I didn't even try. Her voice pierced the night. I can't do this anymore. My hand went to hers. I know. Her hand moved away. No, you don't. I've been making a map. When the fog is the densest, there's only one way out of this place. Death. My eyes took her in, understanding her meaning without misinterpretation. Beatrice. It's going to kill me at some point eventually. May as well go now. You can't think like that. We will find a way out of here. You have no idea. She turned to me, angry tears in her eyes. You have no idea what I have to go through. My eyes mirrored hers. I'm so sorry. I can't do it anymore. I just can't. This place was so horrific that I didn't judge her for having the thoughts, especially after everything she'd suffered physically. But she couldn't give up, neither could I. We had to get out of here. Just think about Claire. She shook her head. She needs you. And there's nothing I can do for her. That's not true. I'm going to die either way, not if we find a way out of here. Beatrice, I don't want to belittle your pain because I understand how traumatic it's been for you. I understand these moments when it just seems so hopeless. What's the point? But there is a point. We will get out of here, I promise you. Your promises mean nothing. She released a sigh. Our only hope was Benton, and he's not coming. You never know. He thinks we're dead. Doesn't that mean he'll call the cops? If he thinks his daughter is really dead? Not his style. Then he'll burn this place to the ground himself. She looked at me, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. You can't give up. Don't judge me. I'm not judging you, Beatrice. But you can't give up. You just can't. I'm here for you always. Anything you need, I'm here. And let's not forget Claire, who loves you so much. She inhaled another breath. I'm a shitty mom. You are not. Come on. You're the one taking care of her. Because you need some space, which is perfectly okay. I love her. I'm happy to help. She looked down at her hands as she started to fidget. I don't want to live anymore. You know? I do know. I wish I didn't. My hand returned to hers and I gripped it tightly. But you can't give up on me. I will get us out of here somehow, some way. It won't be tomorrow or next week, but I will. And that's a promise.
Chapter 16. Benton. Deja vu. The chopper lowered into the clearing, fresh powder on the ground after the first snow of the season. My eyes were out the window, focused on the settlement, the sea of cabins, sculptures, and fucking freaks. My heart pounded so much it hurt with every single beat. My eyes were set, not from fear or sorrow, but hope. Hope was the worst torture. I pictured my little girl in my arms again, her blonde hair soft against my skin, her eyes lighting up because she knew I would come for her. She never lost faith. Her daddy would come, and her daddy would kill every single one of them. The chopper touched down. The blade stopped. Bartholomew removed his headset and a black leather jacket with a black shirt underneath. His gun was at his hip. His eyes were on me as he waited for the blades to come to a complete stop. You need a minute. No. I yanked off the helmet, threw open the door, and got out. They were waiting, the guy with the smile, along with his cattle skull fiends. Bartholomew grabbed my arm and steadied me. I handle this. You? Do not speak. I stared at him, unable to stop imagining myself carving that smile out of his goddamn face. Blood everywhere, all over the snow, all over my clothes. The sweet satisfaction of carving his face like a Halloween pumpkin was indescribable. Bartholomew seemed to know because he pulled my gun from my holster, then extended his palm, silently asking for the knife. We might need it. My words are enough. I didn't withdraw my knife. Benton. He lied to us. Benton, why the fuck do you protect him? His hand remained lifted between us. That's my business, not yours. I told you I would get your daughter back if she's alive. Now give me your fucking knife so I can do my job. I yanked it out and threw it in the snow. Like I need it anyway. I turned away and began the march across the clearing, my eyes focused on the freak with the smile, the one who held my gaze like he found this whole exchange amusing. Bartholomew and our guys moved forward, inching closer, boots crunching against the snow. Then they came to a standstill. It was just like before, but there was no bag of bones at my feet. Fornius stared at me for a bit before his eyes flicked to Bartholomew. Another business opportunity? Delightful. I could crush his skull with my bare hands. My thumbs would dig into the sockets first until the blood poured down his face and he was permanently blind. Then I'd unhinge his jaw with my hands, rip it out of place. Same business opportunity. Amended. It took all my strength to keep my mouth shut and not demand my daughter, but I wasn't myself right now. Insane with rage, and I wouldn't be able to handle this the best way possible. I just wanted violence, bloodshed, vengeance. Fornius continued to smile. What are your requests? What do you owe me? Bartholomew kept his calm, and in between his simply spoken words were the subtle threat. A threat that he didn't need to voice. Let's get it right this time. Slowly, that smile faded. That's right, motherfucker. Silence. Fornius wouldn't admit a damn thing or show his hand. Bartholomew let the silence stretch on indefinitely. My eyes flicked past them, as if I expected to see Claire and Beatrice in the background. My patience was getting the best of me. Bartholomew broke the silence first. Take this opportunity to remedy your mistake. Thank me for my generosity. Complete this deal as it should have been completed in the first place. Fornius stared. Bartholomew stared back. Now, this is your one and only chance, Fornius. Bartholomew kept his calm. Do not waste another moment of my time. Fornius held his gaze, his eyes shifting back and forth, a red tint flowing into his face. My body was in duress. It didn't know if it should breathe, writhe, convulse, rejoice. My breaths were irregular and deep, because I'd forget to exhale after every inhale. My boots were on the precipice of what I needed, so fucking close. Fornius turned to his men and nodded. My chest nearly burst. Claire. She was alive, she was here. I swayed on the spot. Bartholomew gave me a look that conveyed his words as clearly as if they were written on a page. Keep your shit together. We waited for what felt like an eternity. A slow, painful eternity. Fornius remained in front of us, that gloating smile gone. We stared back and forth, the longest standoff in history. Then I heard a woman's voice. Where are you taking her? A cabin and trees were in the way of my ability to see her. No, I go where she goes. The cattle skulls came in a herd, at least 24. I couldn't see behind them. I instinctively stepped forward, needing to see. Bartholomew's hand was quick, grabbing onto my arm with the grip of a viper. I steadied even though it took everything in me. The freaks parted, and there she was, Claire. Her hand was clasped inside the palm of a woman I didn't know, and that same woman held up Beatrice, like she was too injured to walk on her own. But my entire focus was on the little girl coming toward me. The breaths came in deep and fast, my eyes seared with heat and moisture, and it took all my strength not to fall to my knees and sob. Claire stuck close to the woman's side, her eyes down, as if she was afraid to look at the freaks around her. She didn't see me, had no idea I was there, just trusted the woman who held her hand to get her to their next destination. They came to a stop several feet away. The brunette woman stared at me, her eyes wide as if she recognized me.
Claire,
She shook her head.
it's okay to look.
Claire trusted her instinctively and lifted her gaze, looked right at me. It was like the first time I saw her when she was born, when she became my whole world, the single thing I loved more than anything in the universe. I was overwhelmed but unable to react, unable to do anything other than stare, in disbelief. The look she gave me, I'd never forget it.
Daddy!
Oh, fuck. My eyes watered even more. She left the woman and sprinted toward me. I dropped to my knees and caught her in my arms, squeezing her tight, my labored breaths nearly breaking my sternum. My hand cupped the back of her head and I closed my eyes, my heart reunited with my body. She squeezed me.
I knew you'd come, Daddy.
I squeezed her harder, the tears breaking free, the sobs uncontrollable. I didn't give a fuck about the men who watched. I didn't give a damn that I looked weak and overwhelmed. This moment was the only thing I cared about. I couldn't even talk to her, it was too hard. Bartholomew spoke. Fuck with me again. I'll show you what happens. He gave me a kick, telling me it was time to go. I forced myself to my feet, didn't wipe the tears away, and held her in my arms, just the way I did when she fell asleep on the couch and I carried her to bed. The men supported Beatrice and helped her move forward. I turned away and carried Claire back to the chopper, my arms tight around her, unable to believe that she was with me again, that her hair was against my cheek, on my neck, that she even smelled the same.
Daddy, wait.
She smacked my shoulder.
Put me down.
I was out of my mind right now, so I just did as she asked. Sweetheart, what is it? She moved past me back the way we came. I snatched her by the arm with lightning speed, because no way in hell was she going back in that direction. What are you doing? I saw the woman who had held her hand smiling despite the tears in her eyes. The cattle skulls began to move away and turned back to the cabins. The woman gave a wave.
Baby, it's okay.
Her voice broke when a sob escaped her throat.
Go home. No.
She tugged on my arm.
Dad, I'm not leaving her here.
Bartholomew and the men turned around to assess the commotion. Phornius remained exactly where he stood, his eyes on me. Bartholomew gave his warning. Benton. I pulled Claire to me. We have to go. She pushed me, literally pushed me.
No.
She ran away. I sprinted after her, moving with more speed than I ever had, and I grabbed her again, keeping her from the woman. Claire. I didn't want to yell, I just wanted to get her home, to get her out of this place. The woman kneeled, tears streaking down her cheeks.
It's okay, really.
I pulled Claire back. Let's go, now. She dragged her feet into the snow and screamed,
I'm not leaving her.
She sprinted to the woman and hit her like a ram. The woman caught her, wrapping her arms around her, crying.
Baby, it's okay.
Phornius continued to watch, his stare cold. I walked back, keeping an eye on him but watching Claire at the same time. Bartholomew was no longer calm. Benton, we're done here. Claire hung on to her, just the way she held on to me.
I'm not leaving you here, no.
The woman pulled away so she could see Claire's face, stroke her hair out of her eyes.
It's okay, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. You go home with your dad, okay?
I picked Claire up this time and threw her over my shoulder. There was no time for goodbye. It was time to get the fuck out of there. She kicked and tried to wiggle free.
Dad, no!
I held her with one arm, ignoring the kicks and hits.
She saved me!
I made it to the chopper with the men and Beatrice.
Dad, she saved me. She protected me.
She started to sob.
Please.
I lowered her to the ground and looked at her, watching her react in a way I'd never seen before. The cattle skulls were gone. It was just the woman on her knees, the freak beside her. My hand moved to her shoulder. Claire, I'm sorry.
They were going to hurt me.
She wiped her tears away but kept crying.
And she saved me. They tried to make me take stuff, but she kept them away. She made the monsters go away.
I studied her for seconds, absorbing those words and protecting myself from their truth as much as possible. I wouldn't allow myself to wonder what happened here, because it would break me. I turned to Bartholomew. He already knew what I was going to say. No. Claire pleaded with me, her wet eyes desperate.
Daddy, please.
I got to my feet and faced my old ally, my old friend. Let's take her. No. The other men were in the chopper, so it was just the three of us in the snow. Beatrice was in the chopper, but she seemed to be too overwhelmed to speak, or too high. That was not the deal. Lying wasn't part of the deal, but they did that anyway. I faced him off, our eyes level. We should take her as payment for the shit they pulled. This woman took care of my daughter, so I owe her everything. Bartholomew clenched his jaw, then looked at Fornius, who hadn't moved an inch. Claire kept tugging on my sleeve.
Please, please.
Without waiting for his agreement, I walked off. Claire, stay here. He came after me. I didn't agree to this, and I don't give a damn. Claire didn't need to tell me what this woman meant to her, because I could see it with my own eyes. I could see a woman who loved my daughter like I did, who took care of her when I wasn't there. I wasn't leaving her here to rot. Fornius watched me as I returned. I stopped in front of him, Bartholomew with me. The woman comes with us. She remained on her knees, her breaths labored, like she couldn't even dare to hope that she would leave in that chopper with us. Fornius watched me, his answer soft. No, I'm not asking you. I moved closer, wanting to bash his face into a tree until it was so bloody and disfigured that it wasn't a face anymore. We made a deal, and you lied. You lied to the chasseurs. Your throat should be cut right now. Your eyes should be in my pocket. You kept my daughter away from me and fucking lied. My entire body shook because I was so fucking angry. She comes with us, as an apology. His face mirrored mine, in a quiet rage. He wanted to kill me. I wanted to kill him. Glad the feeling was mutual. My hand extended to the woman, ready to help her to her feet. Her head turned to him as if waiting for permission. He continued to glare, to breathe hard, to suppress all his violent desires. She finally took my hand, with a grip so tight it nearly bruised my hand. I pulled her up, got her to her feet, and pushed her behind me. Freak. Chapter 17. Benton. We sat in the chopper, soaring over the countryside as we returned to Paris. Beatrice was beside me, Claire on the other side. When I saw Beatrice's eyes roll back in her head, I gave her a shake. Beatrice, come on. I clapped her cheek with my palm, my voice audible over the radio. Stay awake. LSD, Bartholomew said across from me. She's on it. A lot of it. The woman sat against the other window and hadn't said a word, seemed to be in shock. Beatrice's eyes started to close again. Come on. I slapped her this time.
I think Mommy is hurt.
Claire's gentle voice came over the intercom. The woman spoke.
Her back. She's bleeding.
It was the first time she'd said anything, and it wasn't with the strength she'd spoken with when it came to Claire. It was as if she was injured too, injured with shock. I supported Beatrice and leaned her forward. That was when I saw the blood soaking through her shirt. Fuck. Bartholomew saw it too. If she doesn't get to a hospital, she'll die. That realization hit me too. I spoke to the pilot. We need medical treatment, now. He spoke back through the radio. Changing course. Claire started to cry.
Mom's gonna die.
No, I said. She's going to be okay. I lied out of my ass because I didn't want my daughter to grapple with death in such a terrible way. I need to stop the bleeding. Bartholomew moved, grabbing the emergency first aid equipment. I removed my safety belt and laid her on the floor, working with Bartholomew to keep her alive. Bartholomew supported her so I could wrap the gauze around her body. The woman moved to the vacant seat beside Claire, holding her.
She's going to be okay, baby, just like all the other times, okay?
All the other times? Jesus fucking Christ. I got her wrapped up, kept slapping her face to keep her awake. Even if we stop the bleeding, she'll probably die from an overdose. Just shut your mouth, all right? I glared at Bartholomew, not wanting my daughter to hear this. He wore the same stoic expression, indifferent to what I said, because life and death didn't matter to him. Even his own death didn't matter to him. I got my daughter back. The fight was over. But now I was plunged into another life-or-death scenario. If Beatrice died, it wouldn't affect me that much, but I didn't want my girl to lose her mom. So I continued to slap her, to keep her awake, to keep her on this side of the veil until we reached the hospital. We landed on the helipad of the roof of the hospital after we got clearance from air traffic control. Beatrice was handed off to emergency care, and the doctors would probably be stunned for a moment because they'd never seen shit like this before. Bartholomew had his own private medical team that could have treated her, but there wasn't time for that. They treated the wounds and pumped her stomach. Most of the acid was in her bloodstream, but they could still get out the little bit that remained. At the very least, it would reduce the length of the high. I glanced behind me, checking every couple seconds for Claire, who sat with the woman, their hands held together. I faced forward again and looked at Bartholomew. I need to get Claire home. Your guys can stay and deliver Beatrice when she's discharged. We both looked out of place in the hospital, wearing all black, our weapons left in the chopper because that would cause a panic. Judging from the way everyone cast worried glances our way, they knew we were people who didn't belong there. Bartholomew sidestepped as a man passed by, and his eyes followed him in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe someone would voluntarily get that close to him. A bit thoughtless. Claire is my priority, and there's nothing I could do for Beatrice anyway. He glanced past me to look at my daughter. Why is she still here? Now that the woman was free, she hadn't said her goodbyes and left. She stayed, stuck to Claire. I wondered the same thing. He stared at her for a while. Are we done here? His blue eyes flicked back to me. Because I have shit to do. I gave a nod. Takes a week off. After that, you have shit to do too. He stepped away. My arms grabbed his, just the way he'd grabbed mine just an hour ago. His eyes sideswiped me. I let go. Thank you. His eyes held mine for a long time. Didn't do it out of the goodness of my heart. You got my daughter back, and that's all I care about. We took a cab to my Paris apartment. It was in the heart of the city, close to Claire's school, so I could walk her there in the mornings. Daylight had faded, and now it was evening, the lampposts bright on the corners, headlights visible on the cars, puddles were everywhere, as if it had rained shortly after I'd left that morning. We walked in the door, the cold crypt of my home suddenly warm and alive once again. Claire's blonde hair bobbed up and down as she crossed the foyer and entered her home, past the pictures of herself on the wall, heading straight into the kitchen and living room, where we'd spent our evenings. She'd help me cook, and then we'd watch another movie about heroes and princesses. I would get those nights back. Made me lose my gait for a second, because everything up until this point felt like a dream that would fade when my eyes opened. But once I stepped foot inside my house and her voice came from the other room, I knew it was real. She was here to stay. I inhaled a deep breath, standing in the hallway, overcome. A hand rested against my shoulder. My head slowly turned to regard her, the woman with the green eyes who had formed a bond with my daughter, the woman who barely said a few words. Her eyes were filled with emotion, but they didn't seem to reflect her own struggles. only mine. She lowered her hand a moment later and stepped back. Her dark hair was in loose curls around her face, and her smoky eye makeup had spread glitter over her eyelashes and a bit on her cheeks. She was dressed in all white jeans and a white top, just like Claire and Beatrice. Her eyes seemed intelligent, but the rest of her seemed skittish. I turned away and followed Claire into the kitchen.
Daddy, are we going to...
I kneeled and hugged her against me, my arms solid steel, locking her into my heart forever. My chin rested on her head, and I closed my eyes, doing my best to appreciate her little body and my big arms. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't do it. It felt too surreal to have the one thing you wanted most in the world. Claire held on to me and turned quiet, her breathing quick and even.
I missed you.
My eyes watered, too emotional to say it back, even though I'd said those words in the dark every time I looked at her picture, to her ghost in her bedroom. My spectrum of emotion was very slender, not even a spectrum at all, but she ripped it wide open, made me feel love for the first time, and sometimes it was too much for me to handle. To love someone this much was the most painful thing in the world. I love you so much. My breath caught in my throat, and the tears came again. Even as a child, I never cried. There were only a handful of times that had occurred, and it was all because of Claire. Sometimes the tears were bittersweet, when I dropped her off at kindergarten for the first time. One time she made me a drawing of the two of us for Father's Day, and I just lost it. I lost it now.
Don't be sad, Daddy.
She pulled back to look at my face. My hands cupped her little cheeks, seeing those freckles on her face, her blue eyes identical to mine, her messy blonde hair. I'm not, sweetheart. Just happy to have you home. I kissed her forehead and hugged her once again. She looked nothing like Beatrice, didn't have a scar in sight, not a single bruise, and she didn't seem emotionally disturbed either. Beatrice was an empty vessel, but my daughter came back exactly the same. After a couple minutes, Claire pulled away.
I'm hungry.
I smiled through my tears, having missed those words. I used to hear her say it all the time, first thing in the morning, right when she got home from school, even after dinner sometimes. Then let's make something. I got to my feet and watched her run to the kitchen and open the fridge.
Constance, you want to cook with us?
Claire looked at the woman who now had a name, the woman who had the same moisture in her eyes that I did. I turned to look at her, wondering why she was still there. I'm sure Constance wants to head home, too. Probably has a lot of people that she missed. Constance stared at me, her eyes slowly sinking to the floor. I turned to Claire. Come say goodbye. Claire closed the fridge, then hugged Constance around the stomach. Constance gave a strained smile before she kneeled and embraced Claire the way I had a moment ago. She clung to her hard, her eyes closed, enveloping her with invisible love that I could see with the naked eye.
You were right, baby. Your daddy did come for us. I knew he would.
She pulled away.
He's the best. You were right about that, too. You want to come over tomorrow and get ice cream with us?
Claire asked. Before Constance could answer, I intervened. We'll talk about it later, sweetheart. I appreciated what this woman had done for my daughter, but that relationship was over now. I was a paranoid man, even more so now, and I didn't want anyone having a relationship with my daughter, especially a stranger. I didn't know this woman. Just because she'd helped my daughter didn't mean she was a good person. I knew nothing about her except the things Claire had mentioned. Now pick out something for dinner and I'll walk Constance out.
All right. See you later.
Claire did as I asked and turned back to the kitchen. The second Claire turned away, Constance got to her feet, a wince on her face, like she'd been punched in the gut. She stared at the floor for a moment before she looked at me. I entered the hallway, ducked into a bedroom and grabbed a wad of cash and then met her in the foyer. She looked out the window into the darkness, in her white clothes, her makeup making rivers on her face from the moisture that had spilled over a couple times. Thank you for everything you did for my daughter. I extended my hand to shake hers. She stared at it for a moment before she took it, her grip weak.
Benton?
She stared at our hands as they moved up and down, like she'd never had a handshake before.
You don't remember me?
She dropped her hand and looked up at me again, her hand flattening against her stomach.
You came to the theater, asking about Claire and Beatrice.
I asked a lot of people a lot of questions.
After I saw you, Fornia started popping up everywhere. At my performances, at the apartment across the street from mine. I went to the police, but they were no use.
No surprise there.
I was actually on my way to find you when they grabbed me.
I didn't know what to say, what she expected of me. I'm sorry. She glanced out the window again. You're home now, it's over. She slowly turned back to me, her eyes sad.
It'll never be over. At least not for me.
I extended the cash to her. Take this, as a thank you. She stared down at it, but never grabbed it.
I don't have anywhere to go.
Her eyes remained transfixed on the cash. Then this will get you back on your feet. The wad remained pressed under my thumb, waiting for her to take it and walk out the door. Her eyes lifted again, and the fog that had remained on the surface of her gaze finally wafted away on an invisible breeze.
I know you don't know me, and this is weird, but I don't want to leave.
My hand slowly dropped back to my side.
My apartment will have a new person living there. I don't have family, just a couple friends. Everything happened so fast, I can't really process all of this. And I don't want to leave Claire.
My stare was empty and endless, my eyes flicking back and forth between hers. Her gaze was full of desperate expectation, like I was somehow responsible for her well-being now. You aren't my problem. She gave a slight wince, like a knife had slashed her cheek. I raised my hand again, and this time forced the money into her palm. I appreciate what you've done for Claire. I got you out of there. I've given you money. My debt is repaid. I opened the door and waited for her to walk down the steps to the sidewalk and disappear into the darkness, disappear from our lives forever. In a haze, she moved over the threshold, her breath immediately escaping as vapor in the nighttime air. She looked down the empty street, her breath releasing more frequently from her nostrils.
I know he'll come for me.
Leave the country. You have the means.
I don't have an ID, anything. And even if I did, I don't know how to start over. I wouldn't even have shoes if one of the nurses at the hospital hadn't found a pair in my size. I'm a dancer, that's all I know.
She turned back to me, pleading with her eyes. Still didn't understand why this was my problem. I had my daughter back, and all I wanted was to go back in there and make her macaroni, her favorite. I'd bought it at the store today, hoping I'd make it for her tonight. Go to the police.
They were useless last time.
I'm not trying to be an asshole right now, but your well-being is not my problem. I have a little girl in there who needs me. Frankly, I don't give a damn about you. I don't give a damn about anyone but her. She breathed harder, vapor rising up from her nostrils.
I get it. And I don't want you to think I'm a charity case.
It's starting to seem that way. Her eyes gave a flash, like lightning that brightened the sky before the storm hit.
My entire purpose for the last few months was protecting Claire. Without her, I don't know what to do with myself. I don't want to say goodbye.
I appreciate your dedication to my daughter, truly I do. But she's my daughter, not yours.
I never implied she wasn't.
Goodbye, Constance. I started to shut the door on her.
That's it?
She asked incredulously.
There's this horrible place that tortures women for being angels, and you don't care. You aren't going to do something about it.
The door steadied, and I stared at her. I said it once, I'll say it again. I don't give a damn about anyone but her. I shut the door, locked it, and returned to my daughter in the other room. Even though I slept and woke up the following day, my life still felt like a dream. The best dream I'd ever had. The mattress bounced with her little weight as she jumped on my bed first thing in the morning, before the sun had finally risen and pierced the fog. My eyes opened to see her little face above mine. I smiled like I'd never smiled in my life.
Dad!
She grabbed my arm and tugged on it.
Come on, wake up!
I shut my eyes quickly and went still, pretending to be asleep. She tugged on me again.
Dad!
She laughed as she pulled on my arm.
I know you're awake. You're smiling.
I opened my eyes again and looked at her, my arms barreling around her and pulling her close. You caught me, smart girl. She was in her pink pajamas with the ponies on them, her entire room decorated with little white horses with flowy pink hair. She loved dolls and stories about princesses, but she also loved getting her hands dirty, digging for bugs.
I'm smarter than Daddy.
Let's not get carried away.
I don't smile when I'm trying to pretend to be asleep,
she said with a laugh. You got me there. She pushed out of my arms and sat beside me.
Are we going to see Mom?
Yes. She was still at the hospital, and from what Bartholomew had told me, she'd pulled through and was resting in her room.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go!
She slid off my bed and ran down the hallway, her little feet loud against the hardwood floor, turning muffled when she hit the various rugs and then becoming loud again on the wood. My smile faded, because I thought I'd never hear that sound again.
Mommy, are you okay?
Claire stood at her bedside, looking at her mother in bed with sad eyes, not understanding the cuff around her arm, the tubes going into her body, the white gown, the constant beeping of the monitors. The last time Claire had been in a hospital was the day she was born. Beatrice gave her a smile, then stroked her hair.
I'm gonna be fine, honey, just a little tired. I was scared.
She continued to stroke her hair, her smile fading.
I was too. You must be happy spending time with Dad again. Yeah, we made mac and cheese and hot dogs last night. That sounds healthy, she said with a chuckle. Dad said I could have anything I wanted. Of course he did.
Her hand played with Claire's soft blonde hair, continuing to stroke her.
Always gives you whatever you want.
They talked for a while, and I stayed in my chair across the room. My eyes glanced out the door every time someone passed. They flicked back to Claire only to do it again and again, as if someone would walk through that door and try to take her again. They didn't talk about their time with the cult at all. Not a single thing was mentioned. I was relieved because I didn't want to hear about it. My daughter was unharmed, with the same bright smile and bubbly personality, so I left it alone.
Constance is going to get ice cream with us soon.
She is? Beatrice asked, slightly surprised. I wanted my daughter to forget about the woman, and in time she would. A normal life, schoolwork, sports would make her get back to normalcy. I didn't want her to be around anyone who reminded her of a past she needed to forget. I left the chair and approached the bed, taking a seat in the chair at her bedside. Sweetheart, let me talk to Mom for a second. Claire moved to the seating area at the other end of the room, where there was a TV and some magazines. She opened one, National Geographic, and flipped through it. Her legs dangled over the edge, and she absent-mindedly kicked one, a ball of energy. Beatrice stared at me, her skin losing its glow, her eyes filling with emptiness. I kept my voice low so Claire wouldn't hear. How are you? She looked into my eyes lifelessly before giving a shrug. The doctor said you're free to go tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're welcome to stay with us. Take your time getting better. I can help you with anything that you need. Her breaths grew labored and heavy, and slowly her eyes began to narrow.
You hate me.
Accusation filled her eyes, memories of our past conversations visible in her gaze, the fights, the screams, the words that neither one of us could take back. Doesn't mean I don't want the best for you. She looked away, glancing at Claire across the room.
I'm in a lot of pain.
Her eyes welled up. reflecting the fluorescent lights with the sheen.
I can't do a lot right now. I just need to rest.
Then we'll pick you up tomorrow. She wouldn't look at me, like she hated herself for accepting my help.
How's she doing?
She's the same. It's like she never left.
Good.
She watched Claire for a while, her chest rising with the deep breath that she took. There was a lot left unsaid, but when our daughter was in earshot, she probably didn't want to say anything.
I wish I could say the same about myself.
Chapter 18. Constance. When the malevolent took Claire and Beatrice, I refused to stay behind. With my dagger in my pocket, I went with them. For better or worse. When I saw Benton and his men, it made my breath come out as a shudder. Because I'd thought he'd never return. I'd underestimated the man. It all happened so fast that I didn't have a chance to think. Fornius released me. I was on the chopper with a headset on. Beatrice was bleeding out, and I was lifted out of that place. The sea of trees passed. The snowy mountains disappeared. Civilization came into view. It didn't take long to see roofs and streets, given the speed of the chopper, but on foot, it was still at least 30 miles away from the closest inhabited location. When the truth dawned on me, that I was free of that place, I was suddenly filled with dread. Because I wasn't really free. The malevolent still stood among the trees. The sculptures were still illuminated by firelight. Laura and Nadine still remained behind, along with the others, waking up to the same terrible existence. It wasn't over. And Fornius would come for me, there was no doubt. I spent my first night in Paris wandering the streets, passing the cafes that closed in the afternoon, restaurants where friends were enjoying their coffees after their heavy meals. The air was thick with cold moisture, making my hair slick, my cheeks wet. In all white, I stuck out like a billboard. My apartment had a new tenant. All my things had probably been donated. All I had was the cash Benton gave me. But that didn't replace the life that had been taken from me. It didn't replace the time I'd lost, the damage to my body from the acid, the mental trauma I would always carry now. When I was at the cult, I was hyper-focused on survival and freedom, but now, I had nothing to do. All I could do was process the destruction as I wandered the streets alone. All I could do was think about what I'd witnessed. All I could do was wait for Fornius to come back. I was in the woods again, shadows, yellow eyes, demons, everywhere. I saw them everywhere. I stood in the doorway and stared at Beatrice. She sat up in bed, her eyes out the window, her hair pulled back in a bun. She looked exactly the same as she did in the mountains, like she had no reason to live. The flowers were in my hand, the ones I bought with Benton's money. My knuckles tapped against the open door. She turned her head to look, the lifelessness fading when she recognized me. "Constance, thought I'd stop by." I carried the vase to the table at her bedside, just to see how you're doing. She looked over my appearance, like I looked worse than she did. "Why are you still wearing that?" I was in the white jeans and sweater because I'd been up all night. I could have bought some clothes, but that wasn't a priority at the time. I just haven't had time to change. "How are you?" She planted her hands against the mattress and cringed as she pushed herself up. "Terrible." "Stingy on the pain meds?" "No, but they wear off quickly." Her hands rested on her stomach as she stared at me, her eyes tired. "At least you never have to go through this again." But the damage is done. My eyes studied her face, my mind taken back to that conversation we'd had on her bed. "I'll never live a normal life, not with these scars. Not right away. But in time. I had been in the midst of a mental breakdown last night, but I somehow felt better talking someone through their own breakdown. She gave me something to do, something to focus on. Making someone feel better made me feel better. She stared ahead, dismissing what I said. How long are you here for? Tomorrow morning. I'm staying with Benton for a while. Oh. It's just for a couple days. Then I'll need to figure out what to do next. I had no idea what to do with my life. Ballet was my life, but now I could never go back. Not because of the scars, but because of the memories. I'd never look out into that theater without imagining those skulls sitting in the auditorium. Besides, that would be the first place Fornius would look. What about you? My eyes looked out the window, the sky already dark because winter had come. Daylight was short, sunlight fleeting. I'm not sure. I'll go to the police later. You really think they will do anything? I have to try. After what they did to us, to you, and the girls who are still there. It doesn't hurt to try. But don't expect anything. My eyes shifted to hers. Why do you say that? From what little I know of Benton's old career, that's not what the police are for. They worry about grand theft auto, homicides among regular people, petty crimes. Not big players like Fornius. I refuse to believe they would just look the other way about this. Then give it your best shot. What are they going to do? Just say I'm crazy? Wouldn't be the first time a woman was told that. Beatrice didn't seem concerned about the girls we'd left behind. Benton didn't either. Didn't even want revenge for what happened to his daughter and her mother. Was I the only one who couldn't let this go? The only one who cared about the girls who were still there? The girls who would replace Beatrice and me? Or was it because I would never be safe? Until Fornius was gone. I sat across from the police officer at the precinct, telling him everything that had happened. I filed a report a couple months ago when the guy was following me. You can talk to the officers about that. There wasn't anything they could do at the time. He sat in his chair staring at me, his chin propped against his closed knuckles. He's either going to come back for me, or he's going to find someone to replace me. So this isn't over for me. And until that place shuts down, it's going to continue. They believe we're angels, so they torture us. But they also deal acid or something. My eyes narrowed as I stared him down. Why aren't you writing this down? He didn't take a single note. At least the first officer had. I got the gist of it. If you get the gist of it, why don't you have a reaction? I needed this guy to help me, so being difficult wasn't in my best interest, but sometimes you had to be difficult to get shit done. Because any normal person would have a reaction right now. The press would be all over this. A cult that worships women as angels, carving their backs? Instead of going to the press, you should go to a publisher. Because this is a great story. Story? I glanced around the precinct, seeing officers answering phones and going about their schedules. Handcuffed criminals were escorted inside. Receptionists grabbed coffee. You think I'm making this shit up? He glanced down at me, taking in my oily hair, my white clothes. Are you homeless? Excuse me? I shrieked, my voice rising above the ringing phones. No, I was kidnapped and released. People who are kidnapped look like shit. You never solved a kidnapping before? No surprise there, since you're terrible at your job. Great. Definitely wasn't going to help me now. His eyebrows rose at my hostility. Sorry. I've never heard about a secret cult. Because it's a secret, I snapped. Let's take a chopper and I'll find it for you. You think we just have choppers parked on the roof? I'm just saying, I can show you where it is. But it would be much easier from the air. We aren't spending tax money to go on a safari. Wow. Okay. Can I speak to your supervisor? Sure. He nodded to the office behind him. Go for it. I sat there, knowing that Beatrice was right. That this was pointless. They deal acid. This is a whole operation for you to take down. The accolades and recognition you'd get, either talk to my supervisor or get out. I have work to do. My shoulders sagged in defeat, even more disappointed that Beatrice had been right. I expected a report to at least be filed. I expected them to at least look into it before they dismissed me. But they just flat out rejected me, discredited me, acted like I was a crazy homeless person, when I was far too coherent and concise for that. Now what was I supposed to do? I stayed at a hotel for a couple days. I didn't stay anywhere nice, because Benton's money was all I had for the foreseeable future. Now that the police were a dead end, I'd have to move somewhere else. London was too expensive. Italy was too in most places. But I didn't have an ID for me to even get on a train right now. Benton made it clear he never wanted to see me again. But I didn't have anyone else to ask. I wasn't even entirely convinced that a new country would solve my problem. If Fornius truly believed I was his only chance of salvation, he'd find me anywhere, even Antarctica. I'd have to kill him. No other option. But a knife wouldn't be enough. I'd need a gun. The hotel didn't have room service because it was a shabby place that men used to bed their prostitutes, so I left for every meal, looking for something cheap. A dancer's salary had always been minimal, and I'd never eaten like a queen. But I rationed myself even more, grabbing a pre-made sandwich from a cafe. I didn't want to sit in my room alone, so I took a seat in the empty restaurant. The glass was covered with raindrops because it had poured that afternoon. It had been a long time since I'd had coffee, so I ordered myself a cappuccino. I wasn't sleeping tonight, so the caffeine didn't matter. I stared at the dark liquid, thinking about the blonde hair and blue eyes that used to make up my days. She used to be this little girl who just shared my space, but at some point, she became my reason for living. Because I dedicated my life to getting her out of there. If I had to stab myself with that knife, I would have done it, in a heartbeat. Without her, I was lost. And the idea of never seeing her again really did make me sad. I understood why Benton didn't want me near his daughter. If a stranger I'd met for 5 seconds was obsessed with my daughter, I'd be weirded out by it too, especially without the context. Claire and I had been through so much, and there was no way for him to understand that. My eyes were still down on my coffee, but I could feel it, feel the piercing stare, see the smile in my mind, feel the cafe fade into the wilderness. The lights were replaced by torches, the tables turned into statues. It was freezing cold, the outside elements suddenly hitting my frozen cheeks. My eyes remained down, too afraid to look up. But I did anyway. Across the street, under the lamppost, he stood, in all black, the glow illuminating his face, but also casting shadows, smiling.
Chapter 19. Benton.
Are you and Mommy going to get married?
Claire stood on the wooden platform I'd built for her, right up against the stove so she could see clearly. In her hand was a spatula, and she pushed our dinner around and watched it sizzle. I stood beside her and brushed her hair past her shoulder, making sure it didn't fall forward over the burners. I'd told her to put it up many times, but she never liked to. No.
But she's going to live with us?
For a short while. I grabbed her wrist and directed her spatula underneath the meat to flip it over.
I can do it.
She yanked her hand away, jabbed the spatula forward, and made the chicken and oil splash back. The meat tipped over and dropped between the burners. Her face immediately fell, and she looked up at me like she knew she was in trouble.
Oops.
I grabbed the tongs and returned the meat to the pan. Go slow this time.
But you don't go slow.
Because I know what I'm doing. She fumbled for a while, that side of the meat burning with char, and then finally flipped it over. I'd eat shit if she made it, so I didn't care. I was just happy to be with her.
When am I going back to school?
Do you want to go back to school? She nodded, poking the veggies in the other pan.
I miss my friends.
I wasn't sure if she should take some time off, maybe see a therapist, but on the surface she seemed fine, ready to move on with her life, somehow shielded against all the crazy-ass shit she'd seen. Her eyes had been down when she came to me, letting Constance guide her, so perhaps she just pretended none of it existed. We finished making dinner and set the table. When I retrieved Beatrice, she was lying in bed, in the dark, on her side. Curtains were drawn over the windows, the TV was off, and there was a sense of death to the room, like I was with a corpse, not a living person. I crept forward, trying to gauge if she was awake or just resting. I got a view of her face. She was awake, staring straight ahead like she didn't hear or see me. She'd joined us a few days ago, and during her stay she'd remained in her bedroom. When Claire and I went out for ice cream or went to the zoo, she remained behind. She didn't need help with much because she rarely left the sheets. I stared down at her. Nothing. Dinner is ready. She finally turned her head and regarded me. It's burned, but edible.
Not hungry.
Claire and I had been out of the house today, but I suspected she hadn't eaten lunch either. You should eat.
I know I should. Doesn't mean I want to.
Her eyes turned back to the wall. I lingered, hearing Claire pull out her chair across the rug at the dining table. It's not good for Claire to see you like this.
Yes, I'm a shitty mom. No surprise there.
The words that would normally come out of my mouth remained restrained in my throat. There were a couple of reasons for it. Pity, compassion, but more importantly, it just seemed like a waste of time. I'll bring it in later in case you change your mind. I shut the bedroom door and sat across from my daughter.
Mommy's not hungry?
She said she had a big lunch. I took the piece that had toppled over the edge of the pan and had burn marks everywhere, and I cut into it like it was the juiciest piece of meat I'd ever eaten. This looks good, sweetheart.
Thanks, Dad. I think I want to be a chef someday.
It was better than what I did for a living, and not as a contractor. Great idea.
Then I can cook for you all the time.
When she was out of the house, I could resume my old life. My freedom would return. My lifestyle would kick back in, but it would never make up for her ghost in the house, as I'd recently learned. I'd love it if she invited me over every week to cook for me, just to spend time with me. I swear to God she was born yesterday, but now she was 7, going on 8. I only had 10 years left. It'd pass in the blink of an eye. I would cherish every moment, even more now than before. We finished dinner, and I set Beatrice's meal aside. Claire was happy to do the dishes, moving her bench over so she could rinse all the plates. We had a system where she rinsed everything and then handed it to me so I could place it in the dishwasher. I didn't have to make her do chores because she was happy to do anything with me. I hoped that lasted a long time. When the dishes were done, she got ready for bed, washing her face, brushing her teeth, and putting on her pajamas. Her vanity was white, French craftsmanship, and her bedspread was rose pink. Posters of ponies were on the walls. Her room reflected her personality to a T. I sat at the edge of the bed and tucked her in. Good night, sweetheart. I leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. Her eyes were heavy, like it took all her energy to keep them open, to pretend she wasn't exhausted.
What are we doing tomorrow?
I don't know. Something fun.
Okay.
She closed her eyes. I just sat there and looked at her, seeing her tug the blanket a little higher, so angelic with those cheeks. It had been hard for me to come in here after she was gone, and now I was back, looking at her just the way I used to. I loved her so much it hurt. Beatrice was still awake. I set the plate of food on her nightstand even though I expected it to go to waste. She remained on her side, the sheets to her shoulder, the curtains keeping out the city lights. I turned to leave. She sat up in bed, giving a quiet wince as she rested her back against the headboard. I turned back to her, her arms and neck thin, giving her an emaciated look, not the svelte look she possessed when she was happy and healthy. Her arms crossed over her chest and she bent her knees, her feet sliding across the sheets and filling the silence with movement. Her eyes were down, and she gripped herself like she was stuck outside in the cold. I sat at the edge of her bed.
I'm going to my parents' place in London.
The change in scenery will be good for you. I assumed she would go alone because I would not let Claire leave when I just got her back, when the pain from her absence was still so raw. Take a break. Her eyes remained down, her slender fingertips gently caressing her arms.
I'm not coming back.
I stared.
I don't want to be here anymore. This place,
she shook her head.
It's not home anymore.
Anger flushed into my system, as if through an invisible needle. I'm not letting you take Claire. Non-negotiable.
I wasn't going to.
She lifted her gaze and finally met my look. Disappointment, rage, fury. You can't do that to her. Claire was in my care most of the time, and her time with her mother was seldom and short. I was already her full-time parent, but I didn't want my daughter to ever feel abandoned, especially after everything she's been through. Her sigh was deep, like the words she hadn't said already exhausted her.
I'm a shitty mom. Let's just be honest about that.
And you'll be shittier if you leave.
Benton, come on, you hate me.
And I'll hate you more if you go. My voice rose. The anger got the best of me. I will help you through this in whatever way I can. You need to live here for years to get back on your feet? Fine. You need financial support? Fine. My daughter needs her mother.
Let's not pretend that I wanted to have her.
But you did. And I will always be grateful for that. Beatrice was just a warm body in bed for the night, meant nothing to me. I was indifferent to her existence. When she told me she was pregnant, that was when the hatred began, because a woman who meant absolutely nothing to me was now a part of my life forever. My commitment to the chasseurs was broken, the life I'd envisioned for myself gone. But when she'd said those words, that she didn't want to have it, that somehow made everything worse. I had to convince her to go through with the pregnancy. Then I had to beg, many, many times. And fuck, I was glad that I did. She stayed quiet, her eyes drifting away.
I love her. I do, but I've never wanted to have kids. And having her just reinforces that belief. I'm not good at it. I'm here out of obligation. And being in that horrible place just showed me how terrible of a mother I really am.
She came back unharmed. Give yourself more credit. Claire was exactly the same. The happy, bubbly little girl who made me a better man. There were no bruises, no scratches, any sign of trauma in any way. She was returned to me in the same condition that she had been taken. It made me sleep well at night.
That wasn't because of me.
Her arms tightened over her chest.
Constance was the one who looked after her most of the time. I was too mentally disturbed to think about anything, really.
The brunette woman came into my mind, the look on her face before I shut the door in her face.
The malevolent would stare at us through the windows inside the church. Claire was scared, so Constance taped paper to the glass, blocking them out. There was nowhere you could go where they didn't stare at you, unless you were inside your cabin. It gave us another asylum.
I'd only seen a glimpse of the settlement, so I couldn't piece together how it looked, but I imagined those freaks everywhere, their horns on their heads, staring like mindless monsters. When I imagined them even glancing at Claire, it made me want to kill them all.
When they took me away to hurt me, Claire was left behind. The barrier between our rooms was locked, so she was alone. Then one of the malevolent came and tried to get her to take the pill.
All the old pains in my knuckles suddenly came back. The adrenaline pumped in my heart, the rage burned the blood in my veins, and the deep breaths I took fueled my body to destroy. My fingers rolled into fists, and I instinctively flexed and pulled my tendons over my hands, wishing they were bloody from the corpses I'd mutilated.
Constance saved her and killed the malevolent.
My breath released with relief.
I couldn't have done that.
How did she kill him?
She stole a knife from her demon.
What happened to her?
Nothing, she whispered. They just watched her do it. It's a fucking freak show.
My hands released, the tendons relaxing.
Even if I had been there, I don't know what I would have done. When they took me to carve my wings, they wanted to do the same to her. They took her from the cabin. Constance tried to stop them, begged them to stop. Nothing worked. So she put the dagger to her stomach because she knew her demon was too obsessed to risk losing her. That was how it stopped. Because of her. She said she would take her life if anyone looked at Claire again. And it worked.
I stared at my hands, overwhelmed by the tale. My daughter almost... I couldn't even finish the thought.
I wanted to give up.
She suddenly got choked up, her voice breaking, the tears cascading down her cheeks. My eyes remained on her hands.
But she told me not to. I would have done it if it weren't for her.
My hand didn't reach for hers. I didn't provide comfort. Nothing. She cried for a while, her loud tears filling the dark bedroom.
I can't stay here, Benton.
I didn't ask her to stay. Not this time.
I'm sorry.
Her words fell on deaf ears. Green eyes pleaded in silence. Desperation filled the air between us. A broken voice begged for my help. The voice of a woman who'd killed to keep my daughter safe. And I'd shut the door in her face.
Chapter 20. Constance. I called for a cab from inside the cafe, and when I got into the back, I told him to drive around, just aimlessly. Through the slick streets we drove, puddles splashing onto deserted sidewalks, raindrops on the windshield. The drops started to fall once again, the rain coming back for a second shower. I couldn't go back to the motel. He knew I was there. Must have followed me, I wasn't sure. He could be following me now, so I told the driver to drive around Paris, the Eiffel Tower on our left, and then sometimes on our right. The meter ran, piling up into a small fortune, but I had to make sure he had no idea where I was going. Then I gave him the address. I pulled up to Benton's apartment, in front of the double black doors with the potted trees on either side of it. Rain pelted the sidewalk, and the cacophony grew louder when I opened the door. "You want me to stay?" the driver asked. No. I wanted the cab to keep driving, so Fornius would continue to follow him instead of searching for me on the sidewalks in the rain. I stepped into the deluge, my clothes immediately soaked, and I jogged up the steps to the front door. It was the middle of the night. He'd already said he wouldn't help me. There was no reason this would work. But I was desperate. I knocked loudly. My fist pounded hard 3 times in a row, making the wood shake. My eyes glanced over my shoulder, checking for the dark outline of his body and the sight of his stupid smile under the lamppost. The door opened a moment later. Benton stood there in nothing but his sweatpants. He was a big guy, really big. Veins, muscles, and he had the rage thing going for him too. He didn't carry a weapon, probably because a knife wouldn't get any deeper than his bulging abs if he were stabbed, and a bullet would probably bounce off. He was more intimidating than Fornius. His bright blue eyes stared at me, pierced me like bullets that left his eye sockets. "Daddy, who is it?" His hand instinctively went out, blocking her like he knew exactly where she was at all times. "Go back to bed." "Constance!" Claire tried to move past his arm. My heart immediately tugged at the sight of that blonde hair. "I'm sorry to show up like this."
"Come inside."
"What?"
"You're letting the rain in. Come in."
He grabbed my arm and tugged me inside before he shut the door. Several locks were turned and put back into place. I was almost knocked over by Claire as she rammed into me. Her little arm circled my waist and she held on to me. It was like we were back at the cult, her holding on to me so she wouldn't have to look at the monsters. I kneeled and embraced her, so I wouldn't have to see the monsters either. The anxiety and terror that gripped me by the heart suddenly left once that door was shut. Claire and I were reunited, and her father didn't throw me back out onto the street like a rat. Claire pulled away. "Why are you here so late? You want to see my room?" Benton moved his hand to her shoulder.
"Back to bed, Claire."
"But..."
"Now."
She looked up at him but didn't dare defy him, not after she heard his tone.
"You can see Constance in the morning."
"In the morning?" Claire gave me a wave, then went into the hallway to return to her bedroom. His apartment was elegant. Wood paneling up part of the wall, wallpaper taking up the other part. There were paintings and photographs on the wall, all of Claire. The floor was hard wood, and I was dripping all over it. The hallway was illuminated with low lighting, like he had dimmers to set it at whatever intensity he wanted. When Claire left, Benton stared at me again. There was subtle hostility there, but since it was way less than it had been before, I'd gladly take it. Or maybe he just always looked like that, like he wanted to bash someone's head against the wall. He made his way down the hallway, his muscled flanks shifting and moving as he carried himself. I watched him for a second before I followed. He walked down the hallway and gestured to an empty bedroom. I didn't step inside. I looked at him instead. "Why are you helping me?" A foot taller than me, he squared his shoulders, his short hair a little messy because he'd been asleep just a moment ago. He stared for a while, trying to find the words.
"Because you helped me."
I slept like a rock. I hadn't slept like that since before I was taken to the cult. Even if Fornius knew I was there, I suspected he wouldn't cross Benton. Benton and his associates had some kind of power over the cult. That was the only way to explain how he'd gotten Claire and Beatrice out of there in the first place. I slept naked because I didn't have any clothes. When I opened my bedroom door the next morning, there was a pile of clothes on the floor. I took them inside and discovered they were Benton's. They were the size of a tarp. His shirt went to my knees, and his pants had to be held at my waist with double knots in the string. Whatever. They were clean and dry. I heard a commotion in the house, pans shifting and moving. Once the door was open again, I smelled it. Breakfast. Barefoot, I moved down the hallway.
"Did she say why she's here?"
Beatrice's voice was easy for me to recognize because I'd lived with her for months. It was stronger now, like she'd had a good recovery since the last time I'd seen her at the hospital. Benton's voice was as cold as ever.
"No."
"Is Constance going to live with us too?" Claire asked. "Like Mommy?" Neither one of them answered. I stepped into the living area. There was a large kitchen, a dining table beside it, and then a living room next to it with a large fireplace that burned. Raindrops were still visible on the windows. Benton faced me, and the second he saw me, he got up and made me a plate in the kitchen. Claire's eyes lit up. "You're awake!" "Yes." I took a seat at the table across from Beatrice. My eyes held hers, thinking about our twisted pasts. And I was a bit incredulous that we'd ended up here at this table across from each other. She studied me, her beautiful face more luminous now. "You sleep okay?" I gave a weird laugh because I didn't know how else to respond. She seemed to understand because she didn't react. Benton put the plate in front of me before he took his seat at the head of the table. 2 strips of bacon, scrambled eggs with Gruyere cheese, ratatouille on top, and then a couple croissants. Hot, fresh, delicious. I almost couldn't believe it. I'd been eating pre-made deli sandwiches for the past few days. First time I'd had something hot in my belly. I took a bite and stared in disbelief at my plate. "Dad is a good cook, huh?" Claire asked, spinning her eggs on her fork because there was a string of white cheese. "He makes the best mac and cheese." Benton ate with his elbows on the table, staring straight ahead to the window. "Yeah," I took another bite. "It's the best thing I've ever eaten." Beatrice ate her food and watched me. "So, what happened?" I glanced at Claire, not wanting to scare her. She'd returned to her old life, so that period of time clearly didn't exist to her. It was gone, far away. Benton shifted his gaze to me. He stared, hard. I looked at Beatrice again. Got locked out of my apartment. Didn't have anywhere else to go. Benton looked away, like that was the answer he wanted. Beatrice let it go. "You're looking well," I said, seeing the life returned to her cheeks, her eyes a little sharper than they'd been at the cult. "Yeah, I feel better." She grabbed her coffee and took a drink. I'd been through so much with these 3 people, and it was surreal to be sitting with them right now, having breakfast together. Like nothing ever happened. "Daddy, what are we doing today?" Claire asked. "Can we go see the ponies? Constance, you want to come see the ponies?" "Sure," I said. I love ponies. Benton drank his coffee. "How about you and your mother go?" Beatrice exchanged a look with him. A look that said a lot. "You want to go with us, Mommy?" Claire asked. "Just you two," Benton said. "You should spend some time together." The little girl looked at me. "What about Constance?" "You can take her another day," Benton said. "Now finish your breakfast so you guys can get going." He wasn't as sweet and affectionate as he normally was. He must have had a lot on his mind because his words came out harsh. The harshness seemed normal for him, but when he spoke to Claire, it was really out of place. Beatrice stared at him for a while before she looked down at her food again. We ate in silence after that. A private car pulled up in the street, 2 guys in the front. Beatrice and Claire were both bundled in their raincoats even though the rain had stopped, but the weather was unpredictable right now. Benton gave his daughter a long hug and a kiss on the forehead. "I'll see you when you get back, sweetheart." "Bye, Daddy." She took her mother's hand and they left. I watched from down the hallway, still in the baggy clothes he'd supplied for me. He stood there and watched them go, one hand on the door. When they were gone from sight, he shut the door and turned to me. It was the first time I'd been alone with him. I stared. He stared. He was in black jeans, boots, and a dark blue tee. He moved forward, squeezing past me in the hallway, his footsteps announcing his route to the sitting room in front of the fire. I followed him. He sat in the armchair, a decanter of scotch beside him. Day or night, it seemed to sit there, ready for him whenever he needed it. The fire burned low in the fireplace, and there was a stack of wood to replenish it, but he didn't make a move. I sat in the other armchair, my hands in my lap, staring at the man who'd opened the door and granted me asylum. His knees were apart, one elbow propped on an armrest, his big body sunken into the chair. His fingers reached over the edge of the other armrest, gripping it just the way Fornius did. His closed knuckles rested against his jawline. An endless stare ensued. His crystal blue eyes focused rigidly. "Do you want me to leave?" "No." "Because you seem angry." "I am angry. Just not at you." "Well, that's good to know." I wasn't myself in his presence at all. I'd been around psychopaths that believed they were demons, and I never lost my tongue. But with him, I forgot who I was. He continued to stare, as if he expected me to answer a question he never asked. "You threw me out. And now What changed? He'd welcomed me into his home, cooked for me, never asked me a single question.
Beatrice told me everything you did for my daughter. Claire would be dead right now if it weren't for you. And even if she'd somehow survived, she wouldn't have been the same.
His eyes dropped momentarily, strain in his face as he said these words out loud. Thought about a reality that haunted his soul.
Tell me what you need, and I'll make it happen.
My hands held all the power suddenly, and I didn't know what to do with it. My eyes dropped to the fire beside me. Now it was just glowing embers, small sparks of red and orange. The window behind me didn't vibrate with raindrops, so it seemed like the worst of the weather had passed. He's following me. His eyes left the floor and focused on me. Fornius. He was somehow more frightening across the street, at least when he smiled like that. I knew he wouldn't really let me go. Benton watched me without reaction. Like a psychopath stalker was just another day at the office to him. Or perhaps he wasn't an expressive person, keeping his thoughts locked behind a cage where no one could see.
I can get you papers. You can start over somewhere. I recommend Canada, not overpopulated. You can get a cabin in a small town and he'll never know.
I never want to live in a cabin again, or be in a forest.
When I get the papers, we'll find the right place for you.
His deep voice was pragmatic but gentle, not aggressive and short like it had been before. And now I felt like an equal to him and not an annoyance. I'm not sure I want papers. He stared at me. Wherever I am, he'll find me. The snowy mountains of Tibet wouldn't keep him away. The Congo in Africa wouldn't either. There was no obstacle, no distance that would ever be enough. He believes I'm his only chance of salvation. He's not going to let that go. His forearms moved to his knees, his rough palms gently gliding past each other, a slight scraping sound audible over the fire.
Then what do you want to do?
Kill him. He quickly hung his head.
I can't do that.
Why not? After what he did to Beatrice and...
Trust me, I want to.
His voice deepened like rough sandpaper, hostile like a loaded gun.
You have no idea what I want to do to every freak in that godforsaken place. But that's not an option. Don't ask me again.
Why?
Because I said so.
He raised his head, his look furious. I meant, why is that not an option? After a long silence, he gave a subtle shake of his head.
It's complicated.
Do you do business with them? His blue eyes locked on mine, his presence as solid as the statues in hell.
Not personally.
Then your friend, Bartholomew?
He's not my friend.
Whatever. Is that why?
Yes. He was the reason I found Claire. He didn't do it as a favor, because I owe him something in return. I gave my word not to retaliate in any way, and I will keep it. Instead of going on a killing spree, I'll spend time with my daughter. It's over.
It would never be over for me. I have friends that are still there.
I'm sorry.
He didn't seem the least bit sorry about it.
But you should forget about them. They would want you to.
No, they wouldn't. I pictured them sitting together in that church, the malevolent blocked from view by those papers covering the windows, like mice in a cage. If it were me, I'd expect them to do everything they could to get me out, not just go about their lives and enjoy their freedom like nothing happened.
Then go to the police.
That's a dead end, and you probably already know that. He looked away, admitting his guilt. Do they pay off the police or something?
It's complicated.
I doubt it's that complicated.
I said I would help you. not give you a lesson in the underground crime organizations of France.
Going to the police was pointless because these guys were more powerful than the police. I would never get those girls out of there. At least not on my own.
How else can I help you?
He looked at me once again, his hands together. I had no idea. There was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to hide. His crystal blue eyes remained patient, waiting for a response so he could fulfill his obligation and move on. I have nowhere to go. It was a depressing realization. There was no one in my life that could handle this situation. I used to be all I needed to get by, but now I wasn't enough. I couldn't return to ballet and start over. Fornius would just take me again. But then it hit me. Fornius wouldn't touch Benton. Therefore, he wouldn't touch me. I know it's a lot to ask.
Nothing is too much. Not after what you did for Claire.
Well, he probably didn't suspect I'd ask for this. I want to stay. His intelligent eyes shifted back and forth slightly. Crystal blue waters over a sandy shore. The depth of his eyes extended as deep as the universe. Infinite.
In Paris.
No. I want to stay here with Claire. The understanding was slow, and his eyes took their time accepting my meaning.
Why?
Because he won't cross you.
If he's really obsessed with you, nothing will stand in his way. And I'm not going to put Claire in the path to get to you.
Like I said, it's a lot to ask. But if I walk out of here, he'll take me right back to that horrible place. There's nowhere I can run, nowhere I can hide. Not unless I kill him. He shifted his gaze to the dying fire. His expression strained. I can take care of Claire, be your nanny, help out around the house. There was no better way to heal than be with Claire, the little person I'd worked so hard to protect. We could both overcome that painful experience with Benton looking after us both. It's not forever. He'll eventually replace me with someone else, someone he believes in, and then I can leave. His eyes remained on the fire. I already knew his answer. He'd just gotten his daughter back, and he wouldn't put her at risk again, not for anyone. I would have to ask for something else, maybe some weapons. And when Fornius came after me, I'd pull the trigger and hope we both didn't die in gunfire.
All right.
All right. You're going to let me stay? He nodded, his eyes still on the fireplace. In disbelief, I stared.
There was nothing you wouldn't do to protect my daughter. So, there's nothing I won't do to protect you.
The fire was pretty much dead at this point, just a cloud of smoke, but he stared at it anyway, his fingers stitched together.
Thank you. I could use help with Claire anyway.
I was still in disbelief, the relief still dumping into my blood. My entire body felt better. The fight or flight response immediately shut off. There was no more anxiety. As long as I was under his roof, under his protection, Fornius wouldn't touch me. I'm happy to help.
I'll be out of the house a lot, mostly nights.
I thought you were a contractor.
Not anymore.
A slow sigh escaped his lips, his eyes annoyed.
Oh,
now I understood. That was the only way Bartholomew would help you.
Yes.
I gave a nod even though he didn't look at me. I'm sorry.
I left that life to keep Claire safe. And now I'm back where I started.
His palms started to slide past each other again.
I can't keep it from her. The older she gets, the more she'll understand. I want her to look at me the way she does right now, forever. But she's smart. She'll figure it out.
You shouldn't have to apologize for doing whatever is necessary to protect your child. His eyes flicked to me, hostile. I didn't mean anything. Don't rationalize my actions. I'm a top-tier criminal. I kill people. And I do worse than that. I failed as a father, and if I hadn't, I would have gotten her back myself. My eyes winced at his self-destructive narrative. His eyes moved back to the fire. Now it's just the two of us. I can't be in two places at once, so I need someone to care for her when I'm away. I trust that you'll keep her safe in my absence. Of course, but what about Beatrice? Still, quiet, formidable. He didn't move or speak, but it was somehow obvious how angry he was at the question. She's joining her family in London. Like, permanently? He didn't answer. But that was an answer in itself. Why would she do that? I'll talk to her. Don't bother. She's a piece of shit mom anyway. It's better to have one parent who actually gives a damn than a mom who still wishes she'd never had her. She said that? Again, no answer. Our time in hell had been a challenge for everyone, but it was especially hard for Beatrice. It rewired her brain, scarred her physically and emotionally. She confessed that being a mother wasn't her calling, and after everything that had happened, she was probably even less suited for the role. It still hurt. Because Claire was the sweetest little girl ever. I'm so sorry. Tried to change her mind. Don't want Claire to feel abandoned. But having a ghost of a parent is worse than losing them altogether. Made my peace with it. Hope that Claire can too. After everything she'd just been through, losing Beatrice would probably be traumatic. She didn't deserve it. But Benton was right. Having a parent who resented you every day wasn't a good environment for a child. She is you, and you're more than enough, Benton. His eyes flicked to mine. No hostility, no anger. Just a long and poignant stare. I meant what I said. Despite his criminal participation, he was the father of the year. I'd never seen anyone love their child the way he loved her. He had the emotional spectrum of a concrete wall, but that wall came down for her. Chapter 21. Constance. Benton said you're leaving. I had my own bedroom close to Claire's, on the second floor, on the opposite side of the apartment from Benton's bedroom. It was a beautiful home, and calling it an apartment didn't really do it justice. The moldings, the hardwood floors, the ambient lighting. It felt like a palace. It was a lot of space for just a man and his daughter, but it was in a beautiful neighborhood in Paris, close to the good schools, the best cafes that were just a short walk away. I'd never experienced luxury like this, from the soft sheets, the designer furniture in my bedroom, a private bathroom that was bigger than my entire apartment. I even had a small sitting area in front of my balcony. That was where we sat now. Beatrice was across from me on the couch, not touching the glass of wine I'd poured for her. Claire was asleep. Benton was in his bedroom. It was just the two of us, the darkness pressing up against the windows. Yes, tomorrow. You sure you don't want to stay longer? I mean, it's only been a few days. Her eyes were just as defeated as they were in our cabin, like she was still trapped in those four walls, like freedom hadn't touched her fingertips. I need to get out of here. I hate this place. They aren't going to come after you. I could never work in that theater again. I could never go back to my old apartment. I just need a change of scenery. My parents are anxious for me to be home, and I'm ready for a fresh start. That's all understandable. But what about Claire? I knew Beatrice had more strength than this. I'd seen the way she held Claire close, the way she stroked her hair, the way she cared. I'd seen it with my own eyes. She looked out the window.
We both know I'm not cut out to be a mom.
No one is. It's a hard job.
Well, you did it just fine.
She turned back to me, accusation and self-loathing in her look. I'm not her mother.
And you did more than I ever could.
That's not fair. Beatrice, you were in a lot of pain,
and I wanted to take my own life. If you hadn't been there, I would have done it. All I cared about was myself, not Claire.
You were distressed. Cut yourself some slack.
I appreciate what you're trying to do, I really do.
She was wrapped in a blanket, looking even smaller in the bulky fabric.
But this is best for everyone. Benton had her most of the time anyway, and I only took her out of obligation. Benton is a better parent than I could ever be. Not a contest. I can't stand him anyway.
I don't think your feelings toward him should matter.
She gave a loud sigh. What do you want from me, Constance?
She stared at me, hopeless, like she had nothing to live for.
I'm not cut out for this. I never have been. I want to leave. You can try to talk me out of it or berate me for my selfishness all you want. But it's not going to change anything. I'm fully aware of how shitty I am.
She sank back into the chair and pulled the blanket tighter around her, propping her feet on the edge of the table.
I let it go.
What will you do in London?
Live with my parents for a while, maybe go back to university.
You won't dance anymore?
She shook her head. No. I'm sorry. It would never bring me joy again, so I'm not sad about it.
Maybe you can get some help there. Find a therapist to talk to. I'm sure it would help.
She gave a non-committal shrug. What are you going to do?
Stay here? Her gaze rose from the floor slowly, as if she were lifting something heavy with her stare.
How long?
I don't know, for the foreseeable future. I offered to help out with Claire while he's at work in exchange for a place to stay.
And he agreed to that?
She asked, slightly incredulous. He knows if I leave, Fornius will come after me. This is the only place where I'm safe. She turned away again, growing quiet. He said he would do anything to help me. After you told him everything I did for Claire.
She gave a slow nod. Then it's a good thing I told him. Otherwise, you'd be on the street right now. Like I said before, she's the only person he cares about. He's not helping you because he cares about your well-being since you helped his daughter. He's doing it because he feels obligated. After you helped his daughter.
That's fine. I don't expect anything from him. She stared out the window across the street to another apartment, the lights in the bedroom visible through the curtain that was pulled over the window.
And he's not a guy you want to get involved with either. He's beautiful on the outside, but not so much on the inside. He's good for a night. That's it.
I wasn't even considering that.
I wish I hadn't considered it in the first place.
I stared at the side of her face, her beautiful complexion, and the glow from the street. I was a person with no judgment, because you couldn't walk a mile in someone else's shoes. But her words broke me a little. Broke me for Claire.
Makes you wonder.
What? I whispered. She turned back to me, her eyes lifeless.
How different my life would be if I'd never met him.
If you never met him, you wouldn't have escaped hell. I admit he was a bit rough around the edges, a bit coarse like sandpaper, but he had more love in his heart than most people. Without Claire, he wouldn't have come.
But I wanted to move back to London, and I had to stay here. For Claire. If I'd never had Claire like I wanted, none of this would have happened. I wouldn't have these scars on my back for the rest of my life. It dawned on me, like the strike of a gong. That's why you can't stand him. Her eyes were back on the window. Her silence was the loudest confirmation I'd ever heard.
This is Precious. Claire held up the white pony with blonde hair. Because she's precious, obviously.
She handed the toy horse to me. I smiled as I ran my fingers through her hair. Obviously.
This is Strawberry. I named her after my real horse.
She grabbed a chestnut brown horse with pink hair, but it looked stained, like she'd dyed the hair herself. Did she come with pink hair?
No, I told Dad she needed a makeover, so he helped me.
I chuckled as I took the horse, because it was ridiculous to imagine a man like that helping her with these little ponies. She looks very nice. She showed me the rest of her horses, putting them on the bed between us. Her walls were covered with posters of the animals. Everything in pink and white, matching her personality perfectly. I glanced at the nightstand, seeing a picture frame of Claire and Benton in front of a horse. Not a mare or a pony, but a Clydesdale. Where was that taken? I nodded past her shoulder to the nightstand.
Oh,
she looked at it, then turned back to me.
That's my dad's horse, Budweiser.
Budweiser? I asked with a cocked eyebrow.
Yeah, she said with a laugh. We watched the American Super Bowl for the funny commercials. They have these commercials with those horses every year. So I asked if we could call him Budweiser.
I chuckled. That's funny.
We have other horses, too.
Is that where you and your mom went the other day?
Yep.
That's nice. You'll have to take me sometime. She perked up, a smile moving onto her face.
Does that mean you're staying?
Yes, for a while.
Yay!
She gave a squeal.
We'll have so much fun. Maybe you can come to school with me.
I think I'm a little old to go back to school.
My teacher says you're never too old to learn.
Well, that's a good point. A knock sounded on the open door, revealing Benton dressed in all black. There was no light in his eyes, not like there usually was whenever he looked at his daughter. Sweetheart, come here. He gave a nod down the hallway. She jumped off the bed and followed him. Something told me I should stay behind, that this didn't involve me. But I could still hear everything. His deep voice was distinct, like aged Scotch, weathered wood, ancient stones. Your mother is leaving.
Oh, okay.
Claire probably hugged her mother, because she spoke with a muffled voice, like her mouth was pressed against her stomach.
I love you, Mom.
I closed my eyes, wishing I were in a room where I didn't have to hear this. Beatrice's voice came a moment later, after a long and distinct pause. I love you too, baby. Silence. Like they were all staring at one another. Beatrice didn't say anything, so Benton took over. Mom is going to be gone a while, visiting your grandparents in London. There was no anger in his voice like I expected, because all he cared about was making this as easy for Claire as possible, softening the blow before it struck.
Okay,
Claire said.
See you when you get back.
More silence. My eyes remained closed, visualizing all of this. Beatrice standing at the door with her bag over her shoulder, knowing she was going to walk out of this life without looking back. This was the end. But for Claire and Benton, it was just the beginning. The door opened, then closed. My eyes opened. Claire spoke.
Constance said she's going to stay a while. Told her I'd show her Budweiser.
Benton was quiet.
She liked my horses, too. I think she likes Strawberry the most.
Still nothing.
Daddy? You okay?
After a long stretch of silence, his sigh was audible. I'm fine, sweetheart. Let's make lunch.
Benton let me get Claire ready for bed. He had been in a foul mood ever since Beatrice left, so he wasn't quite present. I had no experience with childcare, had been forced to learn when we were stuck in hell together. But now it felt natural, as if I'd been doing it my entire life. I dried her hair, watched her brush her teeth, and then put her to bed. When I came back into the main living room, he was sitting in his armchair and staring at the fire. One elbow was propped, his fingertips against his temple, and his other hand was around his glass. A glass full of scotch. He seemed to be ready for bed, because he was in nothing but his sweatpants. Didn't seem to care about his vanity in front of me. But then again, he didn't seem like a man who cared about anyone, especially in his own home. His blue eyes remained on the fire, either unaware that I stood there or ambivalent to it. After my suffering, I assumed I wouldn't feel compassion toward anyone, because no one else had survived what I'd survived. But the empathy washed over me, seeing this powerful man hold on to his glass of hard liquor like it was all he had in the world. I could have just gone to bed without a word, but I decided to take a seat. His eyes flicked to mine once I joined him, the rest of his body still. "Do you mind?" I grabbed an empty glass. No response. I tipped the decanter and filled my glass. The fumes immediately hit me in the nose, like smoke from a fire. It had been a while since I'd had a strong drink, usually sticking to wine, but right now, I'd earned something with a kick. I took a drink and let it slide into my belly. It burned all the way down. His eyes moved back to the fire, and he did the same. There were no tattoos on his fair skin, no scars either. Just tight skin over bulging muscle. Each of his pecs reminded me of the large stones back at the settlement, huge boulders that were too heavy to move. I shouldn't stare, but I couldn't help it. His eyes remained on the fire for a while before they flicked back to me. Our eyes locked. Seconds passed. I didn't look away. He didn't back down, didn't blink. The fire reflected in his eyes, looking like ice blue flames instead of the inferno of red. My eyes dropped to the scotch. "I'm sorry." 4. Beatrice. I looked up again. He still stared at me. "Don't be sorry for things you shouldn't be sorry for. I just mean, I can tell how much this bothers you." He brought the glass to his lips, took a drink, and not a drink like the one I'd taken. It was a big swallow, like water after a long run. "Not your problem." "I still care." "Don't." He looked at the fire again, holding the cool glass against his temple. I stared at him a while longer, seeing the bitterness in his gaze, the icy cold. "I know it's not my place to say anything." "Then don't." His jawline was masked in shadow, making a distinct dark line that separated his chin from his veined neck. He had a hard face, and by hard, I mean so sharp it was like a broken shard of glass. Everything from his fingertips to his furrowed eyebrows, masculine, ferocious, monstrous. His only softness was his blue eyes. My voice was controlled and low, because my restraint overcame my attitude at lightning speed. "The only reason why I'm not going to tell you off is because you got me out of there." His eyes flicked back to mine. "But that patience isn't infinite. I killed a malevolent, and I stabbed many others. I'd have plunged that blade into my stomach and taken my own life in a heartbeat. So when I get pissed, I'm really pissed." His hand slowly lowered the glass from his temple, holding it over the edge of his armrest. "I'm not your enemy. I'm not your friend. But I am loyal to you, always." The blueness was still, like the calm sea between Spain and Italy, just smooth. I commanded his entire focus, but once I had it, I was on edge. My breathing grew heavy, because he was innately intimidating, whether he was calm or hostile. And I know you're loyal to me. So let's act like it.
Chapter 22. Benton. It was a brutal winter. The rain turned to hail, the hail turned to snow, and I'd never seen it snow in Paris. The jubilation I felt at my daughter's return quickly faded. Not because I took her for granted, not because I missed my own space, but because Beatrice had decided to be a fucking cunt and break my daughter's heart. It wasn't broken yet because she didn't understand, but one day she would. Beatrice left a goddamn mess behind, and it was my burden to clean it up. I was the one who would have to answer Claire's questions. I was the one who would have to watch her heart break. I was the one who would have to teach my daughter that she wasn't the problem, her mother was. It was a lesson I should never have to teach my daughter. But I was also miserable for another reason. I had to fulfill my oath to Bartholomew. Back to the streets. Back to the shadows. Back to the lies. I was always up early in the morning, even before Claire, so I stood in the kitchen and watched the espresso drip into the cup before the steaming hot water was added. The crema from the beans floated at the top, an Americano just as good as one I could grab from the cafe down the street. I leaned against the counter and brought it to my lips for a drink. Constance was there, her footsteps so light I hadn't noticed them tap against the hardwood floor. She had deep brown hair, long and thick, shaggy now, because she hadn't brushed it after she got out of bed. She'd been in my clothes for the past week because she had nothing else. There was no makeup on her face. Up until this point, I'd never looked at her, never paid attention to her, didn't care for her existence. But I looked at her now. She halted on the other side of the large kitchen, her green eyes observing me with the same scrutiny with which I observed her. Our conversation last night ended when I didn't reply to her words. She'd left her scotch behind and gone to bed. I held her gaze, mug in hand. "Morning." She watched me, her posture relaxing, the fierceness in her eyes fading.
Morning.
"Would you like some coffee?"
Sure.
I used the machine to make another Americano, then handed it over. She took it in her hands and blew the steam off the surface.
That looks just like the espresso machines at the cafes.
She moved to the other kitchen island and leaned against it, blowing on her espresso because it was still too hot to drink. I drink a lot of coffee.
And scotch, apparently.
I leaned against the counter once again, my fingers tight on the handle. The coffee is to stay awake, the scotch to sleep. Like she understood, she gave a nod.
I drink scotch to forget, even though it never works.
Nothing ever worked. I'd tried it all. I've decided to put Claire back in school. She starts after the weekend.
Oh, good. She's excited to go back.
Yeah. I questioned whether it was the right move, but I couldn't hog her forever. She seemed well, and holding her back from normal life was selfish on my part. If she had any residual anxiety, it would probably improve if she was around her friends again, doing normal things like finger painting and math, even though she hated math.
How do you want to handle that?
I'm working nights now. You'll need to drop her off in the morning and pick her up afterward.
That's fine.
And let the housekeeper in during the day so she can take care of the apartment.
Well, I can clean.
It's fine.
It could save you money.
I don't need to save money. She dropped her gaze to her coffee, blew the steam away, and took a drink.
What about your contracting business?
It's over.
Maybe you should do jobs here and there, keep up the pretense.
The last thing I wanted to do was work 2 jobs.
I can help, too. You know, scheduling, ordering supplies, bookkeeping, whatever.
I contemplated the idea with dread. I was already a father and a chasseur. Now I had to take on small jobs just so Claire could think I was a good man who did honest work. But I didn't see another alternative. How would I explain my absence as she got older? All right. My hand slid into my pocket and I pulled out a wad of cash along with a debit card. I set it on the counter beside her, then backed away once more. She took it and examined the bills.
What's this?
For anything that you need. She examined it a moment longer before returning it to the counter.
I still have some of the money you gave me before.
Well, that won't last forever.
For me it will.
Her mug remained in one hand, the steam still a cloud hitting her face.
I've lived on a dancer's salary. I definitely know how to budget.
She left the money there, no intention of taking it. Just take it. I didn't have the temperament to do this. It reminded me of the Czech dance. It had been a long time since I'd been on a date, and I hated dates. I hated talking. I hated people. I hated bullshit.
But I don't need it.
You'll need the card to pay for things for both of you. Just accept it.
You saved my life, so you don't need to pay me.
You can show your gratitude by accepting it instead of wasting my time with this bullshit conversation. A wince moved onto her face. I stared her down, unapologetic, even though I was fully aware I was a heartless dick. The mug remained between her fingertips, her eyes piercing mine as much as mine were piercing hers. I refused to look away first, so I waited for her to bow out. She didn't. Her silent disobedience annoyed me, and I was certain that reflected on my face, the tightness in my jaw, the way I ground my teeth together. Yes? The word came out hard like a rock.
Just waiting for an apology.
She brought the mug to her lips and took a drink. The smirk was instinctive. The scoffing breath was, too. With my coffee in hand, I walked out. I put Claire to bed, tucked her in with a kiss on the forehead, and then returned to the sitting room in front of the fireplace. The flames burned low, and I stared at them as I waited for them to snuff out. The decanter of scotch was there, but I didn't fill my glass. Constance emerged from the hallway in sweatpants and a t-shirt that she'd bought with the money she finally accepted from me. The clothes actually fit her, and I finally had my shit back. She watched me for a bit, her slender arms crossed over her chest, her petite waist cinched underneath. I ignored her stare for a while before I met it head-on. She didn't flinch at my look like most people did. She didn't take my bullshit like most people did either, but she also didn't lose her composure, which was pretty telling. She sat in the armchair beside me and glanced at the untouched scotch. Used a gun before? Her eyes flicked to me, her eyebrows slightly raised.
Just a knife.
Want one? Her eyes held mine for a moment, in slight disbelief.
I didn't think I should have one around, Claire.
You could keep it in a safe in your bedroom if you want.
Do you think I'll need one?
No. No one ever crossed me. It's for your peace of mind.
I'll stick with the dagger. Worked pretty well in the past.
Her eyes dropped down, as if reliving the moment.
Are you leaving?
My sweatpants and bare chest had been replaced with black jeans, boots, and a long-sleeved black shirt. But the biggest tell was the untouched scotch. Probably. Yes. Her hard expression suddenly tightened, her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes fearful. Now she looked like the woman I'd met at the cult, on her knees, watching Claire leave while she was forced to stay behind. Don't be scared. She didn't try to hide it.
I feel better when you're around.
Just because I'm not here doesn't mean I'm not around. Those freaks know that.
Then why did they take Claire in the first place?
Having her home for a couple weeks helped me forget she was ever gone. The strain of my despair had quickly faded once she was in my arms again. I did my best not to dwell on the past, because it would only drown me in sorrow, make me break my vow of peace, so the question of why didn't enter my mind. They didn't know who she was. She gave a nod in agreement. But now they do know, and they won't fuck with me again. Her eyes dropped down to her hands, visibly uneasy. And by extension, you. She raised her chin once again, her hands together in her lap.
When I was there, it was only survival. My entire focus was on finding a way out of that place, but now that I'm here, it's somehow worse. Instead of looking to the future, all I can think about is the past. I wish I were like Claire, just getting back to normal like nothing happened.
Her long hair was in a loose bun at the back of her head, her jawline sharp, her neck elegant and long. When the fire wasn't in her eyes, it was just a deep chasm of darkness, eternal. It's normal.
What's normal?
She whispered. PTSD. Her eyes narrowed slightly, giving a knowing stare. It'll get better. Her eyes held mine, and eventually she gave a slight nod. You have my full protection. Always. She was the only person who had my undying loyalty. Bartholomew used to be that person, but that connection went to shit when I walked away. There was no shadow behind me anymore. He didn't have a knife in the back of the person that had a knife in my back. That seemed to give her comfort, because the tightness of her body released with her next breath.
I know you can't stay here forever. I'll just have to get used to it.
You will. I pulled out the phone from my pocket and set it on the end table between us. Text me if you need to talk. If it's an emergency, call. I'll take your call regardless of what I'm doing, so don't cry wolf. I got to my feet and walked past her. I'll see you in the morning. Instead of reaching for the phone, she grabbed the scotch. She filled a glass, brought it to her lips, and drank it as she stared at the fire. My eyes lingered on the side of her face for a moment, watching her nurse her fears the way I'd nursed my sorrow every night Claire was gone. The catacombs flickered with light from the torches, casting shadows in the empty eye sockets of the dead that lined the walls. Drafts came and went, moving through the cracks, making the light flicker for just an instant. When I made it to the great hall, all eyes were on me. Gil stared with empty eyes. Barter masked his frown with a drink of his beer. Men I used to know looked at me as if I didn't belong there, as if I had something to prove, as if I had to jump higher than I ever had before if I had any chance of making up for what I'd done. I didn't belong here anymore. My place was at home with Claire, being a decent and honest man, someone she would be proud of when she was old enough to look at me as a friend instead of just a father. But this was the price I had to pay. Bartholomew was spread out on his throne, knees apart, military boots flat against the stone, one elbow propped on the armrest, while his fingers dropped against the carved wood. Dark eyes stared into mine, watching me approach with indifference. I stopped, the silence louder than it had ever been. Bartholomew stared. I stared back. He pushed himself to his feet, his eyes level with mine, his arms by his sides. We used to be brothers. We used to be closer than I was to my own brother. The camaraderie, the trust, it was all gone now. Sometimes it pained me. I had to choose between him and Claire, and I still didn't regret that decision. His eyes were empty, so it was hard to know if he had the same thoughts I did. Or maybe he had no thoughts at all. Wouldn't be surprised. He extended his hand to me and let it hang between us. I held his gaze before my hand slid into his. He gripped me. I gripped him. He let go first. Let's try this again.
Chapter 23. Constance. I made Claire breakfast the next morning, but the first thing she asked when she stepped into the room was, "Where's Daddy?" "Work. He'll be home soon." The disappointment was unmistakable, but she shrugged it off. She sat in the chair across from me and picked up her fork. With a wary gaze, she examined my overly runny eggs and big clumps of cheese that weren't evenly spread over the food. "I'm not as good of a cook as your father, obviously." She stabbed the fork into her food and ate without complaint. "It's still good." I smiled, loving that sweetness she had, that she was mature enough to choose her words wisely instead of hurting my feelings. I drank my coffee and picked at the eggs. "When will he be home?" "He's usually here when I wake up." "He's working nights now. Might be this way for a while." "Oh. But you'll be here?" I nodded. "Yep." "You want to go see the ponies today?" Sure." It was Saturday and she started school on Monday, so I wanted to take her to do something fun while I still could. I'll ask your dad when he gets home. Did he tell you that you're going back to school on Monday? I am? Her fork dropped onto the plate with a loud clank. Yes! I can't wait to see Angelica and Linda. Her joy was infectious and always pulled me out of my bad moods. I was happy for her, but also concerned for myself. Without her around, I wasn't sure what I would do to keep busy. She'd been right at my side for a while now, and she'd become my crutch pretty quickly. It was easy for me to understand why Benton was so devastated when she was gone. It was also easy for me to understand why she was the only person in the world who could make him tolerable. And there's Jeremy. I think he likes me. Yeah? I asked. Why? Because he gives me flowers. She grinned down at her food, her cheeks a little flushed. You like him? Gross. No. Because it's okay if you like him. She shook her head back and forth over and over. No, no, no. She even waved her finger in front of my face. Hopefully she didn't like boys for a while, because I was certain that would put Benton through the ringer. I had my first boyfriend in 6th grade. But 6th grade is so old. I said with a laugh. If you think that's old, wait until you get to my age. The sound of the front door opening reached us both, because Claire dropped her fork again and turned in the direction of the sound. Daddy? Benton's voice carried to us. Hey, sweetheart. A smile was in his voice, and it matched the smile on his face when he emerged. His blue eyes were so beautiful when they were lit up like that. His face looked totally different, too, a dimple in each cheek, a softness to his face. The hardness had been chipped away like stone, revealing the sculpture underneath. His eyes were on her, like I wasn't even there. All the weight left my shoulders the second he walked in the door. It had been a long night for me, a restless one, listening hard to every creak, every drop of rain that hit the glass, every time the heater kicked on with a hum. The knife had been at my bedside, ready to grab within an instant. Claire slid off the chair, then ran to him in her pink pajamas, her arms extended out. He was on one knee instantly, that smile bigger than it was a second ago, and he enveloped her in his steel arms before he got to his feet once more. He held her body in one arm, his other hand at her back. How's breakfast? She lowered her voice so I couldn't hear, but I could definitely hear. Eggs taste like frogs. I couldn't hold back the chuckle that came from my throat, and I tried to cover it up by drinking from my coffee. Nothing like the honesty of a child. His eyes shifted to mine, that handsome smile still there. He looked at her again, giving her a pat on the back, and spoke to her in a whisper, too. I'll teach her how to make eggs like Daddy. Okay. He kissed her on the forehead before he returned her to the floor. He turned to the kitchen to make himself a plate, and instead of coming back to the table to eat, she followed him. He scooped the leftover eggs onto his plate, grabbed a cold piece of toast, and made himself a coffee. Can we go see the ponies today? You just saw them last week. But Constance hasn't seen them, please. He finished his cup of espresso before he carried everything to the table. All right, since you said please. Yes! She climbed back onto her chair and looked at me, informing me of his decision as if I couldn't hear what he'd just said. Daddy said we can go. Great. Can't wait to see Budweiser. Benton took the seat beside her, dragged her chair closer to the table with one hand, and then turned back to his food. Finish your food and we'll go. He grabbed the linen napkin from the table and put it in her lap. She grabbed her fork again. Elbows off the table. Your elbows are on the table, she fired back. He gave a quiet sigh before he stopped doing it himself. She shoveled the food into her mouth quickly, inhaling all of it, eager to get going as quickly as possible. I'm going to get ready. You guys better hurry. She slid off the chair and ran down the hallway into her bedroom. The instant she was gone, he was back to his normal self, His eyes dimmed. His smile was a frown. His elbows moved back to the table. And he ignored me. The man was literally two different people. I told her she's going back to school on Monday. He turned his stare to me, his eating an afterthought. She's excited. He resumed his meal, and once his bite was swallowed, he took another. There was no intention of responding. You don't have to come with us today. I'm sure you're tired. I'm not missing things with Claire. And you have no idea where to go. He looked straight ahead again and ate his cold breakfast without complaint. I looked down into my coffee for a while, which had gone cold a while ago. How was your night? He kept eating. I love the way you are with Claire. Just wish you were like that more often. He turned his gaze on me, his body going still, the food forgotten. Not going to happen. Even with the woman who saved your daughter? I think I've earned a little more respect than that. I didn't expect a particular level of kindness or grand gestures. I just wanted there to be more than this enormous divide of hostility. He stared. Why is that so hard for you? Blue eyes pierced me, a summer sky in the midst of winter. Still, like the winter landscape before the storm hit. His eyes didn't shift back and forth, he didn't draw breath. Like the statues at the cult, he was lifeless. You're right. Push and pull, back and forth. Lethal 1 minute, kind the next. I'm sorry. His eyes were still, unblinking. There was no emotion, but he seemed sincere. Statues didn't speak or issue apologies. But this one did. Why is it so hard for you? I repeated the question because I still wanted the answer. I'd never met anyone like him, a man so hard and heartless. I wanted to understand. The staring continued along with the silence. Not a people person. I'm not either. A subtle shadow moved into his face, a tone of incredulity. Any more, I guess I should say. He dropped his gaze and grabbed his fork again. He returned to eating, but this time he didn't close off from me. His eyes were down, but the hostility was gone. So, how was your night? He finished his food in a couple more bites, scarfing everything down like he hadn't had a chance to eat last night. I don't belong there anymore. But it is what it is. What do you do, exactly? The plate was wiped clean, so he grabbed his glass of water and took a drink. We'll talk about it later. His eyes flicked to the hallway where Claire emerged, dressed in her rain boots and jeans, ready to go. Are you guys still eating? She asked incredulously. Come on, let's go. She ran back into her room, her boots tapping against the hardwood floor. He tilted his head back and downed the rest of the water in a big swallow. You heard the boss. Let's go. I used the money he'd given me to buy new clothes. I wore black jeans with rips in the thighs, black booties, and a black button-up blouse that tucked into the front of my jeans. With my hair and makeup done, I almost didn't recognize myself. I looked like a whole new person. When I met them at the doorway, Benton was putting her coat on, getting her little arms through the sleeves. I'm hot. You won't be when we get there. He rose to his feet, still in the long-sleeved shirt he'd worn last night because he didn't seem to need a jacket. No surprise there, since all those muscles burned hotter than a furnace. His eyes flicked to mine and lingered for a millisecond. He'd only seen me look like a shit show up until this point. And the difference was startling enough that even he noticed it. But then he looked away as if he hadn't noticed anything in the first place. We went into the garage, got into his blacked-out Range Rover, and drove through the wet streets of Paris. The sky was overcast, and the asphalt was dark from the nighttime rain. Puddles splashed under the tires as we drove. The tint on the windows was dark, blocking out our faces completely from anyone who passed. It was illegal. But not for Benton. From the passenger seat, I glanced at him from time to time, seeing him drive with one hand on the wheel, the other bent, with the elbow on the center console, so he could reach all the gadgets on the touchscreen. The system played a kid's sing-along, and it was ironic because this man and this car looked like they would play rock music, or something along those lines. It was the first time I'd been out of the house with him, and it was a lot more relaxing than when I went out alone. There was no need to glance over my shoulder, to check the walkway before I took it, to search for the smile of a jack-o'-lantern. With him, I felt invincible. We left Paris and headed into the countryside. The Eiffel Tower and cafes turned into green pastures and ponds with lily pads. High gates blocked beautiful homes that I would only ever see on a real estate site. Benton slowed down and turned onto a road with an iron gate and a high stone wall that wrapped around the property. He came to a stop, entered a code into the keypad, and then the gates opened. "Yay!" Claire said from the back. "We're here!" Benton drove up the road, approaching a 2-story home that looked straight out of Parisian aristocracy from the 1800s. Instead of pulling up to the front of the house, he took another road, heading toward a stable in the rear. Green pastures showed a couple horses and some ponies. Claire pressed up against the window. "Constance, look!" "Wow," I said. "They're beautiful." "That's Strawberry. She's very cute." Benton pulled over and we entered the stables, where some horses stood eating their hay and staring at us as we walked inside. There was a rancher there, an older man in jeans and boots, the person who oversaw the horses when Benton wasn't around. They exchanged a few pleasantries before he scurried away, like he didn't want to be around Benton longer than he had to. Didn't blame him. Benton was a bit intimidating. "Come on, I'll introduce you to everyone." Claire took my hand, and one by one, she introduced me to the horses by name in the stables, before she moved out to the fence where the rest were in the fields. "We can't ride the ponies, but we can pet them." She held out the carrots the way her father taught her, and then Strawberry walked over to munch down. When the carrots were gone, Strawberry licked her fingertips, making Claire giggle. "I'll get more." She ran back into the stables to find more fresh carrots. Benton stood at the fence, his sleeved arms resting on the wood, looking out onto the field and not at the pony that waited for Claire to return. His cold eyes examined the surroundings with indifference, slightly narrowed in a brooding stare, and his short blonde hair moved slightly in the winter breeze. It was hard not to stare. Then he abruptly pulled his arms off the wood and walked away, moving farther down the fence to another pen. My head turned the other way to watch him go. "Got some more," Claire returned and handed me one. "Keep your hand flat, like this." I didn't want my hands to get coated in slobber, but I didn't want to sabotage her excitement, so I played along. Strawberry devoured my long carrots instantly, then went to Claire next. A loud whistle pierced the sky. I turned instinctively back to Benton. An enormous black Clydesdale emerged from the distance, trotting toward Benton before slowing to a walk when he was closer. With a beautiful black mane, a shiny black tail, and a girth that rivaled a ship, the powerful horse walked to the man who mirrored him in many ways. "That's Budweiser." The horse came to Benton for a scratch. Benton rubbed down his neck and across his flank over the fence. I watched him, seeing him show kindness in a way I didn't expect. "I'm going to get some apples this time." Claire jogged back into the stables to search through the storage. As far as I could tell, no one else was on the property, and the house was vacant. I left the pony near the fence and walked to Benton, watching him handle the enormous horse like it was an average steed. "Nice to meet you, Budweiser." Benton withdrew his petting hand and rested his arms on the fence once again, admiring his horse up close. "Are you going to feed him?" He shook his head. Budweiser started to munch on the grass below his hooves, his tail flicking from time to time. He stayed close to the fence, but he knew the rubs were over. "That's the biggest horse I've ever seen. Do you ride him?" His eyes remained on the beast.
No.
Then why do you keep him?
So he's not slaughtered for meat.
Oh.
An associate was about to sell him off, but I offered a higher price.
His blue eyes took in the horse with a hint of reverence. It was different from the way he looked at Claire. Like the Clydesdale was more of a trophy than a loving pet. But it was still a drastic change from his usual look of emptiness. He's beautiful.
He is.
The other horses here. Is it because you saved them?
No. But some of them are donations. Horses too old for riding or racing. I had room, so I took them.
Then this is your place? He straightened, suddenly enormous beside me like he was a Clydesdale himself.
Yes.
It's beautiful. Why don't you live here?
We do in the summer. Get away from all the tourists. But her school is down the street from the apartment, and my work is in Paris.
His hands gripped the edge of the fence, his knuckles calloused and distinct. Constance! I turned around to see Claire holding an armful of apples. Strawberry is full. Let's go feed Bubblegum next. She was the cutest damn thing in the world. All right, I'm coming. I turned to Benton. He gave a sigh before he released the fence.
Like I could ever say no to her.
Chapter 24. Benton. Claire was asleep, but I went to say goodbye anyway. I cracked the door silently and then looked at the beautiful blonde hair all over the pillow. But there was also brown hair, because Constance was asleep beside her. Together in the twin bed, they slept side by side, Claire's arm on top of hers, the blankets hogged to her side. With my hand on the door, I stared. They both had fair cheeks like fresh snow, and their lips were parted with the peace that only came from sleep. Their unspoken bond traversed everything, and sometimes the resentment made my anger burn, because Beatrice never even tried to have that depth of connection with her own daughter. But with Constance it was effortless. I didn't know why Constance had crawled into her bed. I didn't know if she'd done it before or did it all the time. I stared a while longer before I shut the door and left the house. The ship was docked a mile off the coast. Lights were killed, nothing but darkness. The approaching ship was just as dark, with the exception of a glimmer of the light from a flashlight off the scope of the gun. Red lasers swept across the docked ship, then went black when they didn't find anything. Bartholomew was beside me, basked in darkness, his shadow, his presence. He gripped the rail and waited, his intelligent eyes watching the scene unfold in front of him exactly as we planned. Our smaller boat was in the distance, blacked out in complete darkness. We bobbed on the waves. The men used their ropes to pull themselves up the hull of the docked ship and onto the deck, guns drawn, ready to kill off everyone in sight. They spread out, some taking the stairs to the hull, others moving to the tower. Minutes later, they returned to the deck of the ship, obviously confused. It was a ghost ship. He held up the remote with the button in the center. "The honor is yours, Benton." When you were on top, everyone watched. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie. When that answer was no, they decided to take it. It always ended in the same way, just like this. I took the remote and watched them scuttle across the ship like ants. In just a few moments, they would realize this was staged, that they hadn't outsmarted us. But it was the other way around. Shouts erupted. The men found the explosives in the hull. Bartholomew's rare smile made an appearance, wide, beaming, maniacal. I hit the button. Each section of the ship exploded out, rising from one level to the next, debris flying into the air as the inferno rose like a cloud to the sky. It roared like a beast, shattered their eardrums before their skin was consumed as fuel in the flames. The screams were just an instant in time before they were swallowed by death. Just a few men managed to make it overboard and swim back to their ship that had remained unscathed. A few were still on, throwing out lines to get the men out. After they crawled into their boat, the engine kicked on and they sped away. I turned the dial and hit the button. The red flames of the explosion contrasted against the blackness of the water. A singe of heat carried on the wind and hit us in the face, along with the scent of burned flesh. Their ship was small, so it quickly sank beneath the waves. Gone. Bartholomew stared at our ship that burned on the surface of the water, and soon enough, it would sink beneath the waves too. His hands gripped the rail, the smile still wide. Well, that was fun. We lost a ship. It was my idea, and the only way I could destroy the entire anthill, not just a few insects. We'll buy another one. Claire walked between us on the sidewalk, her backpack bouncing up and down with her steps, because it was nearly empty except for a couple papers and her lunchbox. The sidewalks and streets were busy with people getting to their destinations, bags over their shoulders, coffees in hand. Constance was on the other side of Claire, glaring down at her from time to time, giving her a smile that hid the pain behind her eyes. In her new wardrobe, she no longer looked like the prisoner of a cult that became my problem. Now she looked like her own person, in tight jeans, heels, blouses, and jackets, jewelry on her wrists and neck. Her long hair was usually done in soft curls, and her makeup made her eyes stand out, gave her lips new life. I was exhausted after my long night, but I didn't want to miss taking Claire to school for the first time. First time since she'd been gone. I'd already had a conversation with her teacher, explaining that she'd been taken out of school for personal reasons. Last thing I wanted was for her teacher and the other students to treat her like she was different, and not in a good way. When we dropped her off, there wasn't a hint of unease. She spotted her friends and ran off without a backward glance. It hurt that she didn't say goodbye to me, but it was a good thing. I watched her backpack bounce up and down quickly as she ran to her friends, who were just as excited to see her when they spotted her. Hugs were exchanged, laughter, squeals. It was time to go, but it was hard to leave her there. A hand moved to my arm, slender fingers digging into my muscle, a kind embrace, and there was a soft smile to go with it. I met her look for several seconds, feeling a distinct connection that hadn't been there before, or at least that I hadn't allowed to be there before. The exact same emotion was in her eyes, like leaving Claire was hard for her too, albeit for different reasons. We walked back to the apartment together, spending most of that time in silence. Fewer people were on the sidewalk because everyone had arrived at their destinations by now. The pathway seemed to be just for us. Her boots tapped against the sidewalk as we walked, 2 steps for every one of mine.
How was your night?
Long.
Yeah, you seem tired.
I'm always tired now. I had to juggle 2 personas at once, and it wouldn't have been possible without Constance. The situation worked out to the advantage of us both. She had a lot of issues to resolve, so I suspected she would be around for a long time.
Are you a drug dealer?
The smirk was unstoppable. No.
Then a hitman.
We were out in public, but I didn't give a damn. As long as Claire wasn't around, I didn't give a shit who heard what. Chasseur.
You're a hunter? What does that mean?
We hunt a lot of things. People, drugs, money, one-stop shop. She walked beside me, her eyes on me as if she didn't understand. It's complicated.
Then you're in a gang?
This time I released a quiet laugh. More like an empire, more like a corporation, more like an organization that the police and government both know about. We're in the drug business, getting everything into France from our partners overseas. We pay off the right people like it's an annual membership to your favorite warehouse store. We kill the people who fuck with us, and sometimes kill the people who fuck with the people who would never fuck with us. I turned my gaze and watched her study me with calm absorption. We're in plain sight, but nobody sees us.
And the cult? Why do they have so much power?
Because they have the acid market. Our relationship can be symbiotic, so we're allies, some of the time. Their organization goes deeper than the camp. It's just a place they colonized so they can be freaks in peace. She gave a nod as if she understood, but she didn't understand a thing. We returned to the empty apartment, the first time we'd been alone together without Claire. It instantly felt hollow, like I was back in time, sobbing in front of the fireplace. She seemed to know, based on the way she stared at me.
I can make you something to eat.
I didn't need her to wait on me, to do anything for me. I'm going to bed. I turned back to the hallway.
Will you pick her up with me?
Her question flew out quickly, a desperate plea. I turned back around and met her look, seeing the fear that tinted her eyes the second I wasn't around. He won't cross me. She gave a slight nod as she swallowed, but she didn't seem consoled whatsoever.
Uncle Blue!
My brother lifted her into the air the second he stepped through the front door and into the entryway. There she is. He held her with a single arm as he hugged her, the same fatherly affection in his eyes, because she pulled at his heartstrings the way she pulled at mine. I missed you.
I missed you too, Uncle Blue.
I heard you're back at school. My brother ignored me as he entered deeper into the apartment, moving to the living room in front of the fireplace. Their voices carried as their conversation continued. Claire's sweet voice sharing every little detail that happened during her day. One day she wouldn't want to tell me anything. Wasn't looking forward to that. I walked into the great room, seeing the two of them chatting on the couch, her horses on the coffee table. Constance turned from the kitchen in the middle of cooking dinner. Her cooking wasn't as good as mine, but it was edible, and lately I'd been too tired to do much around the apartment. Hopefully she'd get better. She stared for a while because she had no idea who he was. My brother. I joined them on the couch. Blue and Claire continued talking, and my strong and silent, no-bullshit brother was practically a mother hen. What did Angelica say to that?
That she doesn't need any more friends, but she's really nice. I don't know why we can't all be friends.
Because she's jealous.
Jealous?
She asked. You know, she wants to keep you all to herself.
But I can be friends with both of them.
Well, you know how girls are. He rolled his eyes.
Yeah,
Claire said.
Sometimes they can be mean, but I don't know why.
Because you're too sweet. My brother gave her a pat on the head, which is surprising because your dad is a bit of a dud. I gave him a playful glare.
My dad isn't a dud,
Claire said, immediately jumping to my defense.
He's my best friend.
My hand went to my chest instinctively, a rush of blood right to my heart. Every time she said something like that, it killed me. I hoped we would always be this way, that when she was out of the house with her own life, we could still be close, still be friends. Blue smiled. Well, that's nice of you, since your dad doesn't have any friends.
Constance is his friend, too.
Constance? My brother asked. Constance emerged.
Nice to meet you.
My brother lifted his gaze and looked at her, and I could read that expression like a goddamn sign. I glared at him, hard. He quickly composed himself. You too, Blue? His eyes immediately shifted to me, full of accusation. I'd forgotten to mention her.
Dinner is almost ready.
Constance returned to the kitchen. Claire lowered her voice as she spoke to Blue.
Her cooking tastes bad, but don't say anything, it's mean.
Blue didn't hear what she said because his gaze was on me, interrogating me with just his look. The nanny. It was the simplest explanation. The nanny? Blue continued to stare with incredulity. Never needed a nanny before. We'll talk about it later. I grabbed a glass of water and took a drink, brushing off his curiosity. Claire said goodnight before Constance took her to get ready for bed. Now it was just my brother and me in front of the dying fire. That look of accusation was back. The question was silent. Claire refused to leave the camp without her, so I took her. That doesn't sound like something you would do. She protected Claire. That was all I could get out. Didn't want to repeat the horror story Beatrice had shared with me, so I'll give her whatever she needs. He absorbed that for a while, the implication of my words hitting him right in the heart. It was a while before he said anything. And she wants to live here. She's afraid Fornius will take her if she's on her own. She's right, probably will. And the solution to that is to live with you forever? She asked me to kill him. I said no, as much as I'd like to. But Beatrice returned to London to live with her parents, so I need the help anyway, especially since I'm out of the house at all hours of the night now. Permanently? He asked, referring to Beatrice. I nodded. Bitch. I've made my peace with it. You don't make your peace with anything. I turned my eyes on the fire. If she doesn't want to be in Claire's life, then I don't want her here out of obligation. Claire deserves better. Claire deserves to be loved unconditionally, not to be resented and neglected. I can pick up the slack. I had her most of the time anyway. He stared at the fire too, his hands rubbing together. You're a good father. I watched the flames burn lower, getting closer to the soot-covered logs. Are you screwing her? No. Are you going to? I turned back to him, my eyes as cold as the frost against the windows. He continued his stare, pressing the question. She's the nanny. So? I shook my head and looked at the fire again. Not my type. Well, she's definitely my type, so can I? No. You don't want her, so what's... I turned back to him. This discussion is over. So you do want her, then? The woman is fucking traumatized, and you want to hit on her? She seems fine. She's not. Nearly has a panic attack every time I leave. I knew she was still adjusting, and the last thing she wanted was some guy asking her out for a drink. Make her uncomfortable, and I'll make you uncomfortable. All right? Blue finally abandoned the topic by raising his hands in surrender. Damn, all right then.
Chapter 25. Constance. I wasn't sure what it was that woke me up. The heater kicking on, the scratching of a tree branch against the window pane, or just a dream. Whatever it was, my eyes opened. They immediately went to the window across the room, like I already knew something was there. The curtains were slightly parted, open enough to reveal the figure standing there in the darkness. I blinked a few times. I breathed a few times, and then I saw it. That fucking smile. The scream that left my mouth was instinctual, and I toppled out of bed as I reached for the knife that I left at my bedside table every night. I rolled in the blanket and hit the rug around my bed. The lamp fell over and made a loud crash. Hidden in the covers in the dark, I searched for the knife, the only defense I had. Where the fuck is it? I threw the covers aside and finally grabbed it, in just my underwear and a black camisole that had rolled up to my ribcage as I scrambled for the weapon. I seized the knife by the hilt and held it at the ready, as if Fornius would break through the glass to get me. The door flung open, and I let out another cry. It was Benton, in nothing but his black boxers. A soldier who only needed his muscles as armor. His blue eyes were lethal, his body tight, ready to kill someone. The window. I pointed with the knife. He was looking at me through the window. He immediately yanked the curtains apart and looked outside. I pushed myself to my feet and set the dagger on the nightstand because I didn't need it anymore. I had him. He moved from one window to the next, checking the darkness. The threat was over, but I still breathed like it had just begun. Benton returned to me once the search was over. It was a dream. What? I get them too. No, I saw him. He wouldn't risk everything to come to my home and stare at you through a window. Speechless, I just breathed, hyperventilated. Don't do that, don't do that. His eyes flicked back and forth as he looked into mine. The police did that. They didn't believe me. Tears welled in my eyes. He was there, I promise you, he was there. All right. He raised his hand to silence me before he left my bedroom. I grabbed the knife and followed him, unsure what was happening. We moved to the front door. "What are you doing?" "Going to check." "But you aren't wearing any clothes." "I don't need clothes." He opened the door and moved down the stairs. A muscled shadow. "Lock the door behind me." I didn't hesitate before I did as he asked. With the knife in my hand, I stood there, listening to my own breathing. I listened for any outside sound I could detect. I checked behind me like Fornius was already in the house. The drumming of my heart was going to kill me. Minutes passed. Nothing but silence. Then Benton's voice came through the door. "It's me." I flicked the locks and yanked the heavy door open, the cold air hitting me in the face like a sledgehammer. My eye scanned around him, expecting a dead body on the porch. Then I looked at him, expecting blood on his knuckles and chest. There was nothing. He came inside and locked the door behind him. "What happened?" He faced me again, his shoulders rounded and strong, his biceps hard like sculptures. His chest was wide and powerful, like it could take throwing knives like a dartboard. His lungs were just as strong as his torso, powerful thighs, toned legs, big feet. Nothing. No sign of anyone, no footprints. My eyes started to water again, because that wasn't enough for me. It was a dream. I shook my head, the tears splashing down my face. He does this. I don't know how he does it, but he fucking does it. He watched me, his eyes shifting back and forth. It wasn't a dream, okay? He wasn't there, Constance. You need to trust me. I wiped the tears away, even though they continued to come. If there was a freak outside my house where my daughter sleeps, trust me, he'd be dead. There was no one there. I'm sorry. My hand cupped my mouth, and I silenced my emotion, doing my best to bring myself back to calm. This isn't me. I don't do this. I don't cry. I don't panic. I'm not weak. I don't think you're weak. My eyes lifted to his, and those words brought me calmer than anything I could have said to myself. My hand left my mouth, and I gave a sniff. Your mind protects you in the battle, in the moment, by keeping you calm, keeping you focused. But once the moment has passed, your mind can't protect you anymore. I understand. I gave a nod and loosened the hold on my knife, finally believing that I didn't need it. His eyes glanced down for just a brief instant, looking at my nearly naked body. It didn't bother me. I'm going to sleep with Claire. His eyes met mine again. Can you stay? It was pathetic and needy, but there was no way I'd be able to close my eyes and drift off without him there. He held my gaze for a long time, his thoughts a mystery behind that hard expression. I know it's a weird thing to ask, but let me get my things. He departed down the dark hallway and moved through the house until he was gone. I tucked myself into Claire's bed, not disturbing her because she liked to sleep up against the wall. I pulled the blankets over my shoulder and turned to face the room, the opposite way of the window. Benton arrived a moment later, dropping his pillow on the floor in the center of the room. He was in his sweatpants and a t-shirt now, and he got comfortable on the floor, flat on his back, the blanket at his waist. I stared at him, watching him stare at the ceiling. With one hand on his stomach and the other on the floor beside him, he lay still, his breathing calm and easy, like he hadn't just searched the darkness for a man who believed he was a demon. I watched his breath and tried to match it. Once I did, I fell asleep. Even days later, I was still shaken. Benton was right. It was a dream, just a dream. I'd have to tell myself that 1,000,000 times before I believed it. When I took Claire to school in the morning and Benton was sleeping, the knife was tucked away somewhere. The walk home was worse than the walk there, because I knew I was the one he wanted, not Claire. But nothing ever happened. I looked across the street, scanned the windows, Searched for signs of him everywhere. Never happened. If he were going to take me, it would be then and there. It consoled me, but only briefly, and once I was back at the apartment alone, my mind ran wild. Anytime Benton wasn't in the apartment, I felt like bait on a hook. Fornius was the trout that could smell me a mile away. Would this paranoia ever pass? Would I ever feel better? I sat on the couch in the living room, the TV off, the fireplace cold. When Claire wasn't home, I just sat there and waited until it was time to pick her up again. I could walk to the cafe and get a coffee, catch a movie, do anything I wanted, but I always stayed home. Until he was dead and that place was burned to the ground, I would never be okay. Nadine and Laura came into my mind all the time, and the guilt consumed me. But what could I do? The locks turned in the door before it opened. Benton's heavy feet announced his presence down the hallway, where the garage connected to the house. I waited for that sound every day, waited for that relief, so I could recognize it anywhere at this point. He emerged a moment later in a black jacket and a white t-shirt, black jeans, and boots. His eyes went to me on the couch, our gazes locking. I stared back, releasing the tension in my shoulders with my exhale. He stared a while longer before he stripped off his jacket and tossed it on the back of one of the dining chairs. His body stretched the cotton fabric of his shirt tight across his shoulders, loose on his lower back, cinched around his arms. There was a weight room upstairs, so he must hit it every day. He opened the fridge and grabbed the glass container of leftovers before he plopped it onto a plate and ate it cold. His jaw had been hair-free when he left last night, but now it was covered in dark stubble. There were times when his eyes were angry, and times when they were tired. Right now, they were tired. His eyes flicked up to meet mine across the room. I instinctively looked away because I was staring. His boots sounded against the floor as he approached. I inhaled a deep breath when he drew near, both intimidated and comforted. He took the seat beside me and continued to eat. In silence, we sat together. No eye contact. No conversation. My eyes found the courage to look at him once again, and the feeling I got from that stare returned. My heart raced and slowed all at the same time. My stomach tightened like it was growling for food. My fingers instantly twitched because I wanted to grab onto his arm and pull him close. It was more than physical. It was more than emotional. Claire had been my crutch at the cult, but now Benton was the foundation beneath my feet. I stared. He chewed his last bite of food before he set the plate on the coffee table. My stare continued. My heart raced as I waited for him to meet my look. My fingertips were numb and hot at the same time. I craved his touch, his safety, the comfort that only he could deliver. He drank his water, then sat there, his eyes on the dead fireplace. My eyes bored into his flesh. He must have felt it. Must have felt it like the sun on a summer day. That was exactly how I felt whenever he looked at me. Then he did. He turned his head, locked his beautiful eyes on me, and stared. I forgot to breathe. His stare was so powerful, his presence was so strong. The breaths I forgot to take suddenly came quick, making up for the air that I'd lost. My eyes dropped when I spotted my hand slide toward his, over his powerful thigh to his big fingers. I watched as a bystander, a witness rather than a participant. My fingers slid over the back of his large hand, my fingers slipping into the spaces between his joints. He was searing hot, like a dish that had just been taken out of the broiling oven. He didn't pull away. I stared for several more breaths before I raised my look and met his. His hand was lifeless in mine, but his eyes thawed from the cold and turned warm. They pierced into me differently now, with a brooding and potent stare. I held on like he might slip away if I let go. His deep voice broke the silence, like a crackle in a burning fire.
You want me?
I nodded. His eyes bored into mine with increased focus. I stopped breathing again, in anticipation of what would happen next. My eyes moved to his lips, waiting for them to press against mine and swallow all my fear, all my pain. Then it happened. He moved in, one hand sliding into my hair with the softness of silk, and then his lips pressed to mine in a gentle greeting. My eyes instantly closed because I felt it. Felt everything I wanted to feel. His lips remained against mine in a long, poignant kiss before he pulled away and looked at me once more. Blue eyes penetrated mine, heartless on the surface, but an ocean underneath. His rough fingertips were still at the base of my neck, searing hot. I wanted more. My hand grabbed onto his cotton shirt and I pulled him in. He moved quicker this time, once he realized this was exactly what I wanted. Once he saw the flutter of my eyes, the warmth in my cheeks, the desperation for another kiss. His mouth took me gently once again, but his kisses were quicker, demanding. He took the lead, pulled my bottom lip into his mouth before his tongue pressed against mine. My fingers released the tug on his shirt now that I had him, and my hands planted against the hard chest I'd stared at so many times when he sat on the couch and sipped his scotch. It was as hard as I imagined, like I was hitting stone. My body relaxed, and I felt myself sink back, his heavy frame emerging over mine, a shield against the outside world. His hips were between my thighs, and his lips were on my neck, his hot breaths as delicious as his kisses. My arms hooked over his shoulders, and I drew him close, smothered him against me, used him to feel higher than I'd ever been. My ankles locked together behind his back, and I turned into his kiss, catching his lips, one hand digging into the back of his hair. I moaned into his mouth as I squeezed his hips with my thighs, feeling his erection hard against me. Take me to bed. The closed knuckles of his hands were pressed into the mattress beside me, his other hand directing his length into me, the head of his dick giving my wetness a kiss through the condom. He pushed past my tightness, then sank, his other hand moving back to the mattress to support himself. I took him with a heated moan because it felt so damn good. Oh, fuck. Big, sexy, gorgeous. This man was on top of me, his blue eyes dominating my mind the way his body dominated everything else. Large pecs, 8-pack abs, arm porn, big dick. He was perfect. I breathed with him. I rocked with him. My arms grabbed onto the grooves of the muscles of his body as he pushed inside me until there was nowhere else to go. Every wince came with a moan, because it felt so good to hurt. It started off slow, our wet bodies moving together, the audible sounds of his dick sliding in and out of me, like it was in surround sound. But then the breaths came. The bed started to creak. Moans and grunts covered the noise. My hand cupped his face, and I kissed him as he thrust into me harder, his lips losing their focus when I felt too good. He would give an occasional groan, and it was the sexiest sound I'd ever heard. It was exactly what I wanted. I felt safe, warm, protected, mindless. The paranoia was gone, the fear was forgotten. He was the only person in the world who could make me feel like this. It was a high that I wanted. And before this one was over, I knew I wanted another, and another. I clawed at his back when I felt the hot explosion that made me squeeze his dick harder. It was a crescendo before release, a catharsis of emotion. I released my burden, released my terror, released it all. He gave his final pumps, hard and deep thrusts, and then released with a quiet moan. My hand cupped his face and brought him in for another kiss, desperate to hold on a little longer, to feel the searing heat that made winter pale behind the windows. He gave me his breath and a kiss before he rolled off me. I winced when he was gone. He cleaned off, then lay beside me, and as if nothing had happened, he was still and stony. One hand was behind his head, and his eyes were on the closed windows. His big chest rose and fell, slowing to a peaceful pace. The shine from his sweat disappeared as the moisture evaporated. He eventually closed his eyes, one hand resting against his stomach. I was naked beside him and cold without the sheets. I craved the heat the second it was withdrawn. I craved his touch, his protection, his presence. I turned over, pressed my head against his shoulder, and hugged his side. I'd never been so comfortable in my life. The cult never happened. Fornius never happened. Peace. I closed my eyes, tucked into the security of the only man who could give it. But then he moved. His arm pulled away. He turned over and faced the other way. It was over.
Chapter 26. Benton. Bartholomew sat beside me at the table, one ankle crossed on the opposite knee, on the floor above the restaurant packed with people for the dinner rush. Windows showed the lights from the city, the apartments and businesses across the street, the distant glow from the Eiffel Tower. The waiter placed the bottle on the table, uncorked it, and began to pour. Bartholomew raised his hand. The waiter immediately stopped, spilling a drop on the table. Bartholomew brushed him off with a wave of his hand. "That's horse piece. I don't drink horse piece." The waiter shifted his gaze to me, as if I would give better instruction. "Do you drink horse piece?" Bartholomew asked. "Is it bitter, or is it sweet?" "We'll take something from Rothschild," I said, trying to help the guy out. The waiter wiped up the drop and left. The upstairs was an open living room with a seating area and fireplace. We both sat there, waiting for our guest to arrive. "You don't have to be a dick." Bartholomew turned to me, his eyes piercing. "Yes, I do." The doors opened and Julian was escorted inside, the front of his suit bloody and one side of his face puffy. His left eye was already blue and discolored. The men forced him into the chair in front of us, pushing him down with a thrust that made the chair scratch against the hardwood floor. Julian sank into the chair, seething in silent anger. Bartholomew remained relaxed in his chair, his elbows on the armrests, his fingers together in front of his chest. I sized up our fallen opponent, our opponent who'd foolishly thought he could outsmart us. I stepped out of retirement and got back into the game as if I'd never left, finding information as if I'd typed the question into Google. A long stretch of silence passed. Julian said nothing, probably because this would end the exact same way whether he spoke or not. I said nothing because it was fun to watch someone think about their death before it happened. Bartholomew? I'd known him forever, and I still had no idea what he was thinking. He was probably still thinking about the horse-piss wine. "Got the anthill," Bartholomew said. "Now all we need is a queen." Julian's face immediately tightened into rage, probably provoked by the queen comment. "Your time will come. Maybe when I'm 90. Bartholomew kept his hands together, still and cold. "Getting my dick sucked by one model in Positano." He tilted his head slightly and gave a shrug. "And my balls licked by another." I hid the smirk that wanted to grow. Julian didn't need to speak his rage. It was written on his face, in the tightness of his lips, the annoyance in his eyes. Or, should I say, eye. "You're crazy. Blowing up your own ship?" Bartholomew shrugged. "What can I say? I like to put on a good show." "You're going—" I pulled out my gun and shot him square between the eyes. His body gave a jerk before he slumped in the chair. Dead. I set the gun on the table in front of us. Bartholomew turned to me, the question in his eyes. "I'm hungry." I walked in the door and dropped my jacket on the counter. Constance was washing dishes in the sink, and she turned off the faucet when she heard me. "Just got home." I couldn't suppress the annoyed sigh that came from my lips. I'd hurried home in the hope I could take Claire to school this morning, but I'd just missed her. She dried her hands on the towel, her eyes pitying me. I found the leftovers in the fridge and stood at the bar to eat it cold. Hot, cold, I didn't give a shit. At the end of a long night, I just wanted to eat and go to sleep. When I woke up, Claire would be home. Maybe I could help her with her homework. Constance leaned against the other counter and watched me. I ignored her stare. Everything on the plate was devoured in a minute because I was in a hurry. Didn't want to slow down just to enjoy cold eggs that didn't taste that great even when they were fresh. The dirty plate was left in the sink and I walked off.
About the other day.
It was a one-time thing. I turned back around to stare at her from where she remained in the kitchen. In tight jeans, boots that went to her knees, a silk blouse that stopped at her elbows. Meant nothing. Her green eyes didn't hold a hint of offense. She seemed to expect me to say that.
I don't want it to be a one-time thing.
Her quiet voice carried across the room, out of the kitchen and into the sitting room where I stood. It meant nothing, and it'll always mean nothing. She'd been in my company long enough to know that I was an empty vessel that felt nothing for the world around me, unless it involved my daughter.
That's fine. Doesn't need to mean anything.
I stared at her from across the room, hearing the sincerity of her words, witnessing it with my own eyes, too. Then why?
It's what I need right now.
Her arms crossed over her chest, one hand absent-mindedly rubbing her arm up and down.
You're what I need.
Claire sat across from me at the dining table, our coloring books on the surface, colored pencils everywhere, along with crayons and markers. I pushed the black crayon into the page, marking the inside of the horse with a dark color.
Dad, that's ugly,
she said with a laugh.
You're supposed to do it like this.
She held up her page, showing the vivid colors of the horses, the flowers in the meadow, the bright blue sky.
See? It's pretty.
Guess I'm just not as good as you are. My dark horse was accompanied by a dark gray sky, a London fog, and brown soil that had been kissed by fallen raindrops. It's supposed to be Budweiser.
Oh, I see it now. We'll put it on the fridge.
Thanks, sweetheart. Whenever I spent time with Claire, Constance silently excused herself and stayed in her bedroom. She understood exactly when she was needed and dismissed herself without my having to give her instruction, and it was one of the reasons I liked her the most. She knew her place. How was school?
Good. I hate arithmetic, though.
Arithmetic? I asked with a laugh. You mean arithmetic?
Yeah, whatever. It's a weird word.
It is a weird word. She kept coloring, moving on to another page, making it just as bright and bold as all her others. Still like having Constance around?
Yeah, she's the best. She's my best friend.
She is?
Besides you.
She rolled her eyes as she kept coloring.
Dad, you can have more than one best friend.
I continued to add color to the page, but I'd rather sit there and stare at her forever. You can?
Yep. Angelica and Linda are my best friends, too.
What about Strawberry?
You can't be friends with a pony, but she's my favorite pony.
I nodded. Makes sense. I'm glad that you and Constance are getting along.
I think she's a witch.
She put the red pencil down, then searched the table for the pink crayon. When she found it, she pressed it to the paper and filled in her lines. I halted my coloring and stared at her. A witch?
Because she can do magic.
Claire, what do you mean by that? My voice deepened with a hint of panic, immediately thinking about that horrible place that held her captive for months. She'd never spoken of things like this before.
She makes bad things go away. She made the monsters disappear. I'm never sad around her. She makes that go away.
I stared at my precious daughter, watched her color like she hadn't just said something concerning. Are you sad, sweetheart? It was so hard to ask the question, to keep my broken heart in my throat.
Sometimes.
Why? She kept coloring, her eyes down.
Is Mommy coming back?
My eyes instinctively closed because the moment had arrived. Claire didn't get her weekends with her mother anymore, and she noticed. She was smart enough to know something was different. Everything was different. I was left with this burden, this terrible fucking burden. Like every father who ever existed, I asked myself the question, should I lie? A lie would only buy me time. She was too smart for that. No. Claire's hand moved slower as she colored the page, her sadness visible. Oh, just fucking kill me. She asked the question that I didn't want her to ask.
Why?
This time she looked up and met my look. The same blue eyes stared back at me, but hers were filled with goodness and innocence. I didn't have an answer. She needs to focus on herself for a while.
Did I do something?
No. This time my voice choked, couldn't stand the question, couldn't even let her finish it. You did nothing wrong, sweetheart. Don't think that, not even for a second. And you always have me. Her fingers grasped her pencil, the tip pressed to the last place where she'd colored.
In the forest, it didn't seem like she wanted me around. But Constance always wanted me around.
I had no idea what to say, so I said nothing at all.
Constance makes it better. She makes everything better.
I cooked dinner and Constance did the dishes afterward. I gave Claire a bath, tucked her in for the night, and sat at her bedside until she fell asleep, surrounded by all her stuffed animals. She had more than horses. There were bears, a hippo, and a tiger. The curtains were drawn closed and the bedroom was dark, but I could still see her face clearly, see how peaceful she looked when she was tucked into a warm bed with her stuffed bear against her chest. I didn't understand how Beatrice could leave. I would never understand it. When I returned to the dining room, Constance had finished loading the dishwasher. She closed the door, turned it on, and then the quiet hum started. She washed her hands, patted them dry, and then rubbed the back of her neck like there was a kink. I watched her movements, watched her fingers brush her long hair away so she could touch her soft skin. She closed her eyes and rolled her head back, like she'd found the spot she'd been looking for. My eyes noted every feature she possessed, her long and slender fingers, the fair skin that looked like freshly fallen snow, the color of her nude nails, the nails that had dug into my back days ago. She was still in her jeans and boots, in a gray blouse that fit over her small breasts to highlight their perkiness. She used to be a warm body in a cold bed, but now I looked at her differently. Couldn't explain it. She looked at the painting that hung above the sink for a moment before she turned away. When she saw me, she stilled, clearly having no idea I was there, or how long I'd been there. The unease quickly disappeared, a deep breath entering her lungs, then cleansing her stress on the way out. It was the exact same reaction she gave every time I came home, every time I stepped into the room. It wasn't love, it wasn't lust, it was comfort. Her boots hit the tile as she approached me.
I have to agree with Claire. You're definitely the superior cook.
Her hand went to the surface of the nearby counter and she looked up at me, giving me a slight smile. I ignored the words like they were never spoken. Her smile slowly began to fade, but her eyes kept their contact. She used to look away when my stare was too much, too long, too intense. She didn't do that anymore. She could hold my gaze forever. Thank you for making my daughter happy. Her eyes slowly tightened with emotion. Her lips pressed together a little harder, and the breath she drew was labored with a pain that wasn't physical. My words hit her right in the heart, and her reaction showed that.
I love her so much.
I know. The soft smile emerged, but it only lasted a few seconds, her eyes mirroring that gesture. She had full lips, but their plumpness could disappear the second she was upset. She pressed them tightly together whenever she was overwhelmed. In bed, she bit her bottom lip, which was distinctly different. Her green eyes reminded me of pines caked underneath piles of snow. Evergreen, earthly, soulful. She had high cheekbones, an elegant neck with a hollow in her throat, beautiful skin that had faded freckles in some places. Her dark hair reminded me of the mane of my horse, thick and long, moving in the most magnificent way every time she moved. So many details I'd never noticed before. Her eyes shifted from side to side, as if regarding me with the same distinction. It was quiet in the house, with the exception of the dishwasher behind her. It was just the two of us, and that same look came onto her face, the same look she'd worn on the couch when her hand grasped mine.
Are you staying home tonight?
I gave a nod that was so slight no one else would have noticed, but she did, because her eyes hadn't left my face. The instant I moved in, a breath filled her parted lips. She sucked the air into her lungs like she'd just breached the surface. Her eyes instantly glossed over with throes of passion that hadn't yet begun. Her mouth was open for me before I even got there, and once my chest was against hers, her arms hooked around my neck and she pulled me closer, needing as much of my mouth as I would give her. My hand immediately slipped underneath her blouse so I could feel the bare skin of her back, my fingers spanning across the warm and soft skin. My other hand was deep in her hair, pushing it away so I could kiss her with the same heat she gave me. Tongues came together, breaths were exchanged. The fire ignited as if gasoline had been thrown on top. My arm scooped under her ass and I lifted her into me. The kiss didn't break. Her hand dug into my hair as I carried her into my bedroom, her legs around my waist. She writhed against me even though we were fully clothed. We stepped into the darkness. The door was shut. The bed was unmade. I laid her down and immediately pulled off her boots before I dragged her jeans down her long legs. Her nails yanked my shirt off in the process before she palmed my chest. My bottoms were pulled down, the condom was slid on, and then I was inside her. She moaned like it was the first time. With my arms behind her knees, I took her in the middle of the bed, her small body folded underneath mine, watching her moan and breathe through the thrusts. Her blouse was still on because we were in too much of a rush to stop for that. We moved together, slow and deep, our lips coming together for brief moments of exchange before the pleasure of our wet bodies overcame us. We breathed together, groaned together, writhed in mutual ecstasy. It ended for both of us at the same time, her nails digging into my chest, my body shoving her deeper into the mattress, our final groans released, and then it was just our breathing, shallow and labored. She pulled my lips to hers and kissed me, a slow and thorough kiss, purposeful. My eyes closed to appreciate it, to soak in the feeling of her soft lips against mine, showing me another layer of affection that had nothing to do with lust. I pulled away, cleaned up, and then returned to the bed beside her. My sleep schedule was out of whack, going from days to night and then back to days again, but I was tired nonetheless. Like last time, she had no intention of leaving. She pulled the sheets to her shoulder, tugged a pillow to her chest, and closed her eyes to sleep. Her body went still like she was already drifting off. I would have asked anyone else to leave, but not her. I opened the door to the back seat of the blacked-out SUV that was parked outside my apartment. It was the middle of the night, the exhaust rising like smoke in the freezing nighttime air. The street was deserted. Bartholomew was in the other seat, and he nodded to the chair beside him. "Get in." I climbed inside, shut the door, and the vehicle took off. "What's happening?" Bartholomew gave me a side glance from his side of the car, dressed in a black jacket with a blacked-out watch on his wrist. His knees were far apart, his military boots planted firmly to the carpet. "Can you keep your shit together?" "I always keep my shit together." "I don't know. You seem trigger-happy lately." "Because if I'm going to kill someone, I kill them. Don't waste their time or ours." "Fair enough." He looked out the front windshield as we drove through the empty streets of Paris. "But this is a little different." His eyes flicked to mine again. I stared, silently demanding more than that. "We're meeting Fornios." The reaction was instant. Like a bear ripped open my rib cage and emerged from inside me with a roar. I felt my vision turn red. You want to do business with that freak? Fine. But I want no part of it. My hand would carve that smile off his face with a fucking butter knife. If you think I'm trigger happy now, wait until I get a look at that motherfucker. He gave a slight nod, almost bored. So much for keeping your shit together. This is personal. I don't do personal. You're the one he wants to talk to, not me. My nostrils flared like a bull, and I was ready to charge. I'll kill him. Then I'll relieve you of your weapons. You think that'll make a difference? I snarled like a bear. The only reason he still breathes is because Claire is okay. Because I don't think about him. But that shit will change if I have to look at his freak-ass face. Benton, he's a partner. Your partner, not mine. Benton, you're doing this. Fuck off. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. Unless you want me to break your window, unlock the fucking door. He kept his same stoicism. Benton, you owe me. I don't owe you shit, asshole. I've come back to the chasseurs, and this is what chasseurs do. He wants to speak to you. I've arranged it because he's our partner. I turned away, severing the conversation with my angry silence. The SUV pulled up to the Louvre. Bartholomew sat there and stared at me. Claire is fine. You need to let it go. Don't fucking... I couldn't finish the words. Too angry. The guys left the front of the vehicle, giving us our privacy. Bartholomew looked out the side window, his arm on the sill. I don't know what he wants. I don't care what he wants. He asked for a meeting, and I granted it. That's the extent of my obligation. What do you say? What do you do? That's all you. He opened the door and stepped out. My hands tightened into fists before I left the vehicle and joined him on the sidewalk. I stared him down. You asked me to return to the chasseurs. But that's not what you wanted. You wanted me back on the throne. You wanted me as your equal. I'm not running the streets doing petty-ass shit. I'm at your side day and night, side by side, on 2 thrones. He held my gaze and didn't refute the claim. You need me. Silence. So don't ask me this shit again. This is the one and only time I'm doing it, but after this, I'm done. Bartholomew held my gaze without a hint of thought. His eyes reflected the lamppost behind me, and the space behind him was full of a thick fog. After a final, long stare, he gave a subtle nod. I turned to the stairs. And let's get this shit over with. The Louvre was lit up in all its glory, but the fog was so thick that the lights looked like distant ships on a cold sea. Phornius was there, his freaks behind him, with the skulls on their heads, the antlers protruding, still as statues, even though they were living men so high on acid they had no grasp on reality. Phornius's eyes were immediately locked on mine when I appeared. There was no smile this time. I halted several feet back because if I got any closer, his throat would be cut. It felt like a summer night because the blood boiled in my veins. I could take on all these motherfuckers at once because my hands were strong enough to crush bone right now. One day I would get revenge for Claire and Beatrice, just had to bide my time until the moment was right. Bartholomew and the rest of the men stayed behind me. It was just the 2 of us, faced off in a chilling stare. Phornius spoke first, eyes furious, the veins in his neck popping. My angel. My jaw immediately tightened at the ridiculous way he spoke, the obnoxious way he pronounced each syllable. Give her back to me. No. His face immediately stretched because of the grimace he made with his mouth. A vein popped in his forehead. His shoulders squared like he might rush me. She was not part of the deal. Pretending my daughter was dead wasn't part of the deal either, freak. His lips smashed together in suppressed rage. Give her to me. No. Name your price. She's not livestock, asshole. Not for sale. I stepped away. We're done here. His voice turned quiet, but it captured my attention. I have no ill will toward you and your daughter. I halted, then took a long turn back to him. He was closer to me now, because he'd stepped forward when I stepped away. In a long-sleeved shirt with his bulging muscles underneath, he didn't look like a man who needed to beg for anything. That sounds like a threat. His eyes burned once he had my focus again. It doesn't have to be. Just give her back to me. I stared him down, reading between the lines like it was words on a billboard. I have a better idea. I pulled the knife from my pocket and moved forward. How about I just put an end to this, so you never have to live without your precious fucking... Bartholomew grabbed me by the arm and yanked me away. Listen, he just threatened me. Listen. He dropped my arm and lowered his voice. Let him have the woman. She means nothing to you. Just give her back. Problem solved. I can't do that. Because she protected your daughter? He asked incredulously. That was before you knew this psychopath was obsessed with her. She's not worth it. Throw her to the wolves. That's life. Claire was my everything. Couldn't risk her safety for anything. Give him what he wants. They go back to the forest. We go back to the street. My eyes stayed on his. I'll do the dirty work for you. Or we can kill him right now and be done with it. Bartholomew shook his head. We've got enough enemies as it is. I'm not taking on a war with a cult. Claire was my priority. I could drug Constance when she was asleep. Bartholomew would pick her up and make the transfer. I'd make up some lie to Claire. Our lives would go back to normal. But I couldn't do it. The answer's no. Bartholomew just stared, his eyes hard, eyebrows furrowed. If she didn't protect Claire, another woman would have stepped in. That's not why. His gaze hardened. She's family. I stepped away. And I'm loyal to my family. Bartholomew grabbed me again. Don't be stupid right now. I pushed him off. She's not worth it. I shoved him away and faced Fornius again. His eyes were hopeful and maniacal at the same time. No. The rage returned instantly, like a lit match. Find someone else. I walked off, done with this conversation. Fornius's booming voice followed me. She's the angel. My angel. Give her back to... It's over. Bartholomew was back to his cliched calmness. I kept walking. Bartholomew continued. To come anywhere near them is an act of war against the chasseurs. I halted when I heard what he said. We will burn your forest, Bartholomew said, and we'll burn all of you with it. The screams began, the maniacal screams of a demon. Bartholomew came to my side. I matched his pace. The screams continued to pierce the night. The men opened the back door to the SUV and we hopped inside. We were on the road a second later, speeding through the ghostly streets. I could still hear the screams in my head. Bartholomew was still and quiet, his eyes on the road. Puddles splashed. The engine revved as we picked up speed. Lights dimly punctured the fog. And the quiet was false, because the screams were infinite. I turned to him, watching the side of his face. He met my look with a side glance. I held his gaze for a while. He already knew how I felt by my stare alone, but I said the words anyway. Thank you. He gave a nod, then his eyes flicked forward once more. This has been The Cult, written by Penelope Sky, narrated by Michael Ferraiolo and Ramona Master. Copyright 2021 by Penelope Sky. Production copyright 2021 by Penelope Sky.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.